We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
Every frame.
We've seen a lot together. And we're just getting started. No limits on land. No limits on loot. No limits on survival. Your destination for next level PUBG game modes. PUBG Unbound. You're gonna need a bigger helmet.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Something big is coming.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Already? That was fast. Name tag, please. $30 damage? That's it?
Yeah.
Number 12, state your cause of death, briefly.
At risk, I wasn't the first one out. Coach can't limit for that.
Seriously? Why is everyone dying so fast? All right, let's hear it.
Hey man, how'd you go out? I don't recognize you. Rookie?
I got too hyped up and rotated early.
Keeping on the move and finding a safe path into the next circle. Isn't that a good thing?
I pushed up too fast and did it completely alone.
And of course, the enemy squad rolled up on you, right?
Give me the gun.
Hold on. I don't recognize ya. Where are you from?
I am Arctis high on leaderboard. But this is my first time in esports.
That explains the look on your face. Everybody's not somewhere, boy. Just watch and learn. So, sir, how do you die? You went on even faster than I did.
It cannot be much fun to get eliminated this early. These folks need some help.
Let's roll the footage.
Our movement felt fine during the game, but no, it wasn't good play. We just kept rotating around non-stop. All we really did was broadcast our position to everybody on the map.
At that point, that's no strategy. That's a field trip.
Cause of death, chronic over-rotation.
I died fighting over a compound.
Fighting over the compound?
Yeah, I called dibs on the spot. But the other team settled the argument with better aim.
A tournament isn't a first-come, first-served seating, man.
Cause of death, disputed reservation.
Please tell me this is just the first tournament jitters.
Oh no, are you about to show my death clip? Not again. I mean, the whole game just changed. We've got to rethink a few things.
We have to play more tactical, more organic, less panic.
Yeah, survival is key. Let's reset for the next one. Come on, let's go.
All right, we take the lesson and we move on.
And the tournament goes on. It always does. This is a new chapter for PUBG Esports, and we're just getting started. Get out there and survive. PUBG Esports.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame. Every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after-images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
9th anniversary celebrations, some updates to TDM and IBR, and a chicken man? Well, all this and more as we dive into the Update 40.2 patch report. First up, we're kicking off celebrations for our 9th anniversary. We've decorated up the maps and starting islands with interactive anniversary statues, and a festive drone show while in the plane. On Rondo, you'll find a special 9th anniversary prize wheel, which you can spin for a chance at some gear to help your match. Just be sure to spin at your own risk. Players also have the chance to happen across a unique character on Rondo. If you hear an audible, take a look around. The herald of the chicken dinner himself, Chicken Man, is nearby and will drop some items. Or the special 9th anniversary gift egg when defeated. The egg can be cracked open to immediately reveal a piece of high-level gear. He might even drop his chicken suits, so you can lure unsuspecting survivors into a trap, or just take home the chicken dinner in a chicken suit. There's plenty more anniversary stuff, so check out the patch notes to see more. Team Deathmatch and Intense Battle Royale are getting a few changes as well. For TDM, map probabilities have been adjusted. For IBR, we've added new weapon supply boxes for shotguns, a rare supply box containing level 2 armor, and added 8x scopes to the DMR SR random weapon boxes, with a 6x also being added to your inventory. We've also added Sub-Zero items as options to UGC Alpha, and opened up more options for naming and tagging your UGC creation. There's more of everything to go over, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 40.2 is here, so try some new loadouts in arcade mode, chase down that chicken man, and celebrate the things that make PUBG truly special. All of you, happy 9th anniversary. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From soul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac 2 technology. New Fast TN panels with Diac technology provide clearer and sharper images, helping you focus and avoid the distraction of unwanted after images caused by rapid motion. This new TN panel differs from the previous generation in its faster electrical conductivity. The increased liquid crystal responsiveness reduces overshoots. Moreover, it enhances color performance for more vibrant colors and better enemy identification. The latest Diac 2 technology provides players with clearer visuals in dynamic aiming and spray control, while also being more friendly on the eyes. Players can download and apply various FPS game color settings developed by Zowie through our software, XL Setting to Share. Also, you can import settings from pro players to see what they see. Furthermore, you can utilize the new Auto Game Mode feature, which automatically applies different color settings based on a player's usage scenarios. This monitor has inherited the XLX monitor stand design. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction to the new XL2566X Plus monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay. Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
For the first time ever, you get next-gen power in gaming earbuds, giving you flawless wireless. That's plug and play. Now you've got 100+ audio presets at your fingertips. So you can hear bad guys better, hear whatever you want better. That's a giant leap for earbuds and a new way to play for glory.
Something big is coming.
It is time, day number 2 here for PGS 3 circuit final. Let's get it rolling. It's Miramar for game number 6 in this best of 15.
Top of the wall. He has no idea he's there. He gets the opportunity down. Cole goes out to one, and Beamy gets caught by the fence.
The information should be being fed from the side, but they are now both gone as well. So there's a little opportunity. No, it's not going to be the case. JDG rounds it out. Some retribution for this squad going up against the West.
VP has this hillside. They've got so much control, but here come those nades. I knew it was about to happen.
The absolute patience from Beamy here. Finds one off the first grenade. Will follow it up with another, and it's going to land right on top of Wenbo as Xiaowu goes down as well. One more remains here for Virtus Pro. Beamy will be the man up front. Here's the gunshots. Virtus Pro gets every last kill. What patience.
We are going to Rondo.
They are chasing it down. They're looking for the kills. They might be down the body, but they're not down and out of this fight. Panzer will come through. He hits the shot and has a reward claimed at BRDM. I'm really interested to see how these teams get off at what time they get off. No! He's dead. He's taking a tumble. He's saved at the end. And then my band greets him with a jump shot kill.
So going on this right-hand side here, smokes go down, trying to isolate him. Do take all the Alphonse gets him. It's Irina taking the victory from the jaws of potential comeback in Virtus Pro, as we now give it over to Matcham and Porosaurus for all of the action here for Game 9 now.
Oh no, Fairest, not like this. Not by anyone's legend just chasing you down. Oh, that hurt.
Oh my God, Nurin's right into Levante's face.
No
1
idea.
HP on him.
Wasn't expecting it, and now E-Arena, here comes the nades coming back. Hello, my bad, gets the knock on one, but Vitality, it felt like they had control of low ground. Everything was working out in their way, and then it's just been a set of dominoes falling, making every problem bigger, and Pat the Pawn makes it even worse.
So Opans has a beat on Shen, but Shen has a beat on him. But no, the FAMAS rings large. He gets 2. Arena, just like that, clutches out 2 victories in a row.
There's a world where Virtus Pro is still alive. Virtus Pro is going to claim #1 in this lobby after what looked like a terrible start to this fight. It's insane what they've been able to do, but E-Arena is looking to contest it.
E-Arena again in the top 4. They're looking to go back to back to back, but Ionic says no. Oh, Hakatori sideswiped, done dirty by his BRDM, but he salvaged something from this game. It's a 3 versus 1 now, as they're going to go for a full send into the blue. I'm sure they're going to deny. And looks like, yeah, Crazy Raccoons take the swipe. It wasn't a match 3 as we predicted. It's full memes, and it's a win for them in match 10.
Sorry, where did Virtus Pro start today? Where was it? Like 12th, 13th? Where were they? A meteoric rise from them into #1. Tomorrow we are back, same place, same time, to see which team can leg drop from the top rope and claim the ultimate prize here for the circuit final. We'll see you then.
Don't you think it's kind of scary to be playing the game so late at night?
뭐라는 거야?
That's Wait, did you hear that? What's up, guys? I'm Tiggleton from Team Falcons.
Up to the high ground, takes that shot, knocks the head.
Paisaki is the numbers are
my goodness!
Xin chào mọi người, mình là Himat, mình đến từ đội tuyển Anyone Legend.
Able to win this game now, swamps on over to the FKP support, can't go to give it away! Hamas reigns supreme!
안녕하세요. 젠지 스포츠 PUBG 팀 서울 조기열입니다.
Even on to heaven, and then Finn comes around. 2024 BNB champion!
Всім привіт, мене звати Хакаторі, я граю за команду Na'Vi.
Look lagging. Hakatori comes up. One nade here could be huge. An angle for Hakatori. Those kills. Now down to Hakatori. He has to take down multiple areas.
Push it on forward. No hell to work with. Spot Slim goes this well. Now he takes it.
Wow. This is Miramar Prison. Yeah, this has to be Valle Damar, and that's got to be the prison island, I guess. And we got some like Thanos spaceship. I guess it's going to be a big boss fight, big alien or something to defeat if we have to work together.
난이도가 좀 가장 기대돼요. 최고 위험 단계라는 것도 있더라고요. 그거를 깰 수 있을지 한번 해보고 싶은 좀.
Em nghĩ là cái phần chế tạo và nâng cấp siêu năng lực ạ. Vì có thể chế tạo được một vũ khí mới mạnh hơn.
Я б хотів би отримати максимальне насолодження від гри з іншими гравцями і від насолодження від нового режиму.
You know, I think this will be a fun challenge, and if I perish, it's okay because I get to spectate Hakatori. It's always good.
Mục tiêu của em tại trò chơi này là chiến thắng.
미라마 침공 한번 나와보겠습니다.
Alright, 3, 2, 1, go team!
Zeno point. Skill tree, okay?
Sol, what skill tree did you do?
I can't.
Yeah, click, hold click, mouse one. Yeah.
Okay.
I think we go through the door. This one, 1.3. Maybe this is difficulty, actually? Is this easy mode?
Where's easy mode?
Yeah. Oh, Emma. Alright, we're going in. We started us in, I think this is medium difficulty. Okay, go.
One knock.
Hurt?
Oh, pumping.
Where do we go?
Go.
Yeah. Давай. What is this? What is this thing? Laser. Oh, boss. Oh my god, he takes no damage. He's cooking me. Ow.
Oh, no.
Okay, shoot him. Easy clap, easy cut. Oh. Nice. You know what I'm saying? We back. Yo, I need this helmet. Level 2 helmet. Can I get this in-game skin?
Ooh.
I'm gonna choose the defense skill tree. Come on, I think you should choose offense, bro. Good shooter. Yeah. It's good.
Go.
No one.
Oh my god. Shoot!
Wait, we can shoot out. This is OP.
Wow.
Flame turret. OP, bro. My ult is like a semi-automatic. When I click, it shoots along with my gun at the same time. Big boss.
Wow.
I destroy him with my ult. Easy claps, you know what I'm saying?
Not real boss.
Oh, new door open. Okay, let's go, big boy. Ready?
Yeah, we're doing it. Go.
Wow.
Okay, stick together, team, stick together.
Wow, so built. Go.
Oh, it's a big ball.
뭐야. Shooting, guys, shooting.
You have to hit the front. You have to hit his face. This bit. Hit the eye. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Ouchie. Crabs.
Oh.
I need first aid.
I need a heal.
Oh no. Nice try. What are you guys upgrading?
Offensive.
Go. Again.
I'm down again. We got this. Loot guns. Okay, let's get loot. All right, team. It's now or never. It's time. Boss fight.
Boss fight?
Let's go. Big boss. We got this, boys. We got this. Just stay together, you know? Teamwork makes the dream work.
Okay.
No funny.
Okay.
All right, boys. This is the moment we've all been waiting for.
Together. Ooh.
I need big guy.
Ow.
Oh.
What?
Capture on me, capture. Come. Oh!
Oh my god, not easy.
These turrets, the flame turrets are too good. Run. Shoot boss, he's blind speed, shoot boss. Good. Давай.
Easy.
W.
GG.
High five.
You know what I'm saying? Come from the top, you gotta slap like that. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, that's good.
Тому що я вбив більше всього роботів, я вважаю так.
That's a fact. Hakatori did kill the most, but Soul was there bringing the energy up, the vibe, and we were ready.
어떻게 보면 IGL이었거든요. 좀 이런 소통 같은 것도 좀 잘 해주려고 하고 없으면 좀 힘들었다라고 생각을 한 것 같아요.
Tại tên là captain nên em chọn thôi.
I'm the captain. I guess, I don't know.
Mấy họa tiết trong game đó là hấp dẫn, đặc biệt là có những vũ khí mà game vừa rồi em nhặt được thì em thấy là súng mạnh.
그게 총알이 많이 없어서 좀 데미지가 세다고 느껴져서 실패했을 때도 세 번째 보스에서 실패해가지고 마지막 때까지 좀 아껴서 써야겠다라고 생각을 해서 안 쓰고 있었어요.
Чесно кажучи, для мене це трохи складний режим, тому що я просто бігав, стріляв і використовував лише одну турель. І досі не розібрався в скілах і білках.
Những người hành tinh kiểu đánh xa á, thì em hay dùng mấy cái skill như là có khiên, còn đánh gần thì em dùng mấy skill gọi là đặt cái súng ra, súng tự bắn lửa kiểu như lửa.
At first, I had a bit of an ego because I thought my super ability was so strong. The flag cannon, I was just like beaming everything. I felt like Tony Stark. Once we got wiped once, I was kind of like, okay, like this is actually getting difficult. And I thought we were already doing the hard mode, but it gets harder than that.
저도 이게 하드 모드를 하고 있는 줄 알았는데 끝나고 보니까 노멀 모드였더라고요. 정식적으로 나오면 되게 계속 하고 싶다라는 생각은 좀 들고 있어요. 제일 어려운 단계까지 한번 깨보고 싶은 그런 느낌.
Lúc đầu mà bọn em thua boss cuối là có nghĩa là do mấy cái kỹ năng bọn em chưa nâng cấp, và khi nâng cấp xong thì con boss đó chỉ thành con boss thôi.
I was fighting for my life. I almost died like 4 times, so probably not. I mean, yeah, these guys are pretty insane. I felt like they had my back. I didn't feel like I was left out to dry. They weren't baiting me. Maybe that means they're also good teammates on their own team.
이게 영어가 좀 힘들어서 저는 아직 그냥 소통이 좀 힘들었지만 재미는 있었다.
І я отримав насолоду від гри з тімейтами, так мені все сподобалось, красавчики.
Việc tiếp quan trọng là mọi người nên xem clip của bố mình chơi và học theo thôi.
방어구나 무기들을 먹는 상자가 있어요. 누구보다 빨리 먹어라. 그러면 본인은 재밌을 거다. 좋은 아이템들을 먹으면 게임이 훨씬 좀 쉬워지기도 하고 에일리언들이나 이런 로봇들을 많이 잡으면 포인트가 많이 들어오거든요. 그래서 그걸로 스킬을 더 빨리 업그레이드 할 수 있고 그거를 더 많이 이용할 수 있고 그런 상자들을 몰래 잘 먹어라.
My biggest tip would be if you hear something beeping, just run away from it. That was how we wiped the first time.
Ти можу порадити лише отримувати насолоду від гри, від комунікації з тімейтами і просто бігати, стріляти. Сьогодні було дуже круто грати з цими гравцями, мені дуже сподобалось. Вболівайте за нас на турнірах, ми будемо робити все можливе, щоб показати результати.
Ngày hôm nay rất là vui, và khi mà bước vào giải đấu thì có lẽ niềm vui đó không còn nữa, và bọn mình sẽ giành lấy chiến vô địch.
오늘 같이 좀 재밌게 즐겨서 너무 좋았고 PGS 3 때는 이제 이 앉은 좌석대로 1, 2, 3, 4등 하면 될 것 같습니다.
Thank you to the boys for playing today. It's honestly kind of nice to see Soul after a long time and kind of meet Hakatori a little bit better. And hopefully you guys cheer for us on PGS. Thanks for watching. 3, 2, 1, go PUBG! Bye!
We got next, we ready to flex, we're ready to rock, headed to the top. We got next, can't settle for less. I'ma need your best, so give it all you got. We got next.
Take me to the front line, better get your head right. You ain't gonna take my pride away. Take me to the front line, front
One more chapter of the PUBG Global Series, Series 1 to get things a-rolling. One more day, one more opportunity. Which team is going to have the skill, the panache, the gumption, the gun skills to be able to rise to the top of the mountain, see the light shine down upon their face, and have the warm embrace of victory bow down beyond them? We have got ourselves one more day, 5 more games to determine who is going to become the champion of the first circuit. My name is Kalaris. I've got Mark Powers. I've got Porosaurus. I've got Matrim. It's time, gentlemen, to get it rolling, Mark, and I am damn excited.
Yeah, it feels like it's gone really quick, though. Like, we've got the final 5 games left, and it's going to be a running for the top, praying, hoping that the EMEA will get it back-to-back, but we've only got one team up at the top that could maybe take it.
Maybe, and they weren't at the top at the very beginning. Porosaurus, we have had seismic shifts happen yesterday, aside from what happened at the beginning of our 3 days with China and Korea looking fantastic. There was the fight back on the way, and it's all open for today.
Yeah, seismic shift, but again, if yesterday proved anything, day to day, so many things can change. So the question is, can Virtus Pro, can 17, can they still hold on to that big lead that they do have with 5 games remaining? There's a lot of very, very worthy contenders that are still in the hunt.
Yep, there's a lot indeed, with it being as open as it is. And of course, Matrim, we have Xenopoint that is going to be coming along as well. We've got to talk about it here, the PV co-op mode that's going to be launching April 8th. You can fight against the Xeno scum. I know a lot about that. Praise the Emperor.
Yes.
And there's also the Streamer Challenge that is going to be starting then as well, which you can register right now. So that's exciting stuff.
Dude, I'm super excited. I mean, we got to take care of Xenos. Actually looks, I like the art style regarding the whole thing. Is it's very, I don't know, like that whole blocky, I guess, synthwave color scheme that they've got going on for it. Definitely appeals to me, so I'm going to be diving into it. Plus, it's always fun to do some PvE. Gets you a chance to work on your gun skills a little bit more, get recoil patterns down in a more, I would say, relaxing environment, but the way that the pro players were playing it made it not seem like it was the most relaxing way to play.
Yeah, I appreciated their acting especially. That was good, top tier stuff. But Poro, actually, you mentioned whilst we were taking a look at it as well, a very important point is that a lot of people don't actually like a lot of PvP sometimes. So this is a great way to get your friends in, have a little bit of a go with it as well, because obviously we love the gunplay of this game. So getting them in on that, maybe it converts some people.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope we can get them in there. It's every time that I'm able to get guys come back and play some PUBG, they always seem to have fun with it. So maybe this will be a thing to get them in there. You can kind of crack open the gates and get them back into playing some ranked, maybe try out some TPP.
We just need the full combination of Mark. We just need the what is it called?
Prop hunt.
Prop hunt.
The one.
There you go.
The best one.
In Xeno, and then it's all combined. It's great. It's great.
That'd be good. That would be good, actually. So new props you don't know, maybe having to hide out in areas you have no idea where.
What is that?
Yeah, that would be an interesting combination.
But of course, as well, we have PUBG Nations Cup coming up as well in June. From 23rd to 28th, of course, nations will collide. 24 teams in total. I already heard little Mr. Mark Powers thinking to himself, oh, I've seen the dates. I'm going to be planning out my little trip. I'm going to be going up. It's going on in Seoul, South Korea. He loves South Korea, does Mark, don't you, mate?
I love it. I've got flights up on my screen over there. As soon as it's finished,
of course he does.
Getting over there, PNC, I'm coming in.
I'm just astounded by the impression. That was like top tier.
Oh, well,
wow.
Well, Northerners love making rubbish Southern impressions, all right? Just so you know, that's how it goes. That's how it goes.
Same thing in America. Different ways, though.
So, yeah,
it seems like more of a Midlands thing to me, but I don't know.
No. Don't you be doing that. Midlands barely exists. Anyway, that is kind of our announcements and how things are going to go a little bit later on. We're going to be taking a little bit of a dive into Xenopoint and how everything goes on. That's on Miramar, so that is going to be some good old stuff. So I'm wondering when that is going to be going. I'm going to get a notification as to when that is going to be going on. But we've got a lot to talk about in terms of the tournament as a whole, Mark. You obviously mentioned Virtus Pro with a big rise. That is huge here for them to be able to try and take a title that I don't think anyone would have called after what we saw in PGS 1 and PGS 2.
No, and look, it's the last chance for them to get PGS points on the board, right? So, yeah. And you got to remember, day number 1 wasn't great either. So it was kind of they got their way through survival stage. It looked okay, and day 1 was VP are back where they were. Look, that transition day number 2 was huge for them. Big games, and they done it with limited numbers as well. We saw Corexi, Beamy holding out, and again keeping those bodies up, but making sure they maximise the amount of points. But you can't falter though. 17, they could not shift them through the day. As much as they had good games, VP, 17 were clutching and nipping at their heels the whole time.
So was E-Arena as well, right? The fact that they had what was as equal a meteoric rise, really, Matrim, compared to what we saw from Virtus.pro. We just don't kind of give them the limelight as much because I guess we're a little bit leaning towards the West, as well as sometimes what we see from E-Arena is a bit more defensive and waiting for the game to kind of come their way, but it worked.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that last year E-Arena leaned into Jacob quite a bit. That's now changed, so they had to kind of modify their play styles, and it led to, I'll be honest, a little bit more of a boring style to watch sometimes, but they're starting to find ways to cement in their firefights, find security. Yesterday was great come up for them. If anything, motivations to go, okay, we can do this. Now we've just got to find a way to make it to where it happens every day instead of just on a couple of matches here and there.
Yeah, for sure, Poro. And I think that if E-Arena is the one to be able to take the title down the line, I think that will surprise a lot of viewers. I think that, but there is the potential there. Obviously, there's a lot of different play styles you can execute here in PUBG, and a lot of different ways you can approach even the very top level of the game. And they're approaching it in a different way, but they're making it work.
They need a lot of stuff to go right. If they're gonna kind of continue to make their way. Now when things did go right for them yesterday, they got back-to-back wins. So it shows that like they had that ability to take advantage of the benefits that they're given. But the question is like if they find themselves in a bad spot, can they fight their way out of it? Because they've shown at times so far through PGS 1, PGS 2 that a lot of times if they're in a bad position, they just kind of like shrivel and die. So, now that you're in third place, you've got the top of the leaderboard right within distance and range. Can you capitalize off of those good the good luck that you get in these games to the point where you can make a run here? Or are you going to just and then on the bad games, can you at least salvage a few points and remain in it and keep your head in the game more than anything?
And today is very important because it's not just double PGS points relative to circuit, the stage 1 and 2 of the circuit, but it's also triple the prize pool of those stops. And we saw the lay of the land with the points just before. Virtus.pro on 84. 17 Gaming, who was in an amazing position at first place, now is at second with 82. E-Arena kind of biting at their heels with the 78 points. That said, though, all is not said and done just yet. The fact that Virtus.pro and E-Arena showed how much of a rise you can have in a lobby like this means that technically there are so many other teams that could easily replicate that kind of performance here, Mark, and challenge for the title.
Yeah, it comes down to, I suppose, how the game unfolds. As far as saying that things have to line up for the arena, and a lot of that's around compound and placement. I think going to be that game for the MVP. This is going to be a chase, I think, guys, today between Tiantan and Beamy. I don't think Beamy wants to let him go too quickly, James.
I think it's going to be difficult. From what we've seen from Tiantan here, Poro, I think he has been fantastic, kind of wall to wall, really.
No, yeah, he's been making a run of it, and you figure that if he continues playing the way he has, that 17 will make that run once again. Because again, yesterday was, by their standards about what they put together, kind of a bad day for them, but they were still able to salvage. They were still able to get points when they were in those bad situations, and still at the end of the day are within striking distance of that top spot. So I think a lot of the questions that we have are going to be answered within this first two games. Who's gonna take this by the reins and just start running away with it? Because you don't want to be leaving the fight up until the very last game. That's usually how it ends up being in these things with us, it seems, lately. But that is so dicey.
You know what? Kudos. Love that visual, because you see the comparison there between Virtus.pro and E-Arena's roads yesterday. Both 63 points, both being able to make that move forward. And Matrim, if either of them had had a good day one as well, I think we might have been calling it. We might have been definitely calling this a two-horse race at that point.
Just a decent day one would have been ridiculous.
Yeah.
There was also a lot of quiet that was happening from the teams at the top because they couldn't find successes, led to a slide coming in. I wouldn't be surprised if we see, I guess, a bit more of a climb from some of these other squads as well. Whenever we're looking at this, my eyes are drawn to Vitality, Twisted Minds. I think both can have a come up. Anyone's Legend feels like they're chomping at the bit because they think that they're so close to figuring out how to just kill everybody in the lobby at once.
God, I mean, they were chomping at the bit in PGS 2, right? And to the point where they did kill a lot of people in the lobby at once and actually get themselves so close to a championship. But here's Virtus.pro going up against 17 Gaming. If one thing's to kind of talk about, of course, Mark, I've talked to you a lot about Virtus Pro. It's the fact that 17 Gaming has had their moments. They've had fluctuations in their performance throughout the entire circuit so far. They need to hit on that big day performance today.
Yeah, and obviously yesterday wasn't the best day. I agree. It's just they weren't kind of firing all cylinders, but you can't shake them. They were finding themselves in that sort of top spot. And I think that shows. Now, do they constantly rely on an individual? You'd also argue the same for VP. They're looking at Beamy as a high kill count, but I'd argue to say with VP, they're spreading those kills a little bit more across the board. So it is going to come down to these 5 games, and I'm really intrigued to see which one of these 2 teams tries to take one of the first wins. If they can take the chicken, then that's good for them, and then we might see kind of a 2-horse race run off to the distance. I'm also really, as the guy said, I'm really interested to see what Arena and more importantly Petrol Road decide to do today. Yes, there's a little bit of a gap between them and these top 2 teams to try and hunt things down, but they also have the capabilities that actually, if they start really well with only 5 games, they should be putting their name in the topic of conversation.
Sorry, do my eyes deceive me, or is that 47% headshots across 4,000 damage? Is Beamy giving out free haircuts across the battleground? What is going on here, Poro? Either this is a bug or this is insane.
That's a hell of a stat if true. Look, especially compared to Tiantian, 14%. Like that is wild. What? There's got to be something there, right? Like
Nades can't headshot. It's not fair for Tiantian.
Oh.
Oh wow. The RDMs can't get headshots.
Yeah, I know. You can't run. If you're running people over, it doesn't count. So
brutal.
Yeah, that is crazy stuff. But anyway, gentlemen, it is time to get the opening going here for the final day for PGS3, the final day for our first ever circuit of 2026. Let's get it going.
Navi, it's a complete fight for Navi. 16 kills to Hackathon. He has to take down multiple areas. Getting multiple 1v1 between them. Navi takes it. There's no way.
Ми були в шокі спочатку. Ми думали, що ми взагалі топ-2.
Так як ми виконали все, що хотіли в перші 2 тижні, ми без задніх думок готові вриватися в цей гранд-фінал.
Với em thì em hơi buồn một chút vì hơi đáng tiếc một chút là vì tụi em không vô địch được, nhưng mà em cũng vui vì đã được top 2. Tại vì tụi em vừa mới chen với nhau được có vài tháng thôi. PGS3 bọn mình sẽ trở lại thật mạnh mẽ để đạt được mục tiêu cao nhất và mục tiêu cá nhân của mình, đó là chức vô địch.
Final haftamıza giriyoruz. O yüzden daha sıkı çalışıp antrenmanlarımıza devam edeceğiz. Finalde üst sıralarda bitirmeye çalışacağız.
I'm able to enjoy being nervous and play at my full potential. I think it's the best. Our team is definitely ready for the next round, and we're going to give it all we got.
Dạ, hiện tại thì em đang rất tin tưởng vào các đồng đội và các anh em của em. Nên đây là vòng chung kết tổng rồi, nên em sẽ thể hiện hết sức khả năng của mình để cho mọi người thấy được.
无论最终的结果怎么样，我们肯定会努力接受。就是我们会打好每一场比赛，然后拿出更好的态度。
Первое – это немножечко мандража, а дальше уже боевая готовность забрать турнир. Мы думаем только о победе в гранд-финале, поэтому постараемся показать хороший результат. Ребята, остерегайтесь нас!
원투 때 시행착오를 좀 많이 겪었기 때문에 좀 성장을 많이 했다고 생각을 해서 PGS 3 때 뭐 다 죽여야죠 뭐.
ครับก็หลายปีที่ผ่านมาพวกเราก็พยายามฝึกฝนเพื่อจะเป็นทีม PUBG ที่แข็งแกร่งที่สุดในโลกครับก็ผมคิดว่าพวกเราเป็นทีมนั้นแล้ว
조금만 더 보완한다면은 우승까지 할 수 있다고 좀 긍정적으로 생각하려고 하고 있습니다.
저희 팀이 뭐 운영을 잘한다 못한다로 말들이 많은데
의심하는 분들에게는 말이 아닌 압도적인 경기력으로 보여드리겠습니다.
Наша задача выиграть столько турниров, чтобы ни одна команда никогда не побила наш рекорд.
Our goal for this PGS is obviously to win, and with confidence and happiness comes results.
Team Anyone của mình là được mọi người đánh giá rất cao, nhưng chúng tôi sẽ báo đáp lại kỳ vọng của mọi người dành cho chúng tôi. Và bây giờ, lần này chúng tôi sẽ nâng cấp.
Ми така команда, що можемо перевернути гру. Ми вас здивували, але ви ще не знаєте, яку гру ми вам покажемо.
All right, get that blood pumping, because as the dust settles, 5 more games will determine who becomes our champion, who walks away with $100,000 for first place, plus those little cheeky win bonuses if they get them down the line, and maybe even an MVP spot if you can topple Tian Tian at the very top for that 10 grand. Joining me, Mark Porra, as well as Matrim, to talk about it. Mark, we're starting things off on Erangel, and our Erangels have been a bit spicy, to say the least, as we've sat back and watched Porra and Matrim cover them all.
Yeah, we leave that to them. It has been spicy, I think, is a very light way of putting it. They've been aggressive quite early on for some of these teams, and again, we come into these last days, as I say, I think these teams will be looking for some points, and why not better to do it on the grassy pastures of Erangel? I just worry for some of those teams that can't handle the pressure when it comes down to these final 5 games, and actually they might get caught out on rotation.
I think if you look at the top teams that have been able to handle the pressure in the past, you have a Virtus Pro that's been a PGS champion. You have a 17 Gaming in a different form, to say that at least here, that has been previous PGS champions here, Poro, and they are still led by some veterans there as well. So those two, in my mind, are the two that should be challenging. And E-Arena, not quite got themselves an international title just yet, but if they come out of left field and they're able to sneak it on in, then I'm not going to begrudge them.
Yeah, no, that's kind of the question that I have top of mind. Who's going to be the wild card team that comes up out of nowhere that hasn't performed in the first 2 days but finally delivers in day 3? Are they going to make things interesting?
And one of those, I think we also have to think about here, Matrim, is Petrichor Road. Because who were you thinking? We'll give Petrichor Road and then you can talk about who you want first. Oh, Crazy Raccoon. Maybe. Where are they? They are in 5th, to be fair. Go on, talk about them.
I mean, they're right there. There's an opportunity. We could finally have Crazy Raccoon pop off, get their big kills, but we got here. I know Bella's a Crazy Raccoon fan. She's going to give us some insights, right?
The craziest
Yeah, let's
raccoon.
check in with Bella. She is.
Hello guys, it's Bella on the stage and welcome back for our final day of PGS 3 Grand Finals. Today is the day that we get to crown our champion. Well, yesterday was absolute mayhem. We saw a total shift in the hierarchy led by a massive surge from none other than Virtus Pro. They started near at the bottom of the pack, but they hauled in 63 points in just a single day and snatched the lead. And not far behind them, E-Arena had an incredible day as well. They had to climb their way up 11 times and they ended the day in 3rd. Well, leaderboard is tight and the pressure is at an all-time high with only 5 matches left. Well, one misplay or one brilliant rotation can absolutely change how the day is going to end for all these teams. Well, before we drop into our first circle of the final day, this is a reminder that the Player of the Day vote is still ongoing. We're not just looking at the highest frag count, we're looking for the playmakers. Let's talk about someone that made a 1v3 clutch or did a scout make a game-winning rotation. Cast your vote now using the QR code. I think it's at the bottom of this screen, and we're going to reveal your pick at the end of the broadcast later tonight. Well, it looks like the stage is set, the players are all ready, and the points are on board. The trophy sits waiting for its champion. Well, 5 matches stand between all the teams and the glory. Who is going to take the championship title? Let's find out now.
Let's indeed. Empress Bella presides over the Bella Dome for PGS 3. Which team will gain the favor of Empress Bella here in the final day? And will it be a team like 4AM? Probably not, because they're in 16th place. But Petrichor Road here with 71 points. If they actually challenge for this, it's crazy, Poro, because they won PGS 1. They got so close to winning PGS 2. And technically, they're close to winning PGS 3.
Yeah, no, that's been remarkable consistency coming out of Petrichor Road. But the other problem is that there's so many teams in this lobby that have shown that they can produce 50-plus point days in a 5-game set. So who's going to be? Is there going to be some team that comes out of nowhere, out of left field that we weren't even expecting to see? Or will it be a battle at the top to see who comes out on top? The answers will start to be found now as we are flying over Erangel.
Game number 11. I want apocalyptic level action and gameplay. Matrim and Poro, take it away for the first game.
I mean, the way Erangel has been going, apocalyptic could be on the table. We've got a plane path that's going over Stolber, ending down kind of in between the military base island and Primorsk, so easy path for everybody to deal with, nothing too crazy. Horo, boy, we are starting this one off, and it is going to be dicey. It feels like this is going to start slow because it is so close at the top of the leaderboard, but then just going to go explosive.
I don't know. It really does feel like whatever happens in these first couple of games is going to dictate how the entire rest of the day plays out. It just, I don't know. It just has that feeling for me. And honestly, if we see a military island circle here to start things off, that might just ratchet it up even more.
I'm just excited for how we're going to go through this we've had so many squads that we keep thinking could have their rise, right? Finally starting to get there. 17 being the consistent squad that we've seen and we always know can produce results, right on the cusp of trying to steal one away yet again. VP finally finding themselves yet again, climbing up, finding some successes. No Millie this time. But I got to say, do you think that it's going to be an outlier that maybe can come and usurp the position, or do you think it's just these two at the top?
See, that's what I don't know. That's what I don't know is when you have that team that just catches fire on one day and then just starts soaking up a lot of points. It puts the teams that are at the top in this weird position of like saying, okay, well, we don't want to lose what we have. We just want to make sure that we're within striking distance whenever it comes down to the end of the day. And that's what you should do for sure. But it kind of messes with the way that you're looking at the game. You all of a sudden you don't become as aggressive as you maybe were being. You look at the high risk, high reward plays, and your risk tolerance kind of shifts to be a little bit lower. So I don't know. It's going to really depend on if one team just comes in today and just says, you know what, screw this. We're just going to we're not going to leave anything on the table. We're not going to say at the end of this, wow, what if we would have just been a little bit more aggressive this one time? Or if we would have just done something different here. We want to just leave it out there. And if we win, we win. If we lose, at least we know we lost playing our game.
I'm very intrigued by the middle pack squads because there's a couple in here. One that's wanting to really make a name for themselves for the first time, and other ones that their fans are not going to, I guess, be quiet if they hang out in these positions. If we see Supers still holding down 9th place position at the end of this, I will be astounded. This is a squad that is going to try to make a massive climb today. T1, same category. They've got to climb out. Vitality is the squad that really wants to show that they are here to play and they are here to compete at the top. So they've got to have something tricksy coming too.
Yeah, I think if Vitality is just trying to prove that they belong, boy, I think they've earned that at this point. I don't think there's anybody in this lobby that is going to take that team lightly.
I don't think it's about belonging. I think it's about competing for the top.
Yeah, I mean, no, I agree. I also agree that Korea, there was so much talk coming into the beginning of this year about how much work they've been putting in and how much time, how many reps they had gotten in TPP and how they were ready. And, it looked okay to start things off, but it hasn't delivered in the same way I think that maybe a lot of us were expecting based off of what we were hearing. I don't know. I was not expecting Crazy Raccoon to be the highest placed Korean team. That much I can tell you for free.
It's really simple. Only Crazy Raccoon can kill Crazy Raccoon. Their strategies are what will spell their doom or provide them a victory, and that's why I love to watch them. They will either find a way to kill a ton of people and get themselves into a great spot, or they will overextend a bit too much and die. But it's live by the sword, die by the sword, and it is fun to watch. And Twisted Minds, sitting down in 13th place, 4th from the bottom. That is something that's a looming giant waiting to get points today and sponge up a lot for people trying to compete.
Well, and honestly, it's got to be frustrating for Twisted fans because, day one, it was really just a final game that they had 4 kind of forgettable games, and then the final game really kind of shoved them right back into the conversation, and they had a big blow up. But then yesterday, they didn't have that big game, so they've just kind of progressively fallen further and further back, and we know what they're capable of, right? It's just it hasn't been able to. They haven't found it yet this weekend for whatever reason. So we'll see if they find it today as they are playing in from that northern side, taking their time with it. Virtus Pro, they're coming in from the south. Looks like they're going to narrowly avoid Navi for the time being, but still a lot of playable zone or a lot of playable area left for all these late rotating teams.
Yeah, I mean, the circle is simple, right? It's just centered up. Yeah. Aaron Gelb, this is everybody on the face of the earth. You've played like 5 games of PUBG, you know this circle because you know how to navigate it.
The plain bagel.
I mean, it's really true. Yeah, it's a good term for it.
As a great man once called it.
Looking out, let's see. It's really just Twisted, Team Liquid, JDG, Crazy Raccoon, and T5 needing to get in. Yeah, we also do have Myth and E-Arena. Notice E-Arena is kind of holding down a bridge. They should be able to spot out Myth coming up back behind him. I don't know if this is an intentional bridge camp or if this was just kind of waiting for the other teammates to regroup. But now, Radio Tower's getting a lot more spicy, and Lyrics got to go.
Yeah, I think this was an intentional bridge camp. They had Lyrics up at the top scouting out Myth and seeing when they came through, but Myth and they decided to send everybody up to the top of Radio Tower to scout out the bridge before they try to cross it, and they end up catching Lyrics out, but it looks like he should get away, although the shots are still coming through. Those are a lot harder to hit on the motorcycle, and yeah, Arena's just going to say, you know what, let's just go.
Perfectly fine. Nothing's going to be in front of him. Nobody even doing a far side bridge
Disciplined
camp.
by Myth.
So everything's going to be good off of that. Crazy Raccoon. It's about time for them to make their way into the
Load up the
circle. They
trunk.
are going to be pretty close to JDG.
Yeah, just stop down, load up the trunk with all your trinkets and treasures before making your way in. As Pio says, get out, that's my car. You ride with him. We could have a Groza care package out in the middle of, not really no man's lane. You got anyone's legends kind of over there. A lot of 2-2 splits going on right in the middle, but that's to be expected on a circle like this, right? Like these guys know exactly not only how they like to play it, but they also at this point know how everybody else likes to play this as well.
Well, we've been seeing these circles lean more a bit to the east around like that Stallbur area, or more down into the south of that, where we did kind of see like some teams having to fight around Farm, the gatehouses coming out of Milta. That's been kind of our commonality pull, but this one's more focused around Death Road, still keeping school inside of it, Rajak as well. So there's a lot of moving factors on this one. So while we haven't seen this very centered meta, we could still get a couple of bait and switches just due to how much like playable is in the circle, which is weird to say because we've been getting so much in playable on Erangel. It's been so water rid.
Yeah, it has been interesting. Kind of looking at the map stream right now and just seeing if anybody's shooting at each other. The only shots that I've seen really is 17 kind of taking shots over towards T1, forcing them to stay down in Pachinki and away from their Potato Hill. Theradon 5 kind of split coming in on that south side of Pachinki, getting close to T1. JDG right behind them, and then Crazy Raccoon also coming in from that northern side. So that western side of the circle getting a little bit more thick than anywhere else really right now.
Well, I mean, we're looking at basic relay race rules, right? We've got 5 matches today that we're going to be looking at. So everybody's wanting to come in. We get a very simple circle. You want to set good pace. So everybody is just trying to be slow, steady, efficient. They don't want to take any big risks just quite yet. You get the first guy just to set the most consistent pace, and then you start bringing in your sprinters after that.
Well, I mean, right off the bat, we've already made it now almost 9 minutes into the game, and nobody's died yet. So I think that was not something I was expecting going into Erangel, given how our previous Erangels have gone. But the circle, as you said, in combination with that plane, has really kind of just slowed things down for these guys. So we'll see if it's really the hard shifts that are going to be the thing here. And hard shifts has just been super, super brutal so far this tournament. And we'll see if C2 decides to make things spicier, or will we just get another thing centering right on up? I mean, teams are still pretty spread out, so.
Yeah, and Vitality's called an emergency pickup just to be safe, or maybe just do timing for this one to throw off other rotates that could be coming in. Most of our team's pretty comfortable right now, as there are a couple of squads that are getting those shots like you were talking about, most notably 17, trying to keep control over center. Navi in the 2-2 split just to the south of them, but I'm just waiting. We've got a couple of seconds before we see if this is going to pop off or if it's going to be friendly. If we get another centered up, everybody's going to be super happy about that, except it's going to make for a slow circle again.
Oh,
but
my.
there you go. There's the shift over. Everybody to the north, time to go. And that emergency pickup, big for Vitality right now.
No, that's huge. And it's really, I'm looking down there towards Virtus Pro. They've got Corexi down in that shark fin compound, but nobody else anywhere really near him. So we'll see if they leave him there. And if that's a spot that maybe Virtus Pro can spot out. But a number of teams already looking down in that direction. Is E-Arena heading down there, Myth heading down there, even Twisted kind of on the south side of Farm. Although they might stop down where they're at now as Vitality. Okay, they're just going to pull early and go for this S compound.
I love this position. It's great. In the distance, you can hear the firefighting already breaking out on the mini-map. It is just absolutely ludicrous. Everybody is collapsing along this position. They know it is strong through this circle and how well it can be played out. Nixie getting tons of vision on everything that's going to be going on, but return shots force him off the roof. You just got to throw out some nades, get something to stall out everything that's going to be happening. As 17 is right on top of VP off the get-go.
Look at this. We knew that hardship was going to cause things. It was such a quiet, calm, coolly collected C1. 64 players alive. All of a sudden, we're down to 59 with so many knocks still crawling around, looking to be finished off. And all the teams that have down here early on, it looks like our teams up in the north that took their time coming through are going to be beneficiating off this.
4 a.m. also going to be crashing into the exact same point. They're just running through, jumping out. Everybody is getting involved. This is all stacked over here. VP in a ton of trouble. Vitality in their emergency pickup. External from this, just kind of watching, controlling the territory they can. Lucarux, though, does hit the shots on Spaceman, but return nade comes out from Spaceman. We are kicking this one off hot and heavy.
The fact that that's the first knock that Virtus Pro has taken is absolutely huge for them. 4 a.m., the full commit into this compound. It goes to show with this circle shift how many teams are looking at this spot on the map and saying that is the winning spot. We have to take that, and we have to take it with clean, with 4 players up. That grenade going to bounce off the bars as Lucarux still bleeding out.
Slowly calming down over here, but this has been the new grinder. Great throw coming out from Nixie. Spaceman, other side of it, does force him away from the angle. The rest of the circle starting to calm down a bit. Supers might be making a push onto the 2-2 split coming up from Na'Vi. Crazy Raccoon coming in from the other side of it. But it's all about what's happening in this focal point. It's playing for center. Center meta coming up strong and efficient right now because this compound is key to making it in the later stages.
And you can see Virtus Pro do get their man back on his feet. I think 4 a.m. might have done the same. Vitality, remember, they took that E pickup. They ended up in a scrap here with Anyone's Legend and pretty much everybody else that was around here. As Gedrox and Hello My Bad will hold on to the top. They know that Destroy and Highmass are down there. And Destroy picks up the shotgun, and that's going to be the thing that wins it for him. Gedrox goes down, Hello My Bad, trying to trade back, but 39 HP. Just going to try to push through the smoke, slow things down a bit.
Anyone's Legend finding kills, but casualties. Been the name of the game for them. Vitality down to just 1. In the oldest of old school PUBG strategies, run to the bathroom, get next to the tub, start trying to med up and wait for somebody to come for you.
Everybody's been there, haven't they? As Anyone's Legend still, they're fine with having him up there and slowing things down, especially now that they know he's a solo. Eventually they will get together and send that down, although I think it was Himass that dropped that next smoke to continue to slow as we get another brutal shift here. That Sharkfin compound looking really good for Myth, as remember all these teams fought over right where VP, 4 a.m. 17, Vitality, Anyone's Legend is, and now all of a sudden that's on the edge.
It's a full gatekeep, long wraps, no surprise coming out from Super Na'Vi. They don't want to deal with the other side of it. Crazy Raccoon, they do not care. Sending it right next to T1. Raining trying to get some shots on the opposing side. It does manage to take down Anonix. Raining now looking in, focused in. Crazy Raccoon just taking casualties. JDG other side does manage to steal it away, but the rocks are going to slow this one up. Crazy Raccoon slowing down. They're going for this dip. T1 going to stop off, jump out, and say, we've got momentum and we're going to finish it. Comes in, runs right on top of him, and Crazy Raccoon is done.
Oh, get your points where you can, T1, and they'll actually be able to reset off of this. It looks like, I think the only teams that are really having angles into this are Virtus Pro, and Virtus Pro's got their own problem to deal with in the form of 4 a.m. They're going to try to clean them out, and they'll find the first knock on a Spaceman.
This has just shifted the entirety of the firefight a few meters further forward, and that is it. Push coming now out, new angle, VP. Finding kills, finding space. 4 points ahead right now on a weakened 17 gaming, and they want to close this. There's an opportunity for so many more points externally from this, but they also know VP is aware they've got the man advantage, and 17 is weak next to him.
That's a flush. Never mind. Okay. Whoa, HSM tries to throw the grenade. Gets the guy coming down. No. Nice follow-up from Lucarux, and Nixie will finish him off. So Virtus Pro, we were wondering if they were going to look strong coming in. So far, it has been battle after battle from the C2 pop, and they have been delivering in a big way to the tune of 6 kills.
17 just has to watch the kills continue to stack up. They hear the firefight. They know it's close, but they just can't do anything about it. Supers trying to find some more control over territory. They still need to get in the circle. They have at least managed to shoo T5 up to the north. The other side of T5 going to be wrapping pretty close to Na'Vi. Petrichor Road needs to get inside the circle, but they're being held out by JDG.
Boy.
Circle 41 alive in phase number 3 as this one's almost 50% water.
There's a lot of loot right there. It's T1 got dispatched by E-Arena in a well-placed mortar. Unfortunate for them that they got kind of pinned down in a bad spot, but they did manage to get the kills on the Crazy Raccoon, at least. 3 making noise. We haven't really talked about it yet, but you want to know who's laughing right now? Team Liquid. They did the long, slow rotate from all the way in the north over here on the eastern side, and that C3 popped right on top of them. They had their choice of where they want to play, and they are coming up huge right now.
17 down to 1. Looks like they wanted to play aggressive into anyone's legend. Realizing maybe the game was slipping away, VP was finding too many kills, so they needed to take care of anyone's legend. Now, down to just Winbo. Can he clutch up for his squad? Because anyone's legend, that is not a hornet's nest you want to kick.
Yeah, I mean, they're about to be in blue zone as well. You saw Winbo has a vehicle there. I'm not sure what his tire situation is, but it looks like it might be bad enough to where he's going to stick around and see if he can maybe take this 1v2. As you see everybody else, the new circle does center up pretty much the only place it could. So I think everybody was expecting that one after the C2, C3 hard shifts that threw everything out of whack. Wembo trying to make a push here, but he's gotten shot at by Batulins. Wembo will get taken down, but Twisted Minds still causing problems for anyone's legend.
Oh, this is big EU game right now. VP finding space away from 17, and Twisted has got control over most of farm. Yeah, they do have super, but that's just holding like the external building that is kind of off on its own. It's an island, not really part of the compound, but it is still quite strong. We do have Na'Vi that has to move in from the Milta hillsides. Bit of a wrap coming up from T5, but JDG and VP, anyone's legend, all going to be our movers.
Also looking at these Myth and E-Arena 2-2 splits, we'll see how long they stick with those. I think they should be able to get away with it for now. It's really just kind of a question about where Fair on 5 decides to go, but we do have the VP, and let's listen into how they're dealing with JDG on the south side.
They are in. We cannot see them, they're not peeking.
Right in here. I can see them full open. Can you check how many active? They might take my shack. I need to kill them.
I see 2.
Yeah. I'm full right in here. I can see them full open. Can you check how many active? They might take my shack. I need to kill them.
I see 2.
Yeah. 3. 3 guys on green. 4. It's 4. I hear 4.
You can play into.
Can you mortar them? Do you have a mortar?
Yeah. It's in Beamy's car.
Beamy, can you mortar them?
It's in your coop. I have a pencil.
Ah shit. I see all 4 of them on green.
It's fine. Kurexi, you have car on orange, Kurexi. Maybe you can run for it.
Yeah,
I'm running light.
The problem is...
Yeah. They're looking for you, Nix.
I know. They can't do shit to me. They're just...
That is the perfect way to use that. I love that.
It's a dicey situation. Well, Na'Vi finding their own dicey situation. They're having to push into this farm spot where Twisted Minds was having the 2-2 split, but Toolins is going to go down, but the trade does come through onto Ferris. For example, we'll try to return the favor with some well-placed grenades. Molodok and Lou on the south side really can't get into a spot where they can support this, though, so it's really all on Lou.
Yeah, Twisted holding this very wide split, it made them a bit more vulnerable. Na'Vi realized that, but with the way the circle is set, has shifted back over into the west so far. I'm not even really going to be in it. Supers is like laughing. They're enjoying this. Hey, we're just going to cut out. You guys be fine. Moves over next to the other duo of Twisted, and that's its own problem.
Yeah, example goes down, so that's the north side done. And now Lou and Molodok, they're in a 2v4 against a completely separate team. Na'Vi do get their man back on his feet, and they're back up to 4 strong. They will finish off these 2 kills before turning their attention over towards the north, I would imagine. Is nice shots. Actually, Lou will take down Rex. I think that was a knock from Na'Vi to start things off, but the Supers trying to fight their way through, but the duo from Twisted Minds holding strong.
Na'Vi's got control over everything into the north, and so now it is just about Supers and how much damage they can do over here. Can they survive? Nade's now starting to come out from T5. It's going to be JDG and rotate. Doesn't really connect the way that they want to, and JDG just managed to come in full authority. Now going to be gatekeeping out T5 on this point.
And keep in mind, Virtus Pro has been watching this. They know that JDG is doing this, so they might be able to put themselves in a spot where they can third party. So third on 5, got to be quick about it. Nice grenade from Fluky will take down Cold as Suze is burning up in the top, and he looks like he's just going to survive.
Full aggressive push coming out from T5. Defense on the other side of it. Finding some vulnerabilities. JDG starting to falter a bit. Just down to 1 and a smidgen of life. So T5 looks like they're going to take a second reset while JDG resets on top.
All right, slowing down here a little bit as third on 5 can get Rossid back on his feet. They'll smoke out their other teammate, get him over, and make this a 4v2 push up in the top. It doesn't look like Virtus Pro is very interested in coming down here in third party. They actually like the spot that they're in over on the west, so they'll just hang out there for the time being. Yeah, no real reason to. And then plus, it's hard to third party this, isn't it? It's nice grenade from Xgroza. They read them like a book. December 12th goes down, and now it is down to just one player left for JDG.
T5 finding some momentum early. This is a very clean firefight for the time being, as long as they can finish it off, and they do. That is 4 kills, no losses, just some armor and attrition. Ranger X now playing over into the west. Means that VP probably spotted him out. We are down to 32 in phase number 5. We've got a lot of fields down to the southeast, and we've got farm in play, but the hillside where E-Arena is at is center point.
Worth noting the I-26 V6 still up for Petrichor Road as a snake up in the northwest, and the duo from Twisted Minds has been able to hold off supers for the time being. It's still unfriendly neighbors, but they're alive, and that's all you can really ask for here. Is Jacob will get the knock on the Fluky, but they should be able to get him back up pretty easily. And E-Arena get the compound. So remember what we were talking about at the beginning of the day. E-Arena, it feels like they kind of need things to go their way, and when they do, they're able to capitalize off of it. But it doesn't get much more going your way than this, as they have the only compound dead center circle. But can they get kills off of it too? That's the question.
The way that these hills lay make it a bit more difficult. All these squads on the outside kind of stacked next to each other, most notably what we're looking at right now with Twisted Minds and Supers. Twisted doing a good job on surviving. Just Molodonk and Lou left. They've been picked apart after their 2-2 split was exploited earlier, but Supers, they want some points. Harassment's going to be coming out from, I can't tell if that's Myth or Team Liquid, one of the two of them. Now, northern section of it, Navi's trying to rotate. It's going to be anyone's Legends taking shots at them. That could provide enough cover for Footsteps to allow him to walk in, and Molodonk takes it. Good response coming up from Guman, though.
Oh, this is tough for Supers, though. They do get Molodonk in the end, and Lou, he's going to be on fire in the closet. Probably will survive here. But Supers, yeah, just a really difficult fight trying to get rid of those last two players from Twisted Minds, and they're third on 5 now. They are just getting absolutely roasted. They try to make a way into that circle, but everybody was looking towards them. And Virtus Pro doing a really good job of just area control over here on the western side.
Remember, we did see that Nixie was a bit nervous because he had some friends so close in JDG, so they were watching that, spotted out what happened to T5. Now there's nowhere for T5 to go. They've just got to drive across. Easy pickups coming up for VP, but the kill count continues. VP at 10 right now. They've managed to get a 12-point lead over 17, who's just dead and watching.
Oh man, 17, this has got to be brutal to sit here and watch, knowing that the two teams that you were in there chasing with are still 4 alive and fighting it towards the end. Virtus Pro being being way more active, obviously, with 10 kills right now. E-Arena, though, they're still in the best spot as Twisted does eventually go down.
Team Liquid having to deal with Myth, trying to cross the road, does find some vulnerabilities, but I mean, Myth just playing this very clean, down to just Cowboy and Luke. There's also the potential for a third party coming in from VP on high ground. Luke can't really peek too much more, and Myth, this is where they thrive, bouncing from hillside to hillside. Their communication is so good. Up to the north of this, we also have Super just trying to get in the circle. Navi trying to gatekeep them out.
This is really nice from Myth. They're just systematically dispatching of Liquid. Didn't take a knock in the process, but they're also making sure that they avoid the line of sight of E-Arena. So you see a few shots being taken by Lyrics. That BRDM looming large right now as Cowboy just alive via the grace of the smokes. Let's see if he can find somebody, but Kiss is going to spot him out.
As long as Cowboy can survive, it's going to cause more problems for Myth, and he is just doing it. He's somehow, with near on no ammo left, getting some damage. Cowboy does get the knock on a kiss. Well played off of that. There's no assistance, no third party. It is just Cowboy. If he wants to survive here, he has to do it himself, and there is just no way. Too many numbers. Myth now has a path into the new circle.
Just asking a lot, and now that shift actually pulling away from Virtus Pro, so it's going to be interesting to see where they decide to go, because the north side kind of controlled by that four-man squad of Na'Vi. They've got a great ridge line to play outside of here, and if they can finish off Guman, they will be all by themselves up here, and it looks like Virtus Pro might be looking more towards the south.
I mean, the Myth side of this will be the vulnerable side. Arena's got the defended positions to play from. Na'Vi is kind of caught up dealing with Guman, still alive, holding something to play from, and I think that what VP wanted is that little bit of a ravine that Myth has already moved into. So VP can just walk into the firing line of Arena and maybe try to outshoot it. Depends on how their utility is sitting, but this is definitely a hard rotate coming up for VP.
That's a wild first game, isn't it? Once Guman goes down, if Guman goes down, it is going to be just a straight 4v4, v4v4 for the win. All full strength squads, and all of it kind of dictated by Arena in the compound that they're in. Now Virtus Pro, they're starting to knock on the door. And will Arena be ready to answer?
I love this, using this smidge of a hillside and slowly creeping up, trying to get as much information as they can, see if maybe they can get a throwable in a window, figure out exactly where they need to smoke off. Arena, they've set their defense heavily against the VP side of this one. That's given Na'Vi way more breathing room and also allowed Myth to come in. Here's the counter smokes against the windows. That's going to allow VP to maybe make a more aggressive move down. Already also reading that the external wall could be a problem. It's just everything. Every aspect of this is getting smoked. There is no vision for Arena, and now here come the nades. This could open up anything, and VP getting closer by the second.
Oh, they actually hit one onto Opons, so that is going to open up a door, as now the grenades in return will come out. That was great smokes on the part of Virtus Pro. Smoke off all the angles that Arena could have possibly looked at him at. Beamy gets knocked low, but he is able to get up on the roof, and that could be huge here, as he will wait and see if he can spot somebody out. Nixie's going to go down, though, and now Myth, they're starting to come in from the south side, so Virtus Pro has to turn their attention over there.
I mean, well read coming up from Beamy on top, moving to this position, gives him a ton of control over what's going to be happening with Na'Vi, but Myth wants to try to see if they can third party. They know that they're in the vulnerable position. VP, though, on the external of this, wants to make sure that nobody's going to be wrapping around from him. Na'Vi already reads it as well. Everybody is converging on the E-Arena compound, and Beamy wants a piece. He wants a res. He wants to see that BRDM start moving, and he wants to pop it.
Yes, excellent patience on the part of Beamy there. They were using the BRDM as cover for the revive, but they're gonna get his heels tickled there a little bit by the flames, but should be enough to keep him up, as they do lose Nixie. That was 5 kills for him. Virtus Pro up to 11 now, but Beamy just attention drawn in every different way. Opons will go down, and he's gonna get flushed out. Na'Vi now knocking on the door as well.
Target-rich environment for Beamy, to say the least. Myth now getting into a control position, but Beamy spots out Baron, gets the knock onto him. Fairest playing the point man for Na'Vi. Other side of this one, they found the weakened approach. Everybody from VP is playing more to the south. They're worried about Myth on this approach angle, while also having to contain E-Arena literally underneath of them. So Na'Vi has more pathing options into the north, and they are just watching as it is going to be yet again Beamy on top, finding Myth.
That's a good trade from Beamy, and a good smart play by him to just immediately start recycling that smoke to cover himself from the north. We'll maybe have an opportunity to drop down and go for this res, but that is going to be dangerous times for sure.
It's a bait. He was going to have to take it, though. He wants to see if maybe he can secure some more placement points, going for some flushes. No. Nurin spots him, and that's going to be all she wrote. Great push, though. You got to respect the technique coming in from VP.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, they go out early, but that is still 11 kills and job done for them for game 1. As now Na'Vi and the rest of the boys are moving in from the north side. They've got the most control over center dot, and E-Arena still having to deal with Myth. They do lose Jacob, but they're still 3 up. They still have that BRDM.
Mission accomplished for E-Arena, in second place right now, just 10 points behind a VP. On the other side of that, look at this. Big come-ups from Na'Vi, Myth respectively in 11th and 13th, 7 kills apiece. Made in Thailand approaching from the southern side of it, and it's going to be Na'Vi on top. E-Arena just trying to peek every single time and get punished.
Does feel like this is setting up to be a Na'Vi win, but they have to be careful. They can't get too overly aggressive here trying to get these points. You don't want to lose guys and have them immediately flush. Nice grenade from Scappy, perfectly cooked. Lyrics had no chance.
This has just been very efficiently played from both sides. South and North, Maiden Thailand finding more and more kills. This is a big steamroll for them off the start, moving into just the edge and playing around the outside. But you can see that Navi's got at least a foothold in the compound. But I mean, this is like a stranglehold once you bring in a BRDM. And you're like, nah, this is mine. We can kind of move however we want to. And the shots coming out are going to reveal close range for that.
Yeah, these BRDMs have just been looming so large over this grand final. And once again, we see one in the late game as Baron just trying to use the Dorito to get a little bit of a peek over the top of the smokes to see if we can figure out where the Na'Vi boys are. Kiss, though, he's going to run into Ferris, gets knocked low while he's on fire. That is dangerous, and he is going to go down to his own Molotov. It might have been Ferris shooting it out of his own hand, and that's bad luck for Kiss, but Ferris doing a hell of a job being the point man here for Na'Vi, playing the wall.
This is just Ferris playing dirty, dude. He is just wrecking everything around him, feeding the information on every bit of movement to the guys externally from this one. Spyro did go down. Scappy at least found some vulnerability. Try to turn this. Baron's still trying to push up against E-Arena. This has just gotten messy on every single side. Scappy also finds Hakatori. Maiden Thailand's not done yet.
Oh, Baron, he pulled out that C4. I was wondering if he was maybe thinking about doing something crazy. Scappy does go down in the end. Good shot for boosting. But Na'Vi, this is what we're worried about. They're down to 2. Good eyes from Ferris, though. We'll spot out Baron, and that's going to be it for Myth. They'll find Pathapon. They'll get the win. Big game for Na'Vi to start things off on our final day of Grand Finals.
I mean, that was big in like 5 different categories. This is VP coming up big. Na'Vi coming up big. I mean, Myth finding something that was so messy and chaotic. Kalaris, Mark, what did you guys even see in that? Because I feel like we missed something because it was like squads just dropping like flies.
The perfect timing on the transition from Na'Vi to the north of that compound, I feel, and being able to clean it out. But yeah, it did get pretty dicey, especially for the teams getting sandwiched. Mark, looking at how E-Arena was situated in this compound for so long, but is not able to take it because of the big collapse.
Well, we see Arena get wins from compounds. I'm surprised, unable to kind of get out, but the immediate teams closed in, and when they started encroaching, they're unable to move. And I think you just noted there, hit the nail on the head for me. That Na'Vi move on that north side was critical for them. If they tried to play across the east, they would have died. VP had the high ground, and they put themselves on the ridge. And at that point, Na'Vi was like, this is our game.
Yeah, perfect timing to do it as well, Poro, when you look at it. Even if it was versus pros or E-Arena smokes to delay that fight on down, that limits the lines of sight for the Na'Vi to be able to push forwards. They could even offensive smoke themselves and make that move go down, but being able to hold it, Boostic and Ferris towards the end looking fantastic with the boost.
Just an excellent patience on display by Na'Vi there for sure. Just you know, you get to that late game position, right? And you have this you have this ridge line. You got all 4 alive. You see all this craziness going on in front of you. You get a little bit antsy, and you think that you want to go in there and maybe third party that, get some points. But they showed that discipline to stay back. They realize they are in a good position. We're going to get points regardless of what happens. Let's make sure we get the win as well.
That said, at the very top of the leaderboards, Matrim, Virtus Pro with a big game to start things off. That is scary for the rest of the teams here.
I mean, that's a big game. This is a confidence booster. This is just kills. This is saying, we can take on anybody in this lobby. E-Arena doing it on the other side, making it later stages now in second. That means that it's going to be a very pissed off 17 Gaming moving in game number 2, and I'm excited.
Not wrong, not wrong. There was some big moments here for this game for sure. The fact that Virtus Pro hit some nasty shots, but so was Na'Vi as well. EMEA is gaining some real steam across all of these PGSs at the moment, when I didn't actually know, Mark, how we were going to come into these PGSs, quite honestly. I thought that it was going to be totally Eastern dominant, and we did see a little bit of that through these PGSs, but EMEA's turned up the heat.
Yeah, we were talking in agreement about this, wasn't we? It's about, I suppose the expectations are, we don't play as much TPP. We're very much an FPP. We change over, and it was like, well, we're gonna struggle. And we even heard it in that Battalions interview at the PMI at the end of last year. It's like, well, it's going to take us half a year to kind of get things rolling, understand what the secret sauce is of how to break down a new game style. But I'm with you. Like, after that Na'Vi win for PGS2, I think that really kind of set the sights now for some of these teams to go, actually, do you know what? If you can do it, so can we.
in all, it says to me, never underestimate a European winter. We'll stay inside and stay cozy and play video games all day, every day. Don't like that, Matchroom?
And never try to push into, what is it? Was it Eastern Europe in the winter or whatever else it is?
Correct.
Yeah,
Very correct.
They're holding strong. But again, I mean, Poro, you talk about it all the time. Game one, who wins?
I mean, like, Virtus, they might not win the game, but I think they might win the battle here. The war.
Navi. You always talk about Navi game one.
No, well, Navi game one's is becoming a thing for sure. But I mean, hopefully they'll be able to string more than just one early game back together. But yeah, nobody comes in to the day more ready to play than Navi, it feels like. But they also tend to kind of fall back down to earth eventually. But look at Boostic, 734 damage, 6 kills. I don't want to take their flowers away from them right now. They just won.
Well, it's Scrappy! Scrappy! He takes the flowers away. He stole them, he did. Like a scrappy young individual, but there you go. Man of the match for Scrappy. The thing is that this could have been Boostic. This could have been Nixie, considering he also did 1,000 damage, but it will be Scrappy in the end. Myth, we didn't talk about them too much from this one, but they did do a fantastic job of being able to come in from that south side. So very happy to see that, considering they were almost able to take a PGS throughout the proceedings here for this first circuit. Coming into today being 15th place and kind of just saying, okay, let's feel a bit more carefree about how we're going to approach things. I think that's impressive. But if I'm getting word correctly, I think we have an interview with Navi. So I think we might be able to check in with Spiro and see what he has to say after this victory, right?
Hi guys, it's Bill. I'm standing here with Navi Spyro. Hello, good to see you.
Hello.
Well, the grand final day, this is the last 5 matches we're going to play, and you're ready to finish the first one. How's the team? You guys seem to be looking pretty excited for today.
В фіналі у нас буде 5 матчів, останні 5 матчів. В цьому нас виглядає набагато краще. Команда виглядає дуже зарядженою. Що взагалі відбувається всередині команди?
Ми не маємо ніяких очікувань, ми просто підкреслили для себе кілька помилок, які ми допускали в минулому дні, та з новим диханням війшли в цей день.
We don't have any expectations for today. We just highlighted some mistakes we did yesterday, and we came with like it's a new day, and we just came here to play our best game.
Just came to play your game, and you got the first chicken. Congrats, all right? Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Easy.
Good old waves coming out. Yeah,
we
good
got
to
it
hear
easy.
from Spiro as well. What?
Wasn't it? She dropped
Another
it
double?
easy there at the end. No double wave though.
I know, no double wave for Spiro. But you know what? Good to hear from Spiro here, all things considered. I don't think they're going to be in the title race for this one here, Poro, but it feels like their job was kind of done throughout PGS2 for sure. And their job might be done, and they might be able to chill out with some good old Xeno point after this as well. What do you think about that?
I don't think they're going to be playing. They might be playing. That might be actually fun to get in there and just see who's going to be the real damage dealer. As we saw, just give Ferris an M249. You saw what he was able to do that last game with it. That was actually pretty impressive.
It's actually kind of funny because a lot of teams will play other games or different modes like that, just so that way they can work on the comms. Because if you're dealing with something unexpected or having to figure out a new way to communicate, and just instead of being like, hey, they're at the yellows, now you're looking at a whole new building set or something else like that, and you've got to figure out a way to convey there's something there. So if you're ever wanting to build synergy with your friends and stuff like that, trying different games can sometimes actually invigorate it.
Hey, look, right, when we're hanging out at events, what are we doing? We're not commentating in the background together, are we? We don't
talk about what we were doing in the background.
Okay, fair. Golf for some, not for me. Anyway, sorry, I don't know why I did that. We've got ourselves Miramar on the cards coming up. Miramars have likewise been quite spicy over the last couple of days here. Poro, what are your thoughts before we head on in?
I mean, right off the bat, 17 Gaming's got to do something. They've got to have a response. They just got punched in the mouth, and they need to get up off the mat and show that they're still in this, because otherwise Virtus Pro, E-Arena, they're going to start stepping away.
Matchroom, your thoughts?
Only thing I can say is I can't wait to see how Miramar is going to go because, yeah, 17's got to get something back, and we're going to get the Luchador boy in there.
Oh, no.
It's going to be our home turf.
El Diablo.
Oh, God. I'll get the mask. I'll get it on. Let's head to the largest golf course sand trap in history, Miramar, as we have ourselves the second game of the day. It will be game 12. It's me and Mark bringing you all the action from Miramar.
El Diablo. I love us.
I heard you in the cups as well.
Do you know what? I said to the production team, and big shout to them, I didn't know exactly where it was. They showed me. And then I was like, that's the bigger one. I don't think we saw that one yesterday. And then we found there's more of Claris around the map of Miramar.
Oh, of course. Yeah, yeah. Actually, also, the physique of the man in the picture, exactly identical to me, just so you're aware. Just so everyone's, all on the same page. Good, good.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Game number 12, match number 12, or 2 for today, is coming in from a northwest down towards a southeast. So through the heart, through the soul, that is Miramar. A really good flight path for these teams to kick things off.
Yeah, not bad at all. Of course, our eyes are all focused on the fact that Virtus Pro 1 point shy of 99. And if it weren't for E-Arena surviving as long as they did in that compound, can you imagine the lead at which this team would have been building up over what is effectively, let's just call it how it is, basically 6 games out of the 11 that they've played, because those first 5 were a bit of a shambles. However, what a revelation we've seen from them so far, and they can have Los Leones all to their lonesome, getting those cars from the periphery, and then getting back in there for good old loot.
Yeah. One more point. It was looking good for Beamy, but he got denied. But a good potential start lead for them. I was really intrigued as well to see that actually VP clashed with 17. And Nixie getting that opening knock on Tianjin is a real statement for them, especially how they wanted to continue applying pressure. Obviously, other teams look for that compound as well. This zone's a little bit more of a statement. It does go quite early in the flight path down towards that west side, so lots of unplayable. And then obviously in that south side that you mentioned it yesterday, obviously we've got T1 holding a massive grasp on Monte Nuevo, but actually now they might collapse on in and try and lock that down, knowing that teams will come in. And then we've got to look at that sort of high ground. Where do these teams situate up? Because it's going to come down to who can rotate there first.
Yeah, I'm always a big fan, actually, when you have this kind of drop of actually taking the high ground of Monte Nuevo, on the south side, and actually using that to your to a leverage. I know that allows teams to move in below you, and they can negate the lines of sight that you do have on them. But it's still, I do like me some high ground, for sure. There is a lot elsewhere that you're kind of referencing from all of this. But I do wonder... If you're going to take out some of the closest competition, you take out Tian early, that's like taking them out of the kneecaps, man, at these kinds of games. Looking at being able to find that kind of scalp early in a game like this would be spectacular. And for a lot of these teams as well, they're going to know that 17 Gaming exactly where they're going to be rotating in from. Maybe some might be looking their way as well, because they are also a huge contender.
Yeah, they are a huge contender. And I think Na'Vi find themselves in that huge contender spot now. That jump from 13, 14 all the way now up towards 63 points is not to be shied away from. I think they might put the pedal to the metal now in this game as well. And for Na'Vi, especially recently, we see them very quiet early game. And they sort of activate this sort of mid to late game, as you said. They sort of swept in on that north side of match number 11. I think that was critical movement for them just to close out that game. They'll be looking at this zone, actually, how do we get in? How do we rotate our way around? Because they do have, as you say, the likes of 17 in front of them. They are going to have an understanding of how 17 are going to move. So Na'Vi might have more of a delayed approach in here. As we get an opening knock. And it's an opening knock and flush here for Team Liquid.
Well, Baron, I mean, a lot of these teams down towards the bottom of the lobby really can't expect to be getting 50 points plus on a moving goalpost and then be able to leapfrog what is going on at the very top. So it's a lot of pride on the line for those teams trying to get into that top 8 here, trying to get themselves some decent prize pool as well. But exactly what you were saying about Na'Vi, right? I said it whilst we were watching the game, when there was about 6 or 7 teams alive for me, Na'Vi's that sleeper team that's going to be able to come in and really shock the system for a late game like that, because they had so much room to work with on their northeast side of that circle, and then a perfect entry point on the north side of that compound as well. As we take a look back at some of the more important moments of that game, and you can see some of those rotations that do occur. I mean, this move that they made down there was anything but a sleeper move against the team on farm. But they're just so clinical and so concise about how fast they're able to make those attacks. And sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes teams are set up very well for the defense. But Na'Vi, more often than not, they win out the fights.
Yeah, and if you look at the speed of decision making, the pings are going down, the lines are going down, they know the exact line of approach they want to do. They're really good at overloading, so they literally took apart Twisted Minds. I don't think they were ready for that level of a crash coming in so quickly. And then as soon as they cleared that, you can see the movement again, you see the pings, and then you see, this is the big decision making. I was tunnel vision. I was team VP in that compound. I was like, we're going to win this one out. We're getting a win. And you were going in my ear, no, sleeper team. I was like, I don't want to admit to the sleeper team because Na'Vi were wrapping around and a zone shift, they reacted to it. And it's that reaction that sometimes makes teams look really, really strong.
I like that bit where you didn't admit that to me until on air. I like that.
I don't mind. I can hold my cards up. I don't mind. I was team VP. I was team Beamy on top of that roof with a Panzer.
Close to your chest, pocket aces, but didn't quite work out. I beat you on the flush. All right, okay.
I'll take it.
Beat you on the river or something like that. Anyway, never mind. I haven't played poker in a little while. But beat you with a flush. That would be more accurate. But anyway, it looks like the pocket aces for that game ended up being Na'Vi. They got themselves into a brilliant spot, brilliant moves, brilliant gun skill as well towards the end. And for a position like this, they are going to be playing edge play. But they don't mind that. They don't mind that style, backfilling in and teams that are going to be like 17 Gaming on the route that they are currently taking on Twisted Minds. So to be confident and be able to take that route, it's okay. But look, maybe Virtus Pro can do some damage to their biggest rival in the lobby at the moment.
Go around. I love Beamy just sort of waited. He's coming around one more time. I'll get him on this one. Before just beating an able to get the traction. Different approach here for VP. They're opting to go obviously from Los Leones. They're coming down to that south. They're going to take that south approach, and we know obviously with the Mirage, plus you've got the map stream, you can see a lot of teams will always use that style of road, that style of approach. So VP, I think, looking at this as a opportunity, just a one, congratulations, make 100 points. But two, see if they can pick apart other teams. And I think for the moment, they're thinking, is the rest of the arena ahead of us, or are they behind us?
Yeah, actually, if we do get to talk to Virtus Pro after this, I would love to know if this was targeted, slightly targeted, because they know that Puerto Paraiso and that split is E-Arena territory. We've seen them at PGC win 2 games from that location because it's their home spot, because they like to hunker down on a compound. So if you can catch a team like E-Arena on a rotation where that really isn't their forte, taking those fights in those kinds of scenarios, if Virtus Pro targeted that, I'm actually going to ask Bella to see if we can get some intel on that, because that's really important.
And then you can see the targeting of getting rid of the blue chip as well. So for those that are not sure, obviously, why they were shooting the car before they left, that was to deny the opportunity for E-Arena because they are the closest team to them. So I'm with you 100%. I feel like it was targeted. I feel like they know how they're going to rotate. And instead of coming in from Los Leones, going to that north side of Chimicera and coming in that sort of normal road, that normal path, they've opted to go south. They've opted to take on their closest contender.
Keep going, I'm typing to Bella.
You type away. Okay. Arena, though, having taken a different path as they now move back in towards the south side of Chimicera, knowing and understanding that the VP is ahead of them. It does put them close towards Petrichor Road, who is taking that south approach as well. So a few more teams will clash. The rest of these teams are centralized up. But there is a lot of room for movement in the south, as we do have kind of Death Valley. These teams will get a little bit more height, but 1 minute 50 away before we see where this zone shifts.
All right, typing is concluded. To Empress Bella. With Virtus Pro coming in on that far west side as well, now E-Arena has had to basically shift and just kind of go straight directly towards middle over some rougher terrain. And also what's problematic for them is with that slowdown is that they actually have some other teams coming in behind them as well. So there is a world where E-Arena is going to feel a little bit more uncomfortable about a potential sandwich situation, but they do have lyrics in the air. That will give them some decent intel as well as to whether or not the ground ahead of them is dangerous or the ground behind them.
We'd ask them to get back on the quicker pathing, take the roads. They're going to be able to scout these compounds like Chimicera and try and find these little spots that we see teams sort of situate themselves in, and they don't have to worry about it as long as he is ahead. And the moment he starts taking shots, because again, gliders work both ways. You can scout information, but also if people start shooting at you, you are scouting information the same way. You're gaining intel actually where these teams are sort of situated. So again, I think he's just spotted Na'Vi. You can see the team now also moving a bit more back towards the west.
I have to ask you, after watching PGS 1 and 2, was this the eventuality you thought was going to occur? Because I had no bearing on the idea that Virtus Pro was going to be able to win this after what I saw in the first 2 weeks.
No, and even at the end of day one of the finals, like your VP are down there and they've had a bad start. But the Phoenix rises from the ashes, and VP, as you guys said in PGS 1 and PGS 2, the expectation was high for them. They've come off the back of a really strong year where their momentum had grown through 2025 and to the end, getting results, coming into this one, and the amount of time they've also put into that transition towards TPP. All of the guys have been streaming, even the coach have been streaming a lot, so they've been learning, putting the hard yards in. And for that reason, rightfully so, I think expectations are high, but it just didn't deal the damage needed when it came down to LAN. So they've learned the lessons in PGS 1, PGS 2. We now come into 3, and that second day, that transition day, that was huge. I think that sort of breathed confidence back into them, and it clearly breathed the zone back their way as the zone shift comes back down towards the southwest. Still huge amounts of unplayable in the west, though.
What a spot to have on the Trident, considering the circle shift overall. It's always fun in these circles because you see some people actually committing far west up onto the hillsides and next to the unplayable, and that can also sometimes pay dividends. But it's interesting, right? Because I thought Virtus Pro, I thought it was going to be, the answer would be no. I thought it was going to take more time for them to customize themselves. That said, though, now I think about it, Ibby, one of the OGs of 2018 PPP, second place in 2018. So useful to have, but DL is going crazy here against Petrichor Road, and this is a huge problem for Petrichor Road. They've been caught on that south side rotate as DN Supers was coming in behind them with all of these rotates having happened. So for Petrichor Road, I don't know, 2 bad games at the start of this, and now being effectively 30 points behind your leaders, I think that they are not winning 2 out of the 3 here.
It's just blowing hot and cold. That's the problem. It's a shame. It is a shame because they look good. But it's just the inconsistencies we're seeing game. I suppose even game to game, not even day to day at the moment. So the Azubas do clash. They do catch some. They obviously have to scout their way forward. And back to your point, though, against VP, I'd actually include the rest of the EMEA region in that. Like, I think the expectations are we was going to have a lot of a slower start to the first half of the year. Maybe even the early parts of the second part of the year. And actually, we was only really going to start sort of blooming a little bit later on. And I think, again, with that Na'Vi win, I think the rest of the guys have gone, do you know what? If Na'Vi can do it, why can't we?
Yeah, they've soaked it in quicker than maybe I expected. Some good old germination here for these teams from EMEA, and I'm happy to see it. If Virtus Pro wins this, I've got ideas in mind, my friend, based on what we have seen here so far from EMEA across PGS2 and PGS3. But Vitality is another one of those teams that's constantly actually challenging quietly for the 6th, 5th places here and trying to get things a-rolling. And you know, they're kind of flying under the radar a little bit compared to some of the other teams that are showing these extremely bombastic, high-level kind of point gains. But Vitality's still there, clocking away.
Sleeper team. Again, I think for them through the year, this year should be about growth. And if they continue at these sort of getting to the finals, they continue working in that sort of mid to high pack as well, you've got to put them on for a title race at some point.
And I expect that they have been told, hey, if you do well at EWC, there's a big bonus in it for you. I don't know the terms of their contract, but I can imagine that might be a thing, because Vitality is in the race for the actual EWC trophy in its entirety up against the Falcons, right? So that's probably a huge deal to them as an org.
We might see them fly out early. We might see the boot camps that we see a lot of these teams will go to, especially for the start of events. Here comes the next zone, though. And so keep an eye on that unplayable. Should see it shift away. It holds on to a little bit more, but it does hunker down on towards one side of the Death Valleys. Now, for teams that are not in here, especially not in the circle, they might look at this as the high ground is unplayable now. And it's about what can we get in the valley and keep your head down. For Team Liquid, obviously, they're going to have a lot of teams encroaching across that field between them and Team 5. So, again, they have to really hold the line and keep these arms at bay.
It's going to be a big test for Arena. One man down, also having to make the moves happen as well. But likewise, Himas is making some moves happen against teams elsewhere, whilst T1 is embroiled in a fight at the moment with 4am down on the south side. Himas is trying to go for the steal there, but doesn't quite make it happen. And seeing what else can actually go on from all of this is T1, actually might have been Himas that got the knock, and then it was T1 taking the steal. But regardless of the fact here, T1 gets the points.
T1 get their point in the home turf. This is the drop spot as well. 4am working their way in. Himas does have that high ground. Nixie gets an opening as well. So another knock. Arena not not just one, not just two.
They're
Confirmation done as well. So,
but it's huge.
Beneath the now, and again, the fact that E-Arena is dying to VP, that's going to again start a divide in the lobby. But for 17 Gaming, they have to look at this as an opportunity for them. The Grux maybe pins up the final player. I don't think he can get there at the moment. Do they just go for a full send of denial to just leave him at bay?
Well, of all teams to run into one another once again, I mean, I hopefully asked to see if we can get an idea about if that was a targeted on the rotation before, but the fact that they've been able to catch them again, the one team that is currently as close as they are to them, otherwise it's a 20-point gap. If E-Arena here completely falls to Virtus Pro, and they're the ones to benefit off of it, they're the ones to get the points off of it, this is snowballing here, Mark.
Unfortunately, Snowball's going to get the momentum. That's what we want to see. 17 Gaming, like I said, we'll be looking at this kill feed as an opportunity now for them to close the gap themselves. They are a big contender for today. Na'Vi here in the cars rotating on that south side. They're going for that reposition. Ferris, though, gets the initial shots. Unfortunately for 17 Gaming, unable to get the momentum up, but their luck of the draw means that Ferris doesn't get the connection he wanted.
Got to get the M249 in his hand here and see what that works. Of course, he's hit the car a lot. He's going to be doing quite a bit of damage to it. And he's okay, so he had like 300 rounds, so he was totally okay with going for that trade here. But Twisted Mind's going to be going for the defense as well. Tian comes around, though. He actually beats Lou on the drop shot against him. Crazy stuff. But Molodok goes and responds in kind. Unfortunately, hits Lou with that nade, so confirms him down as well. But if 17 gets railed here, then that is going to be disaster. A huge nade from Batulins.
Massive opening for Batulins on the other side. For 17 is going back-to-back games. They are struggling. Batulins finds one of the final players now as he unfortunately gets caught. He's on fire as he tries to go for the flush.
This is just a train crash, unfortunately, for 17, because even just losing casualties, even if they survive it all, they're going to be coming out alone, and it's not going to be a survival for 17 at all. The contenders to the throne at the top are dwindling as Virtus Pro is laughing upon the high ground.
And the zone shifts yet again towards Virtus Pro. The sun shines on the Polar Bears once more. Vitality have to now go for the full send. They migrate from that north side and they park on top of the roof. Only Levante will get away with that.
All right, well, that was bold. And Delwyn's going to say that was very bold. Takes him out.
Why did he get out of the car? Why did he just get out of the car on the roof?
Stick in, you know.
Oh, absolutely love it. Full beam, anyone's legend, not bamboozled by that approach. As Ranger X finds Quizzy as well. So anyone's legend know there's another knock. There's another potential opportunity for them. They are going to try and get that res back on. Grenade goes through the door. Enough one to follow as they will swap Himas over towards the Panzer. He gets pretty close. Can hear the footsteps though. Launches up on top of the other side and out the window to Narnia. It didn't hit anything. And Himas has to try and find another opportunity.
Did it go there? I think it did connect with the wall, but yeah, he was just a little bit too far away from it, or at least two walls were separating the blast from him. But there's going to be the nade going through there from Himas. Raining's going to be driving on crazy up above him here for T1 to try and thread the needle through all of these teams, knowing that there's desperate times there for that team trying to scramble towards the top as well. 64 points on the board here for T1 to try and do a little bit more, but Himas with a little bit more loot on board, a little bit more explosive action maybe coming from anyone's legend, trying to dislodge Virtus Vitality in all of this.
Good fight. Again, on the outside edge, we've got Team Liquid not too far. They're just about inside zone, but if this fight continues, they might sort of opt to try and find an angle. T5, massive rotation got to come in from them on that north side as well, as pretty much most of our other teams are already positioned up. Head of my bad, sawn off in hand. I think you're trying to draw the push in. And nice deployment of these shields. It's going to really slow anyone down coming through that front door.
Yeah, we're chilling now. We are chilling. As if they're on 5 is going to be anything but now. They are the one team furthest out of the circle at the moment. And losing tires is going to scupper some of their plans here. So they're going to have to kind of rest upon some of this roadside, which does not have good coverage against that. And 4 AM is now finished, thanks to anyone's legend once again, trying to make a bit of a dash through the middle board.
Good hold from anyone's legend. They're not making too much of a song and dance about it. They've got the split. They know where they want to try and hold, and they're not fully committing towards the compound. So I like that they're keeping multiple teams at bay. Team Vitality, Levante should have parked his car on the roof and got out. It might have been a different outcome for him, but he's down.
True.
And Twisted Minds, well, they get bodies back up. I suppose they've got a little bit of loot here, just whether they can get underneath the line of sight of Na'Vi.
Yeah, you'd hope that maybe Molodoct in his car has maybe a little bit in the trunk as well to try and help out Lou on this, because where example is, there is very few builds really to be able to loot from, right? As now, still this fight will continue. A few more nades getting charged up here by Hello My Bad, throws him on through here, but Delwyn does connect with Quizzy. Delwyn's down on the trade as well. Let's see if anything more can occur from this. Gedrox is looking for a cheeky angle himself. Oi, 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 I didn't even hear the beeping. Never mind.
It was going to go. It was a nice plant from them. I think Quizzy was trying to figure out exactly where the location was. And look, good reaction, though, from Team Liquid. I said, if they see the kill feed, they might react onto this one. And it's gone back with anyone's legend losing a body, though. They now get involved. Cowboy will find one. The other will go down towards anyone's legend. But Cowboy now knocking on the doors. As anyone legend him has to back away. The grenade gets him as well. Great connection from Cowboy.
Lovely, lovely. Not bad at all. They're looking for a bit more of a sweep, realizing that their previous compound was going to be out anyway, so now we've got to go aggressive. Now we've got to be able to make these checkpoint plays and see if we can take some scalps along the way as well. Halo with Cowboy. Cowboy with 3. Good stuff here from Team Liquid to also try and bump up through that mid board and see if Halo can get a little bit more done here. Sawn off in hand. I think they've been able to dislodge the vast majority of the threats that exist here. But even going up this hill eventually if the circle shifts away. But we've had a big hard shift towards them. So they're still in for a little while. They've still got a bit of time.
Yeah, but time is ticking. They're going to have to clear this fight because they are going to have to try and climb to the high side. We do see in the kill feed, though, obviously VP on the defense from JDG. We see other teams rotating their way around. Na'Vi, that sleeper agent, now still sitting on the south, uncontended. They want to keep the high ground. Back to keeping up this fight here. It's Team Liquid. There is time. They need to find out exactly where the final player. Here comes the charge. They stack up. They go. There's 1. There's 2. And they stack with the shotguns. And goodbye, anyone's legend. Team Liquid, good rotation. And a great call from them.
How many sawn-offs is too many sawn-offs? The answer for Team Liquid is no. As we do have, of course, Crazy Raccoon here going up against T1. Only Guion here remaining to try and do something against this. If T1 is able to go big, there is a world where they could keep pushing on up here, getting themselves onto podium, getting themselves for a big challenge, but it would be a tall ask to challenge that #1 spot right now, because the problem is Virtus Pro is still alive.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. And their competition has been axed at the feet. So they've gone Arena out, 17 out, Petrichor Road down to a single player. So it is down to kind of T1 and Na'Vi, 2 teams which I think have been playing quite well. Game #1, looking for game #2. Good positioning. For Na'Vi, they have to try and defend a Twisted Mind climbing the mountain from the east, as they keep an eye very much on that kind of VP position, because they are isolated VP. They're on a 2-2 split, and I can't see a world in which they can collapse, especially in this mid game.
Well, this is actually exactly what I wanted to talk about, Mark. The fact that Virtus Pro feels the confidence, feels the fire, feels that burn underneath them means that they are actually playing a bit more confident than they were way prior in these tournaments, right? They're like, okay, we know we're hanging with these teams. We know we can get away with this 2-2 split for a much longer time than a lot of other teams were going to be able to do so. And if somebody comes to try and deal with us, we have good reinforcing angles on these compounds. We could quite easily get to one another. And even if we don't, we're going to give them a damn good fight and get a good bunch of points off the back of it as well. It's being in that central position the way we were. So I think Virtus Pro, they're flexing right now, man.
They are flexing. And Hakatori, that vehicle is no more. Boostix finds Lou. Beamy finds Rek from DN Snoopers. Hakatori is going to go for a Hail Mary. There's not just 1, but there's 2. That is a long throw. That is a graceful throw, but it's going to be too long to be even picked up by the likes of Hakatori.
Stop jumping. You're a very predictable target if you're going to go for something like that. Maybe just the run and maybe a crouch and fall on off. But we do have still T1 holding on strong to this high ground here. Type takes down Luke 12. And the rest of Team Liquid, I think they're going to have a very, very tough time being able to try and get up this hillside at the moment. They've got a car available to them, and T1's not being too aggressive about the peek over. I think they're very concerned about multiple angles, and that is drawing their ire, drawing their attention to make sure that they can keep this locked down.
I really like this from T1. Got a good position, and they are not overcommitted. Halo committing with the Panzer. Can he commit with the shots, though? Kiss steps out. Good. He provides a kiss towards Halo, but Cowboy has to trade. Here comes the Molly, looking to try and get as close to the shack as possible. It's going to be short, though, and it's going to be down to Cowboy, but he's having a good game so far. Can he make more out of this one?
Yeah, really good aggression come in there from Team Liquid. But will Twisted Minds be able to make something happen against our previous game winners in Na'Vi? It looks like yes. Boost It goes down, start things off from Molodoct. More nades will be traded back and forth. Example with that P90. You do not want this to go down. Unless I get a Example versus Hakatori 1v1, then I'll be very happy. Gonna have to do a little bit of healing for now.
This is crucial for Na'Vi. They have to, 1, get the res, and 2, deny Twisted Minds the ability to climb. There is no other way for Twisted Minds to go. They have to run through Na'Vi at the moment, but Na'Vi have got more than one fight in their hands. They have to keep T1 at bay. Heather is lurking his way closer. And for Twisted Minds, if they can get rid of Na'Vi, it's great for them, but they've disengaged, they've backed off, they're going for the long sweep. They're actually maybe going to come behind T1. That will factor in towards Na'Vi if they can hold it. I think they might have just got away with it.
If Virtus Pro continues this, we can actually listen in. Let's listen in. I don't want to spoil this at the moment.
Watch above us.
Do you have 5? I only have 9 bullets.
I have 40.
Later.
Watch above us, guys.
Yeah, we're
We
watching.
can aggro here.
DN is dead, no? Or
Watch above us.
so.
We need to play on my ridge and don't show.
Dead center.
Watch above us, please.
Peek in from blue. Run
They
in
can
right.
peek you blue, like they can peek you
They
orange,
cannot
boys.
see us. Listen,
Guys,
we're safe from that.
watch above us.
We are watching
That's
this. They
it.
cannot peek rock. They can only
They
peek you
cannot
from
peek
orange.
That's fine. It's only rock. It's only rock.
Can orange
Yeah,
see
I'm
you?
not gonna.
Watch fuck
Miasma of noise.
You have
No.
automation?
No.
Nice.
Good zone.
They're gonna play orange line. One knock.
They're
Just-
needed. I can
One
climb
knock.
up here.
If they full
How
fight,
many
we should
nades you have?
sweep this side, no?
Yes. Yeah. We need to green ridge
That's
from
a
them.
good call.
Like
Yeah.
this green.
Yep.
Yeah.
That
Wait,
is
is
a
everyone
great
not
call
dead
from
on the
Luke
shack?
Rux.
Mid.
And now
Yeah,
here comes
that's
the T1 as
Yeah,
well.
that's dead.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
yes. Can you listen to the guy who was up
I mean, they're on
behind
track to
blue
win
game
this.
like this and he
Okay,
ran on the
everybody
drop
on the
from blue
east
wave.
side is
Fight on
going
the
to
right.
be in an
Yes,
absolute
yes.
battle at the
Do we
moment.
have car correction?
Listen.
Luke, that calls.
If they win this, Mark, this might be one of the earliest tournaments we have called since our last PNC. This is getting really, really tough. A complicated situation for everyone else in the lobby.
Did you hear that when Luke Rux called it? All of them went, what, pause? Yes, right call, right call.
Yep.
And now look at them. They're shifting their way over. Look at the mini-map. Luke Rux made the call. He knows no one else is sweeping this way. Now they're going to be on the outside edge, sweeping these teams together. And with a top 4 VP in control, this could be an explosive match 12.
Just night and day from PGS 1 and 2. The tweaks, the adjustments. Looks like Virtus Pro here is so well oiled. Just a machine firing on all cylinders. The twin turbo is revving on up here. And unless anybody can do anything about it, this bear is going to be charging forwards for a #1 spot as they already claim ways to it. And now, Twisted Minds here trying to get rid of T1 on this high ground, smoking them off, trying to move up a little bit further. But Na'Vi, they are encroaching on this position too.
It's an enemy
Look at 'em.
sandwich,
Look at
right? Unfortunately for T1, they are the meat that is the feeling. The stress in Ibby's face. He's unsettled. He knows they want the win. Example, P90 flash ready to go, but does Twisted Minds even have an idea that as they go over the hills, VP is not too far away?
More smokes, more delay, more attempts here coming on in. Example with this P90 instantly gets hit by Lukaruk in the back. They weren't aware of the angle at all. This is potentially another point for Virtus Pro. Twisted Mind goes into panic mode.
They did not know. They came over the hill and VP was there. Another one. It's a 1-2 done.
No
10
way.
kills for VP. What a move. Beamy. He's going to have to try and hold out Na'Vi on the other side. He's going to get the information, but he's got a Famis in hand. Level 3 vest, level 3 helmet, plus the ability that Beamy has to deliver is going to be huge. Luke Rux spotting out the Na'Vi player in the distance. Hakatori has the higher ground as he wants to try and peek on his way over. He's going to apply the pressure. He gets T1. There goes the re-knock.
Nah.
Their spray will come through. He goes down, backs into the corner. But Hakatori delivers too.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. What has EMEA been eating here between day to day? T1 is getting folded in on at the moment. But that said, though, Lukaruk and Raining being able to shut down the 3. It's only really on Ferris now to do something for Na'Vi to shut all this down. But Virtus Pro's on an absolute rampage here, Mark.
It is the dangerous trio of the Mia. T1 dispatched. VP at the spearhead of attack.
Oh
Na'Vi
my
will
God.
fall. A good game from them. And it's a 4 versus 1. Bring on the VPs. GG's.
It's a mauling. The bear has currently mauled PGS3, and who can deal with the strength that we are currently hearing from Virtus Pro? Are we calling this 3 games before we have even finished? What am I witnessing? Matrim and Poro joining me to talk about this one. Matrim, what is going on?
Oh, dude, everybody at the top except for VP faltering, and then VP absolutely feasting. Polar Bears running rampant, and everybody else is just walruses. Is the only sign to life that we saw outside of them was a big kill count game from T1 to put them into 4th.
Poro, what are your thoughts?
As Willie Nelson once said, turn out the lights, the party's over. Virtus Pro came in today. I don't know, just the absolute perfect mindset, the perfect measure of aggression and pulling back. Like, they're not overcommitting. They're not just W-keying into everything. They just, everything, as you said, well-oiled machine. It is looking like it is going to be an impossible task to stop these guys.
At this point, it looks almost inevitable. Look at what Virtus Pro is able to put on the battleground. Look at the control they had. We listened in on the comms. We saw as everyone in the East was corralled to one another. And this polar bear has got a bite. That is Virtus Pro taking game number 2 of the day and being able to put themselves even further in the lead. They've already been able to win 1 PGS mark in 2025 and now staring down another one here for 2026.
Anyone else is staring down the barrel of VP is a dangerous, and I think it comes back to that not just one decision, but that crucial decision that came from Luke Ruxto in the compound. The moment they identified that they can sweep the West and they can come behind the teams, we saw them completely expose Twisted Minds. They thought they were clear. They wrapped the long way around. They thought it was an instant fight between them and T1, and then no, lo and behold, they will fall, and then it was just complete chaos. But VP, a bit like this, you can't park here, mate. They took control at the right time. And I think they surprised the rest of the lobby, especially with that sweep. It's a good play from them, well controlled and well executed.
Yeah, definitely. What an absolute brawl this one was. What a Miramar for the ages, Matrim, as we watched all of this unfold. I really felt like, Team Liquid was making a good run of it up on this side, but T1 having some of that high ground really caused so many problems for teams.
I don't even remember exactly where we finished with T1. I think it was, 14 kills? It was pretty high up there, so well performed. But you guys mentioned the comms. You can sense that VP is getting this one under control. Like, if you heard the emotions were starting to get a bit higher in it, they're starting to realize this one is ours. We just can't lose it. And while there are still 3 games left to play, really it's just don't die early. Don't take any big risks. And we know that VP can play that style. They're kind of been memed about it for a long time.
Yep, I'm a little bit stuck for words, Poro, because I actually don't have many questions that revolve around other teams that aren't Virtus Pro, and we're kind of already beating this horse or this bear to death at the moment. Like, there's 24 points for them, and considering where they already were, considering what control we just saw, I'm scared.
Yeah, and I mean, look, in that game, the Circle 2 shift fell right on top of them. They had the high ground compound. It's a beautiful compound, but then, a lot of teams end up with good compounds. It's a question of what do you do with it after that. And
do you agree, Poro, that because I felt like the Virtus Pro rotation was targeted against the arena, where they were?
I think it could be. Like, I definitely think that these guys obviously know all the drop spots and rotation paths, and I think that definitely could have been something like, look, we're here now. It's an easy camp, and maybe we get lucky, maybe we don't. Like, it's not going terribly out of their way. It's not putting their game on pause. It's just something that they could have easily done just in the middle of their rotation, so they did it, and it paid off. Like, you can't ask for more than that.
Nixie up here again, but Lukarux being able to take 7, and he's the name that oftentimes kind of falls by the wayside a little bit on this roster, obviously with big stars on this team mark, but Lukarux pays off big.
It's just a control. He keeps cool, calm, and yes, we had the running jokes. We don't get more than 2 words sometimes out of him and Correxy, but they are definitely stepping up at the moment. Damage done, knocks done. Look, he got the 7 kills that was needed. But I can't keep repeating. It's the comms. There's something about this team, this event. They've learned their lessons from PGS 1 and 2. And is it a reset? It feels like a complete rebuild for this team. And
Oh, Type's gonna steal it on away, and I love it. I absolutely love it. Considering the high ground they had, match for him to be able to play this from, being able to shoot at everything that moves, and they got a really good game off it despite not getting the win.
I mean, yes, big game for VP, not arguing, but also a really big game for T1. Now in 4th place, really also with the falter that was happening in 2nd and 3rd, that's opened the doors for a couple of these other squads that are in the hunt, because we still do have, whoever's at the top at the end of the day, laurels, respect, you're the best, we love you, but there's also PGC points, prize pool, lots of stuff that we're going to be needing to look at as we move forward, and it's still a bit mixed up in there, specifically with what we saw happening with 17 going out early.
All right, time for a break. When we return, we have got 3 more games remaining here for PGS 3, but is it all said and done? That's the big question, as we're going to have 15 teams go bear hunting.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Hi guys, it's Bella. I'm standing here with no one other than Beamy. Hey Beamy, good to see you. Well, you guys are sitting high up there, comfortable, right? Well, we wanted to talk to you about the Miramar rotation. We were sensing maybe this is a targeted, calculated move. Can you tell us more on that?
I mean, we mostly just saw that the circle was pretty far west, and we just thought like we can rotate ourselves around pretty freely, and we also know that the arena is usually a slow team, so we just went there and saw if we could get a couple of extra points, and then we could just play our normal game out again.
I mean, you guys were definitely having, I think you made like 14 kills for that match too, and now you've set the bar apart. Well, I guess the Bears are back. All right, thank you for that, Beamy. See you, bye. Okay, who's the most underrated player then? Hello, Extreme. Tell me, who's the go to PUBG?
Probably Uber, I guess.
Okay, who's the most underrated player then?
That Luke 12.
Luke 12. Well, if you can team up with another team, which team would you want to team up with?
Falcons, because then we can talk smack all the time.
Which player is the most satisfying to kill in game?
Anyone who's going to kill us really quickly, so Hakatori.
Well, what Korean food is your favorite?
Ramen. Is that Korean?
Yeah, Shin Ramyeon?
Yeah. I love Shin Ramen.
You know what's up. Yeah. Okay, what music did you listen to today before?
I listened to Fuse by Skrillex and ISOXO.
Oh, nice choice. Okay, well, who's the funniest person on your team? I think I know the answer.
Yeah, it's got to be Purdy.
Purdy?
Or Alo.
Okay.
Alo is unintentionally funny.
Oh, yeah, I agree. All right, thank you, Extreme.
No worries.
Bye. Bye.
When everyone strive to reach the peak, Zoe is here, participating in every frame, perfecting the view for every battle. From Seoul to the world, Zoe strives for perfection, knowing that every frame is crucial to victory. As the tournament rages on, Zoe stands with you.
Battle, every frame.
Arctis Nova 7 Gen 2. The app called the biggest cheat code in the industry is here for PC and console. It's got real-time audio control to do crazy things.
Okay.
So use it and abuse it, you crazy person. It's the new gold standard.
Three games remaining here for PGS 3, and I didn't think coming into today we'd maybe be calling it as early as this, but will Virtus Pro hold on? They have got a clear lead towards the top. Live from Seoul, South Korea, And now looking like all these other teams are going to be on the hunt towards the top. I've got Mark, I've got Poro, I've got Matrim. We've got another game coming up here, Mark. It's going to be Tago. Can the Bears keep going?
100%. That's why I'm here. Just get the immediate luck. Not intimidating. Watch these two out. Well, they got a team Liquid. Where are they? They're nowhere. They're nowhere. VP for the win.
Well,
come on, let's go.
Yeah, they're definitely nowhere if Extreme's using Skrillex in 2026. What is going on here? What am I hearing?
I thought I was the old guy. I don't know. It's a shocker to me. I'll tell you one thing though. Like, if VP doesn't win this, we'll be talking about the most epic throw of all time. Like, having a 30-point lead with 3 games remaining is pretty intense. So I think we're going to be looking up and down the leaderboard to see if anybody else could string a couple together. T1, you just had a really good game. Now, can you build off of that? That would be something fun to watch.
Matrim, was that Poro's coping mechanism, considering he has to talk to all the EMEA guys whilst this is going on?
No, I think that we do actually have to contemplate that there is a world where that could happen. I mean, we do have 17 that's still very competitive. They can have their own pop-off 16-kill games. So you still do have to keep in mind that if VP plays too safe, they don't secure enough points, somebody can catch them. If they play too aggressive, then they can actually go down. This is a weird amount of stress to put on VP because now they have to still maintain consistency for several games while everybody is going to be targeting them, because everybody will be targeting them.
I think you make a very serious and important point, because we have actually seen, Mark, we have seen extreme swings and extreme shifts in just a few games across all 3 of these tournaments. So there is definitely still a world where people can jump back.
Yeah, we can't count a couple of these teams that are working their way up. And the 2 that come to mind is T1 at the moment, and a little bit further off the pace, and Na'Vi. Both these teams today actually having a good start to the day. And if you look at their point averages, it has been pretty high. So if we're coming to the midway point, we're coming to game number 3. If they can deliver again underneath the realms of Tago, you've got to look at VP and go, is the gap enough? Do they play it safe? And I'm with Matt. I don't know if they try and just sort of find a compound and see the games out. That's not their game style. They won't be able to play that one out.
Yeah. Teams that have got themselves okay spots on something like a Tago, right? 17, as you say, is going to be trying to kind of make a meal of it, especially since the first 2 games for them uncharacteristically meh, I think, Poro, when you think about what they are capable of and what they could do. So if Tiantian's able to start popping off, as he's gone down kind of early for this team at the moment, despite probably still being in the MVP spot, unless maybe one of the VP guys has something to talk about it in these next 3 games. We'll see. It might get closer than I think, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it might, but the problem for VP is that it's a good problem to have if you're trying to win a tournament. They're kills and damage and all that stuff is spread out amongst all of them, whereas Tiantian is kind of running the show for 17. But yeah, it's 17 found themselves chasing circles in a pretty rough way throughout these first 2 games. I don't even know if it's them playing it safe or trying to hold on to the lead that they had. I think it's just bad luck, unfortunately. So we'll see if the 2 middle maps here, if Tago and Rondo, they can find some kind of momentum in the right direction, might make things interesting towards the end. But same thing for E-Arena, honestly.
Yeah, is there a world where E-Arena, of course, we just heard from Beamy, it did seem like that was like a byproduct of a normal circle shift and a normal rotation. They're like, well, E-Arena's coming this way, we'll be able to kind of deal with them. Can you be this predictable? And if you're E-Arena trying to chase for a title here, Matra?
They don't really have too many other options, right? They're just going to have to lean into what got them here. This is one of the things where you get more experience on LAN. The more you're having to deal with like IGL changes, modifications, it's going to be much harder for them. My question is, if we have VP already going on the hunt for E-Arena, will they do the same thing to 17?
Oh, if they're a challenge, maybe. We'll see if it lines on up here. Mark, thoughts before we kind of jump in on here? We've got the player of the day. Well. Surprise, surprise. Ming won the last one.
Up there. Where are we at? You're up. Come on.
I did vibe for Beamy, and the app told me that I lost. So yeah,
that's true. Yep. I was about to say that the Western players don't win this, but Hakatori is actually very popular with the Eastern fans. So he's up there here, Mark. He's doing all right for himself.
Everyone scan that QR code and go vote for Hakatori. Come on, let's get the win.
Yeah, let's not have Ming win 2 in a row. Anyway, it is time to Tago. Let's do it. Thank you, Mark. We'll head off into the back room as we have got ourselves Matrim and Porosaurus here for Tago.
All right, time to take off. We're going over Hosan Prison and then over around just to the west of Shipyard. So, hey, clear point now. Everything's fine, so what crazy circle do we get next, Bro, is really the question.
Yeah, and in the end, how much does it even matter? Are we just we here to witness the Virtus Pro victory lap? You know what? I'm not too sad about that if it is end up being the case. They have played absolutely fantastic. And, you know, we said it coming into today, the first couple of games are really going to dictate what happens here. And Virtus Pro, I think, realizing that, they came in, as I said, with just a great mentality. It's the good thing about having the coaches that they do, right? Like, they can kind of get them level-headed and thinking in the right way when they come into the day with so much pressure on the line. And boy, they just delivered in an epic fashion.
Make sure you guys stay tuned, because with VP having this lead, yeah, first place is feeling pretty secure, but there is a world where a falter could happen or a big pop-off can happen, and there's still so many things to play for. This is the start of the year. This is the pace-setting round right now, and you want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on how points accumulate moving into PGC. Yeah, it's a long time away from right now, but so much of what we've seen and who qualifies for PGC, these early rounds, these PGC points, the accumulations that have and how they happen are so important.
You know, not to set myself up to get a whole bunch of hate tweets or anything, but going into the PGSs, we were hearing a lot about China and Korea and how much work they'd been putting in TPP and how dominant they were going to be when they got here. And look at this. Look at this. It's 2 PGSs in a row. A Western team is kind of running away with it. So this, you know, I guess practice isn't really the same as when you get on the field and start playing real ball. We'll see if how the Eastern teams respond here. Because don't forget, I mean, PGS 1, it was Petrichor Road 4 a.m. all the way to the very end. And, you know, it ended up in a tie that Petrichor Road won based on placement points. But then it's kind of fallen off since then.
I mean, 17 still holding down third place.
They're trying.
T1 back behind them.
They're trying.
It's still competitive, but not dominant. I do understand what you're saying off of it. Is Circle has popped and Shipyard's going to have 4 Angry Men in it. Vitality just going to be the west. Crazy Raccoon just to the south of that. Twisted Minds, who could use something going their way, going to be on the, I guess, not main island section inside the Circle. And then 17 Gaming, inside track to position, and maybe a Destiny if they can find a big game here.
They need to have something, just something go their way. I mean, let's start off with something small. Just win a team fight, you know, and then just start building off of that. Like it feels like they're just chasing a good positive thing to start building off of. And I mean, a lot of teams are in that same position, but not all these teams are coming into today with a shot at first. So, you know, it feels like VP is kind of running away with this, but if fortunes can change for sure, but the way Virtus Pro is playing right now, the confidence that they're showing, the fact that they're going for those camps on teams like E-Arena when they're in first and trying to hold on to that top spot just shows like they're not going to sit back and sit on their lead. They're going to continue playing the game that got them here, and that's bad news for everybody else in the lobby.
It's like we don't get a chance to really dive into it because like at this stage, VP has a massive mental battle ahead of them, because being in first in this game is its own level of stress, because you do know that everybody's going to be hunting for you. Third, fourth parties are going to come after you in any firefight you get, but you also know you can't just hang out and do nothing. You have to make sure you're securing some points per round to maintain your lead, so that way it doesn't get usurped. The other side of this means that 3 games in a row, there's going to be something in the back of your head. Every call that you do, you're going to double think. You're going to triple think. You've got to get rid of all of that. You've got to lean into the comms and how it happened last time. Whenever somebody makes the right call, everybody gets together and you commit into it. And it is a highly stressful situation, because we look at what's going on. Whenever we're in this bracket right now with the 15 games, it's 3 times the prize pool. It is so much more than what we were looking at in the last 2 weeks. And they know that. Every one of the players knows that. And it makes it so much scarier. Every single decision feels like it could spell your doom or get you there.
17. They try to make their way across the bridge, and they're going to run into the craziest of raccoons that are already sitting there waiting for the camp. They're going to lose Xiao Wu to start things off, and that is not the way to get the ball rolling in your direction, as we were talking about earlier. And not even likely to get that blue chip back either. So 17 will camp out on the other side of the river. They'll trade shots back and forth with Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, you see Team Liquid long rotation once again. But this kind of plays into how they like to play, right? They like to come in very late and just kind of make their way into the zone, playing from that edge side right now. But in this circle, it's going to be kind of weird because it's 50-50 between the north and south of the river.
What's going on with E Arena? I think that they're doing a long coastal wrap, and then they have Lyrics maybe in a glider that spotted out T1. I can't tell if it's a glider or some type of... I don't know. It looks like maybe E Arena is just trying to make sure that this is a decent pathing, but E Arena might also be looking to see if they can jump T1.
That would be shocking.
It's a boat. Yeah, see, that's what threw me off. You never see boats in this, and that's what I was feeling it could be based off the pathing. This is really peculiar.
Yeah, if E Arena decided to be hyper aggressive and try to go after this early fight with T1, that would be great. I would love it, but it would be definitely something that I would not have expected at all.
They're running straight into T1's territory, late rotate. I mean, this is weird. I don't know exactly what could be happening, but I mean, E Arena needs points, T1 needs points. Does T1 know this is coming? They do. The trap is the T1 side of it, but it's a bit further away.
Well, that's the problem. Is like if it was a glider, then maybe he would have been able to spot out T1. But the fact that he took the boat, I don't know if he did. So he's giving the call over here. But E Arena, for their part, are going to hug the coastline instead of just breezing through the city. So smart play on their part. But, oh my God!
Tide doesn't get that one. Man of the match from the last game. On the hunt for more points. E Arena would be tasty if they could get him. Flip. Wraps happening. VP in trouble. Tian spots out Nixie.
Okay, 17, this is the time. If you're going to continue to be involved in this thing, you got to take these guys out. Big knock and a flush there on a Nixie. But we've seen Virtus Pro lose guys early in the past and still find success, particularly on this map. So we'll see if the other three can get involved. Looks like Lucarux might be going for a long wrap. You see on the mini-map there, he's trying to get a more northern position, but these hills are just so difficult to play around. You just make your way in and all of a sudden there's a team right on top of you. And yes, this did pop off. E Arena, they've lost two and Lyrics is nowhere near.
He's on the island that's just next to the bigger island where we see the channel kind of commit into.
Why did they stop?
This is all Opons all over. This is where Lyrics stopped at and then gave them to go to come in. E Arena in a ton of trouble now as Opons just trapped over here.
I think they were breezing through, and we saw it right before we cut away towards 17 and 4A. I'm sorry, 17 and Virtus Pro. We saw, I think the US flipped. Yeah, it flipped, and they had to stop. And T1 just collapsed on that so fast. Arena didn't have time to reset. So this is big trades coming in for both of these teams. Really, neither one is coming out ahead, despite if they win or not.
I don't know if T1's even going to be expecting this. A boat pickup on this map is a potential, but I don't know if he hard crashed in there. T1 looks like they're going to shift into a new angle, maybe realizing something could be going on along the coastline. Lyrics now here for the reinforcement, but Opons has survived, and just look at Heather. Everybody's circling around. Arena's just got to fight this one out. That's it. That's all I can
take it back. I think both of these teams could actually stick this out because there is that revive station right behind them. So if they win this straight up, they can get there and knock players back via the blue chips. And there you go. Type will take out E Arena, and they should be able to get Ian back on his feet as well. E Arena just falling apart in the rotation.
T1 now tied with 17. That puts them into third place. Bit of a step up. And keep in mind, we also do have Tian, who has been MVP over and over and over, like qualified. Hasn't managed to pick it up yet, but he knows this is where he has to step up. He has to be the superstar for 17 Gaming. And 17 Gaming doesn't commit into a fight with VP. This is very interesting. They don't want to do too much more, and VP is going to get the res back onto Nixie due to that.
Yeah, that's actually huge. They were able to get his blue chip and get him back, and he should be able to just loot his own box, as Corexi and Beamy have kind of been holding on there and defending it on the south side. Now, the problem is going to be this next circle shift, isn't it? If this goes hard north, then that's going to create a lot of problems for both VP and 17, as they're going to have to make their way across.
I mean, Lucarix went all the way back down Hosan. He wanted to make sure that it was as safe as possible. Easy pathing back in. JDG is going to spot out AL doing a wrap, and my God, this circle pop goes all the way to the north.
Yeah, that's what we were worried about, wasn't it? And now you get to make that decision, especially if you're Virtus Pro. You've got your guy that's going to be coming in eventually off of the revive. It looks like they weren't able to stick it before the circle pops, so they're going to have to wait a little bit for another minute for that recall flight to come in. 17 immediately, I think they spotted out that Crazy Raccoon had left, so they're going to go right back down the same bridge that they lost their player on previously. Take a few shots in the back from VP as now Twisted Minds. They are going to be squaring up with Crazy Raccoon.
Trying to make a cross on this other bridge. They've got a couple of players on one side, a couple of players on the other side of the bridge, but the foothold players in Maladoct trying to make sure that they can push Crazy Raccoon away. That also did help 17, as Crazy Raccoon was a bit focused in what was happening over here and couldn't really be holding them out. 17 also was stopped right on the edge of the zone. I think that they knew that VP was going to be next to them, hoping that they could catch him, but it looks like VP is going to go to the more western broken bridge, and there it's going to be how they cross. This Team Liquid is just going to go for the shipyard bridge.
And they get away with that one too, because it looked like Petrichor Road may have been looking over in that direction, but Petrichor Road has pulled back into Shipyard. I actually sent Chewy up to do some scouting, I believe, in a boat as well. So we're going to see a lot of nautical action this time around that we don't usually get to see.
24% for Crazy Raccoon, game number 3. Always good to see. This is a map that does feed into their behaviors. Anyone's Legend getting 16% as well as, I mean, that 8% for 17 would be big. Notice there isn't a single VP selection on it.
Wild, isn't it? Almost like, never mind. It is funny watching Crazy Raccoon. Apparently everybody just thinks game 3 is Crazy Raccoon's time to shine, but you see Ian does get back in for T1, and he is going to be dropping up north a little bit close to Anyone's Legend. Also Nixie back in as well for Virtus Pro, as Virtus Pro is keeping eyes on Navi that are kind of wrapping in behind them. So there's still a little bit of caution being shown here on this western side.
VP, I mean, okay, so looking at the circle, yes, we have Yongchan inside of it. We also still have a smidgen of Shipyard, other side of the bridges. With the channel that's kind of running through the entirety of it, the circle is way smaller. We also have water up into the northeast. So Army-based hillside is going to be a focal point for it. Remember, there's a lot of trenches that run through it, kind of like irrigation water that's running from the top of it, trying to create these independent paths. Leading into Army base itself, Anyone's Legend's already got control of the buildings over there that can be ridiculously strong. So it's a north-south facing on this hillside, or mountainside you could almost say, where you see a lot of the squads can hold off very close to each other to the south, but the more you go into the north, it opens up. Much higher vertical firing lines become a key component for this. So unless we lean into the east, this is going to be a lot of run and gun and feel like that last Miramar game.
I'd love to see Vitality be able to get their 2-2 split back together, but it's going to be very, very tough. You can see where their guys are right now. They have a fantastic spot up on that hill with that compound, but having only Gedrox and Levante to hold it is asking for trouble. And the Southern duo, oh man, okay. Actually, the Southern duo might be the one that gets love here. Is Gedrox and Levante immediately hop in the vehicles. See them start making their way back down. Not a lot of teams actually having to move into this one match. Really, T1 and Navi, the only ones that don't have a foothold inside the circle. 17 going to get their man back as well.
Keep eyes on VP to the west. Navi is going to probably land pretty close to them. T1 or Anyone's Legend might wrap over there as well. Coming out of Yongchan into the foothills where we kind of see half of Supers playing at in VP, it's open there. Very open. Just a couple of trees and stuff like that. So that's why we've kind of got a line of demarcation. Nobody making the commitment into Yongchan because it's so far south, and you have to assume that you have to leave again and then have to deal with so many people in the hillsides. As yes, Corexi realizing here's the friends close in Navi.
These hillsides are so dangerous. As we've seen time and time again, you just don't know that somebody's there until you're right on top of them. Here as we see Xiaowu will drop down and rejoin the rest of his team. He's going to have all the loot in the world he wants, as they've got all of Yongchan to themselves. And it looks like Virtus Pro and Navi will be able to separate from each other on that hillside. So good ability to disengage from a fight, honestly, there.
I mean, this glider right now, you're drawing a lot of attention from players at Na'Vi while they're trying to wrap in. T1 has spotted out anyone's legend, but T1 still has to come in. They have to brute force their way. Na'Vi did spot out somebody down below him, so this is going to be a closer pathing into T1. Not a lot of options for it. Looks like Na'Vi doesn't like this. Instead, might retreat to see if they can third party, but VP spotting a couple of friends close. That's going to be even more points in the bag for VP.
Oh, just because they needed it, right? Like, okay, Supers, I guess, again, just you don't know until you're right there, and they run directly into Virtus Pro, and so now, just like that, it's down to Rex and Deal for the Supers. And meanwhile, Virtus Pro, they've got a compound, they've got hills to work around. They're going to spread out from home base and just exert a little bit of area control, try to figure out what's around them as best they can. But right now, everything seems to be popping off on the northwest as anyone's legend and T1 continue to trade, and Na'Vi is still sniffing around over there.
T1 doesn't have anywhere to go. Na'Vi is playing this a lot more aggressive on top of them. See a couple of rotates coming out. I think that's still going to be the glider on top of it all. And now it's just going to be T1 trying to see if they can get any damage back, keep some type of points. They want to really capitalize off that last game. Still finding a lot of kills, though, so T1 not done. Even if they lose out on this one, it's going to be a decent amount of points already, but Type Heather the last two, as Heather is just kind of running for the hillside and Type's being left to his own devices.
I see the kill rank there. It's honestly crazy that Tiantian is still up at the top, but yeah, I think he had 20 kills on day one, 21 kills on day one, so hasn't really been a lot since then, but having that one big day has kind of secured his spot at the top for all the way until halfway through the day 3, so we'll see if he can hold on to it here as Heather will, oh my goodness, just put him on his butt. Type also just eating a lot of blue zone right now. T1's run might be done here.
Hold on, Circle has popped and it's gone over into the east. Hard shift away from VP as well as 17 boats. Gonna have to leave Yongchan, but it's gonna be Vitality inside track position. Super's already playing over it. It's gonna be Crazy Raccoon with some control over those fields. VP doesn't have too many options to get in the circle except for the foot pushes that we were talking about beforehand. Na'Vi now leaving the firefight going on with anyone's legend in T1, getting closer to 17. VP. Massive firefight brewing over there as Little Ghost has gotten closer to Twisted Minds in their split. And Batulin's right on top of Team Liquid while this is happening.
Yeah, Twisted, I think they were just running back for vehicles so they could go join Batulins, and good news for Little Ghost as he was the tip of the spear there for 17. They'll find their way in as JDG is going to finish off Supers. They had to leave their compound as a duo, and unfortunately, once again, just running into a team on the hillside that they weren't able to see. Now, Virtus Pro and Na'Vi very close together. As we see, Na'Vi has already taken the compound, but this is all outside of the circle still.
JDG could potentially gatekeep this, and this is why this has gotten so awkward for so long. Beamy going to be closest to the blue zone, which is appropriate, as VP now has to figure out, do they want to deal with a squad right on top of them? They can just get into the circle and try to gatekeep this, but then there's a backstab. If anybody, I mean, JDG isn't necessarily the type of squad to play it super aggressive onto somebody that's kind of in a high point position, but there's an opportunity, you're going to take it.
Yeah, but they can't see, right? They can't see what's going on that far away, given the terrain.
On the edge of this, they should. There's going to that trench line. They should get some vision on it in a second.
They're looking over in there in that direction, but no shots getting taken just yet. But Na'Vi, they're seeing VP, so Beamy will get knocked there, and he, as he said, was very close to the blue zone, separated from the rest of the squad. That is most likely going to be him going down as Twisted Minds continue to try to make this push into Liquid. There, Luca Rux and Na'Vi tries to make the push. They're going to find Corexi, and Example is getting taken down by 17. So multiple fights going on here as Nixie will spot out one from Na'Vi. It's down to Luca Rux and Nixie as they play on these hills.
High ground advantage problem, and that's going to be Hakatori spotting out Nixie down to just one. Lucarux, you've got to step up against Hakatori, who's been making a statement since the last PGS. Do you stay for this? Do you play for placement points? This is where that double thinking comes into play. JDG is moving aggressive behind it. Anyone's legend also realizing that they could pounce onto this firefight. Lucarux trapped over here as Navi's just going to use the opportunity to run, and it is the bait that Lucarux has set. He is here, and he is trapped.
Yeah, this is getting pinched from all directions. As Cold 119 come out there to try to find somebody, and he actually finds him ass. So that is good eyes on Cold 119. JDG did have to creep all the way over here to try to see if they can third party this fight, and he's going to spot out Lucarux, but the smokes will keep him alive for a little bit longer. But in the end, point picked up here for JDG.
The T5 roaming into this as well. Not too many options to go through, so they're going to run right in front of anyone's legend. This could be good for Lucarux if enough teams start fighting over here. He can just hide this one out, but he's having to use smokes. That's giving away his position, focusing it in. There you go. VP is going to go down. That's 1, 2, and 3. All out. 17 eyes on the circle. They've got to move yet again as it has popped.
Yeah, that's our top 3 down. As you said, 17 has to be looking at that kill feed and getting their eyes big, realizing that they have an opportunity here to make moves. But as you said, still outside of zone, coming in from the south side. Looks like Team Liquid still has eyes over there. Batulin's still alive for Twisted Minds as a solo player, but Vitality have the compound. Navi's going to go down as well, the Crazy Raccoon, as they are starting to hover around here on that western edge.
I mean, this is an opportunity for Crazy Raccoon, presently sitting in 6th. Just a couple of points put him ahead of a Na'Vi. They can stack up enough. They might even start challenging up against T1's position. And there is a ton of kills to be had over here as JDG holding this hillside. This is just going to be a King of the Hill match where we've got, Myth playing to the south, 4 Angry Men holding down, I guess, a decent kind of building set with good vision. And at the top, it's going to be Petrichor Road and T5 getting more control angles. Everybody else just got to fight their way through it. December 12th, spots out in Onyx.
There you go, cleaned up and stolen away by Gedrox, actually. So a point picked up there for Vitality. Crazy Raccoon in a little bit of trouble as Third on 5 has eyes on JDG from the north. They're taking long-range pot shots at him, but it's kind of forcing JDG to move around in a way they might not want to. But nice grenade from Nons will take down PO, and now Glass is going to go down as he hops out of the vehicle at the worst time. See if December 12th or the rest of the team can maybe pick that up. No, they're all going to get stolen away. Tian actually going to pick off PO, so that's another point for 17.
17 looks like they might opt into wrapping this weak side. JDG was playing over here, and Vitality was gatekeeping them out. 4 Angry Men, other side of the approach, looking at JDG, as well as 17 running in with vehicles. This is going to be a much closer range firefight than I think the JDG was expecting, with 17 just kind of squeaking their way in right on top of it. And look at that mini-map. It is everybody crossfire galore. 17 runs into the wrong neighborhood, and they are starting to take casualties.
And Third on 5 starting to get involved as well. They're coming in from the north side, so 4 AM's got to be looking in 2 different directions, but 17 and JDG should be squaring off. Vitality actually sees this going on uphill. They're starting to think about coming in there, but they might be held back by Myth.
Xiaowu, the last one up, and it's a massive climb. At least managed to catch up to T1, but that's not the eyes that are going to be 17's targets. Down on the lower section of this one, Vitality wrapping in back behind this one has an opportunity for some kills, but pushing up into this hillside feels like it could spell their doom. This new circle has popped. Finally goes, I guess, friendly for most of these players already entrenched.
Yeah, it's great for 4 AM and great for Myth and Vitality as well. You saw Vitality tried to make that push uphill to the third party of the JDG fight, but Myth had free reign to just kind of take shots down at them and to force them back down south. So that's good news for them that they don't have to move just yet. They're now fully aware that Myth is there, and really 4 AM can kind of leave Winda down there to make sure that JDG stays where they're at, and they have to turn their attention towards Theraton 5, making that push. Pero, the highest ranked team, still alive in this lobby. They've got 4 up, and they could make a jump here if they can find a way to be successful, get some points here.
This is a very clustered section of the map. Whenever we look at this, there is kind of a high ground point that nobody's really had a chance to get to. Team Liquid's going to be on the external section of this, and they've got to come into a very crazy circle. Let's listen in.
Okay, never mind. So already kill a guy here, okay?
Yeah. Where do you think he is?
I don't know how far we can round. No idea. There's just
He's around yellow. What's the feed?
Is there anything good here? Don't know. 17. We're gonna get shot by top hill there.
We need to make somewhere we can hit, guys. Let's see if somebody's swing.
Yeah. I mean, we just need to play low ground around like orange, guys. We just stall around there.
Okay. Orange?
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it.
Going.
You driving it, or are we driving?
We'll have to drive it.
We need to get a bit closer.
We're in fighting range.
This is really bad. We're opening a compound as well. This is really bad.
Okay.
We're gonna have to fight top hill.
Oh fuck. Hell knock. Your last.
That was painful.
Play for any points, there's nothing here.
That's the trouble. Yeah,
can we swing past you?
Really anything they wanted to try to play underneath Myth, but unfortunately for them, they were just completely open to the Vitality compound. Yeah, so not really a whole lot there left for them to do. They're grasping at straws, trying to find some way to survive, but Myth has them dead to rights here.
Just look at the control that this place gives. This is kind of what we're looking at in the circle. There's a curve that's going to be around the other side of them. So Myth has got their own like isolated high ground position. 4 Angry Men, they're just going to go ahead and say, oh, you got the high ground? I'll just try to do some math on it. Math's a bit difficult to try to connect everyone, especially when you're dealing with the different heights as it comes in. T5 over here is going to find themselves right in between Petrichor Road and 4 Angry Men, and that's its own problem. It's just going to be hard to survive here.
These grenades just not falling where they need to. How is Theradon 5 alive so far? But okay, there you go. Chewy will find 1. He'll find 2. Fluky and Ranger X just trying to survive, but it's not going to be much longer. Fluky, the last one alive, as Petrichor Road starting to come alive here in the end game. Through the smokes, it doesn't matter. Ming Ming will pick it up.
Petrichor Road starting a rampage. Now 4 Angry Men going to be the closest target. JDG other side of it. A lot of China still inside the circle. Myth holding back Team Liquid. Still a Team Liquid not quitting. It's just chain resing and trying to walk forward, but Myth's firing lines are just so ridiculously good.
Yeah, nothing they can do there. And the fact that they were able to even get a knock was pretty decent. As the Baron back on his feet, and now Myth can turn their attention over towards the north. Vitality, they're just sitting down in this bottom of the hill compound, knowing that everything is going on above them. JDG, as you said, starting to creep over, but Petrichor Road 4 AM, it is a full-on battle between them on the hillside.
And it is momentum for Petrichor Road. How high can they climb? Where is the path going to lead them as 4 Angry Men feel like they're on the back foot, nowhere that they can really go. Spaceman's gonna go down. Winda now down. Shin the last one up. Ming Ming at least goes down inside of the exchange, but JDG looks like they're gonna try to capitalize off of it. They're running in. Vulnerabilities for Petrichor Road with 1 down could spell an opportunity for JDG, but Myth also wrapping back behind. Petrichor Road about to be sandwiched, and I don't think that they know it.
They need to clean up Shen here quickly and try to get the res back, but no, it's too late. Cold 119 has arrived. Shen has arrived. Petrichor now, just like that, down to just 2E. He'll try to get the last kill. He'll get it, and that'll be 8 kills for Petrichor Road, but JDG is now collapsing right on top of them, and Myth also looking in this direction as well.
JDG just feasting on down Petrichor Road players. Get what you can. Keep the climb going. JDG in 7th right now. Vitality in 10th. Myth in 11th. Just a couple of points between a lot of these guys as JDG is going to be playing into the northwest. To the northeast is going to be Myth. And then that compound into the ravine is going to be where Vitality is at. So circle control, kind of Vitality favored, but not really. This terrain makes it all weird.
Yeah, Vitality, I mean, they've got the great compound, they've got the great, I mean, the line on the end game here, but they're just not in a spot where they can really get points unless Jacob shows his head to Quizzy. Good snipe from him, and they'll make sure that they secure that one.
Peek me again.
So big point picked up there by Vitality. It's going to be hard getting any more, though, because just look at the terrain. Like, everybody else has high ground over them.
I mean, they do kind of have the center control, but we still have one more circle to pop to kind of see how this one's going to go. And then JDG is, I mean, this is so weird. Myth can kind of counterflank onto Vitality's position. Vitality has to stay in this position because of JDG's position. Vitality has control over the lower section in the center, but it's not like it really matters because they can't really peek up into the high ground vertical positioning of the other 2 squads without getting instantly punished. So this is a full-on standoff where nobody can really do anything because the way that the curve in this hillside happens, Myth can't really push into JDG, and JDG can't push on the other side of it either.
Yeah, I mean, I think JDG has to focus their full attention over onto Myth and try to see if they can maybe get some knocks there, because there's nothing that they can do about Vitality for the time being, not with that all that hard cover that they have to work around. Pushing down into that would just be suicide. So 9 kills for JDG so far. Regardless of what happens, it's been a great game for them. A good come up. You see that the WWCD percentage favors JDG by a little bit here, but again, it's going to be really, really tough.
So JDG still has to get into the circle is one of the problems, and I think that they lose most of their cover. They are going to still have some of their hill in play, but it's going to be punishable by Myth. That's why you can see that they're kind of starting to lean more into that direction. They've gone for a 2-2 split, seeing if maybe they can find a vulnerability on one side or the other, because JDG, onus is on them. They've got to go into the circle, and they're going to have to firefight their way to do it. Vitality is still keeping an eye up onto that high ground, denying out any approach, and there is only 11 points between these 3 squads right now in a spattering of across 6th through 11th. And there are still a ton of points where anybody can jump each other in this firefight.
Yeah, JDG they were just desperately looking for a knock onto somebody, and kudos to Vitality for making sure that they didn't take one. If they took a knock there, that was going to be JDG just crashing down, because that was going to be their best option. But you see what they're having to play with. They're on the downslope of the hill, which leaving them exposed. But the good news for them is that they still have 4 up. So if anybody does start shooting at them, they can instantly respond. Myth doesn't really have to move too much. Vitality now having to leave their compound, and that's going to expose them to Baron, but that should be resable.
So, with the amount of smokes that have been thrown from JDG, they've had to burn utility just to get into the circle, and that's put them closer to Myth. Myth is right up against the zone wall, as is Vitality. So everything is kind of neutralized. Everybody's going to be losing their cover here in just a second. So it's going to be about the attrition war. Can you get the knock at the right time? If one knock happens, then it's going to stall out the entirety for everybody else on the other squad. But this is about to be really hard to deal with. Myth just odds him going much more aggressive down onto point, instantly punished. JDG Suze doesn't let it happen.
Yeah, there was no way that was ever going to work for Scappy. I don't know. There was a very ambitious try to push there. Vitality, you got to figure that they're sitting good as far as the utility's concerned, but it doesn't matter. Nice grenade from Nons. Gets the double knock, and now Kiss, the last player up for Made in Thailand. So JDG doing a very good job of just capitalizing off of anything that shows itself. They're up to 10 kills.
Burn their smokes to get themselves down next to some trees and some cover, and they are just trying to keep control. 11 kills right now for JDG, and it looks like a ton more still on the table, and there is nowhere for these other squads to go. The smoke play is all you can really do. Dance around it. Kiss slowly just kind of watching everything that's going. See if he can make it down next to Scabby, but Suze keeps control of the angle. That's going to go down. JDG gets themselves a 15-kill victory.
That is a massive win for them in what was a very difficult situation for them to play there at the end. They show a lot of patience, waiting for Vitality to get out of their hard cover, not overcommitting, not trying to get too aggressive to pushing into Myth, just realizing, okay, like we have the utility, we've got vehicles, we've got stuff to play around here. Let's just wait for the game to come to us. And when it did, they struck, and they struck hard.
Bring back in Mark and Kalaris. Enough is enough sometimes. If everybody else falters around you, VP stays on top of the board just due to persistence.
Yes, they do. But I've got to talk about good old JDG getting the victory here. There is a world where if JDG continues this on, they will be the highest ranking Chinese team in this tournament. And if you'd have asked me that a few days ago, I would have called you a liar, Mark, because they're going up against some pretty stiff competition from China, but JDG's making a run for it.
Well, yeah, this is kind of like high to mid pack, especially around the Chinese teams, are not that far when it comes down to points. So a win here from JDG, that's good for them. They got a good number of kills, consistency. They're doing not too bad.
Not bad at all. Good stuff here from them, being able to absolutely rinse the rest of the lobby towards the end there, Poro. I mean, great fights all around. It wasn't an individual performance that really stood out. It was like a full cohort team, full four-man here to be able to run this in for JDG.
Just super well played all throughout as well. I mean, they were taking fights all on that hillside and just coming out ahead on top. And, you know, they take knocks but don't get the flushes. They're able to get everybody back on their feet. And you know, obviously the story has got to be Virtus Pro holding on to first place, but there's been so much movement going on in that middle of the leaderboard. So, I mean, people are making more money and making more PGS points just off the basis of having these one big game here.
Absolutely, there's big jumps. Once you get beyond 7th place, right, it goes up 3k, then 5k, then 5k, then 10k, especially if you're able to get onto that podium, and in terms of the extra that you're able to accrue. Yeah, I feel bad for Therathon 5 sometimes. Not when they're on the high grounds, but when they're in this spot, yeah, I feel bad for them. This was tough.
I'm sorry. All you can really do. The faltering from 2nd, 3rd, 4th it's going to be one of those series that if you're in those positions, you're going to go back and you're going to kind of kick yourself for, because there's a couple of opportunities. Whenever you see the guy that's in 1st on the leaderboard that's been rampaging falter a bit early, but then you're faltering right back behind him, it just feels like you lost points. It's going to make it to where some of these squads are going to start playing even riskier than what we just saw. And I'm going to be curious to see how that style of play actually develops.
Especially when you're in the chase, and nothing says falter to me like a wide wrap on with one in a boat and heading on over to that way. Please, Mark, what was happening with Arena?
What's wrong with a boat rotate? It's a boat tape. It's fine.
Stop it, you. No, don't justify it. No.
On this map, onto that island,
Oh, yeah, no, I'm with you guys. There's nothing I can clutch at straws with that one because you've got no information. You guys called it on the cast. If you had a glider, yeah, fair enough. You'd see the sort of the bodies, the cars lined up. But with that boatation, no, you can't see anything. You're just full sending it, and unfortunately, it's not going to be the case for E-Arena.
I know on YouTube they, unless you've got a plugin, they hid the dislike button and the dislike number for some videos and stuff like that. But this was a big dislike. Sorry, Arena. I'm making that fully visible. Didn't like that at all, and it did not do you anything to catch up to Virtus Pro at all at number 1 with 126 points against the 92. Poro, they are 34 points ahead with 2 games remaining.
I salute you. Chuck a deuce. We'll see you next round. Good game.
I'm not saying it. I'm not caster cursing him. I'm not doing it.
Oh, I will.
You're happy to do it with VP.
If it happens, it's going to be great. No, but look at it. You look at second E-Arenas holding on with their fingertips, and then there's a 3-way tie below them, all at 88 points now that JDG has jumped up in there as we see Nons. What a game from him. Like, he was showing out here.
Love a good naan bread. Give me more naans. Left, right, and center here. 775 damage coming in from him. As I say, it was like a full team effort, but looks like Nans will be walking away here with the MVP for this one. Zuze has been a guy that has constantly been living 2 late games here for JDG Matchroom as well, getting some salvage points. Cold 119, we see some great plays with him. And December 12th is very good at prop hunt.
I mean, whenever we see Cold popping off, I mean, it's big. He just freaking frag everybody. But Zuze gets these really clutch moments to keep his squad alive. Time and time again, he's the guy in the kind of more vulnerable position, not fragging out, but keeping his squad in it.
Yes, he is MVP, man of the match, even I should say, for this one. Good stuff here by them, controlling what is a very, very important location indeed, as see Twisted Minds on board right now, having some soul searching to do. We were talking about it in the back, Mark, whilst we were getting ready to come back on the desk. For Twisted Minds, I really didn't come in with many expectations considering they had a sub. They did well for themselves at PGS 2. This PGS 3, though, has been a flop. And again, with a sub, it makes it a bit difficult.
It's hard. Yes, I'm with you. You don't expect much when you haven't got a full roster, right? But I can't defend the fact that they had PMI they played together, Monodot doing 1 and 2. It's not like it's the first event that they're coming in. So maybe I'm holding to higher standards. Maybe I'm waiting for that Twisted Minds magic to kind of happen. And it just really hasn't happened again. They've bumbled their way through. And they just, unfortunately for them, are falling down the leaderboard, which means they're losing out on money every place they go.
I mean, Batulans will agree with you, right? Like, he's not the type of guy that's going to... He's not going to allow an excuse. Like, Monodot, it doesn't matter. He's going to be frustrated with himself in this performance. But if anything, this is going to be one of those rare instances where we actually can see Batulans analyze what's not working for him and try to innovate himself. And that's going to be intriguing because he often talks about that. That's the way he feels he has to play the game, is he's always having to just reflect on his own errors and grow off of it. This is a great chance for him because now whenever he doesn't have everything working in his favor and he's having to chase, he's got to figure out a new way to play the game.
Yeah, you're totally on the money because in EMEA, that is exactly what happened for so many years. They were number 1 uncontested, apart from like a random foray from Entropic, a random foray from Geek coming in and winning a regional. But every single time, they were the innovators, constantly having to stay at number 1 and trying to change things whilst people were trying to pursue. It was similar in America as well. For really, Poro, we're seeing Falcons be the way they were. They did have some competition, of course, but and then regionally to the point where you would talk to Shrimsy, right? And they would say that, okay, we're not feeling too great about even playing regionals. I'll get your thoughts on it in a moment, Poro, but for now we actually do have an interview with Vitality, so let's check in with that before we get going.
Hi guys, I'm standing here with Team Vitality's coach, Hiruzen, right? All right, well, good to see you. I saw you guys talking right after our match, but with only 2 matches left to go, what are you telling the boys? What are you thinking right now to keep your place or even climb up higher?
Yesterday we got like 5 incredible games, and today we have good macro, but like our moves didn't work out for 2 games, and this game was like hard for us because like GTG were wiping all the teams. We couldn't do anything. So right now we just need to do what we were doing yesterday. So this maybe we'll get like few free circles, and yeah.
You're Here's to hoping for more free circles. All right, thank you for joining me. That was funny.
Rosen here for joining us for everything that's going on. Just a few more moments before we get into our next game. Poro, what are you thinking for good old Rondo?
I'm thinking Virtus Pro, they could still afford to have another low point game and still be pretty confident. But it's that three-way tie, man. That 3, 4, 5 spot. JDG, T1, and 17 all sitting at that same spot. E-Arena obviously is starting to feel like they're hearing footsteps, maybe seeing ghosts, kind of leaving that open for interpretation. So while everybody is chasing Virtus Pro, that chase might be the more exciting thing to watch here with 2 games remaining.
It might be. The podium's still extremely important for PGS points as well as money. Thank you very much, Matchroom Aporo, for joining us. We're ready to Rondo as we and Mark get our things going here for the penultimate game. How can anybody catch up Virtus Pro? I think it is a foregone conclusion at this point that they will be taking number 1 here, Mark. But who can get podium? Who can get the big bucks on board?
I thought you was going to do a Martin. Did the whole, we're going to Rondo out your condo and run that one's out. But no, not this time. Not this time. It's an east down towards the southwest, and the chase is on for VP. I did want to come back to one of your points you mentioned actually just before the game kicked off, with JDG potentially ending on top. The impact that's had. 17 Gaming was sitting with a 30k if we was to end the tournament, right? They've now halved their prize pool by just that drop down to 5th. So they also need to dig deep, even if they think they can't catch up to kind of a VP here. I think a lot of the focus now should be around actually how much money can we maximize, but those PGS points, you got to remember when you start getting the higher side of the leaderboard, it's like winning PGS 1 or PGS 2.
Yeah, definitely. The tie is kind of a crazy situation. Very rarely do we get an 88. In fact, it reminds me back of PEL when me, Froz, and Martin, all born in 88. A great year. Of course, some of the very best born in 88. And that was a tie there as well. Now we've got the tie here for 88. Crazy stuff, Mark. How old are you?
I'm an 86, baby. God.
Jeez Louise!
I know, mate. I know. Terrible. Big 4 shit.
The Cretaceous period.
Going to be put out to pasture soon, mate. I'm out. Just imagine now I'll be right in the middle of the zone, in the hopes and the dreams that it would descend back towards test track. But we have so many of these test track style of zones for Na'Vi. They've had a good momentum. I don't think I can see them sitting tight. I think they might try and set up a 2-2 and try and capitalize on some kills, but most of these teams are sort of hunkered down into the center zone.
Whoa, and what a crazy circle for Rondo. That's all I've got.
Could go north. Like it's not.
Oh yeah, straight to that compound where Gen G dropped on. You could go north.
VP having their 9th anniversary celebrations early. And the event's not over just yet, but it is the penultimate game, as you said. So Luke Rock's taking the opportunity to get a bit of loot before they move in. They're on the south side, so they do have to migrate towards that north side. And as you can see, a lot of the migration, but JDG, I think we're in a prime spot in that last game.
Yeah, good stuff. You know what? Poro on the desk, he's like, oh, the party's almost over. Nah. For EMEA, the party's just beginning, my friend. Oh,
might be over
champagne. Get the banana breads, get the cheesecake, get everything on board here on this Easter holiday. It's EMEA, wall to wall. I don't know why I'm doing that voice, but
that's good.
I'm having a fun time.
They can't argue it. It's looking good. It's looking like an EMEA back-to-back. For PGS 2 and PGS 3, which would be nice to see. I know you won't let the guys forget it for the rest of the year, so
correct.
I'll be there. I might even go get my VP t-shirt on after this, just to see the game out. Just champion it. But I don't want to jinx them just yet. You don't need a big game. Lucky enough for them, there's not a lot of water here, so there's no boatates in towards this zone. Hopefully they might find a glider, because they do have a big rotation. They are in the southwest of the map at the moment.
Yes, they are. I'm curious to see what is, if Team Liquid ends up running into someone like Petrichor Road here, as we're on board with them, seeing what's on. And I think that where Team Liquid is right now, 61 points at the moment, 12th place. 12th place would bag you $5,000, as well as 6 PGS points. But the problem that exists for the teams above them is that this middle pack is actually really, really damn close. So if Team Liquid got themselves still a win on board, they could effectively, you know, start looking at doubling their prize pool, getting way more PGS points on board, like 20 extra PGS points if you're doubling the prize pool up to that 6th place $10,000 and then 26 PGS points. So the fact that obviously as well, it's, you know, the elephant in the room, of course, yes, this circuit is invite only. Our next circuit is also invite only. Getting those extra little PGS points, and then after later on down the line for the year, PGS points start to ramp up, but those could be the difference makers in tiebreakers, in very close calls to be able to get to PGC. So there's still a lot to play for in these last 2 games.
Yeah, and again, if it isn't the prize pool, it has to be those PGS points for them. Has to be. And it has to be the case of try and double up. They didn't have the best PGS 1, PGS 2. They've got the next circuit to go into as well. I think that's to be critical. There's going to be lots of learnings. The guys spoke about Battalions being self-critical here, actually looking at what they can do. And I'm with him. I'm with Matt. He won't look at it as this is an excuse that we've got a sub. He's going to look at this actually, what could we have done better with the sub? How could we have played better with the sub? And that's I love that Battalions holds those high standards, not just against himself, but against the whole team.
Well, I mean, they had the same, you said it yourself, right? They had the same visa issue in PPMI. So, like, number 1 on the list, what's wrong with this visa? Number 2 on the list, if this keeps happening again, right? Maybe we need to get used to this comfortable situation of potentially having Molodok on board. And it's a comfortable situation, of course, for them being in test track as well on a circle like this. That said, though, they've not been quite as feisty. Ooh, as JDG does take down, does lose Nans, the man of the match from the previous game. Not the best to start to be the first casualty, right? After being the man of the match.
No, he looks like Cole's got his blue chip though, so just pop a smoke just to try and escape from him. Team Vitality is coming in from that northeast corner as well, so they are still applying pressure. For JDG, they have to kind of get over this mountain, get in the cars and try and get as far away as possible. What I don't know is Team Vitality has taken an emergency pickup, has jumped in front of them, so they might be able to put a little bit more of a gatekeep into this rotation in for them.
They may. Alo shuts down 0-4 on the other side of things. Petrichor Road is one of the names that I came in thinking to myself, maybe they're a team that can try and challenge for 2 out of the 3 PGSs. Not anymore, especially with losing some players on this side. Team Liquid just driving from a fight to fight there. And the rest of Petrichor Road is ducking tail and leaving via the west side. So it's an easy 3 point there for Team Liquid to be able to get a scoot on into this next circle. Lovely.
Doink. Got run over. Oh, we got run over, and they took. I didn't clock that, and they actually took well played production. Thank you. Vitality actually in the right place at the right time. They find themselves that additional point. JDG going to have to try and find themselves an emergency pickup station. As they will scout their way forward. A bit more of a calm before the storm, but expected with Rondo.
Yeah, I wonder if they run into Therathon 5 here. At the same time, maybe Therathon 5 was planning for an emergency pickup themselves. I don't think that's the case, though, now that they're separating from one another. But if they do run into them on the way down to Meiran here to try and go for that res station, maybe they lose even more to JDG, as they are on the hunt. As I said before, they are currently our leading team for China, which is very unexpected. Losing Spaceman, after Spaceman, of course, then went on to be the MVP of PGS 1. That's a problem, but looks like they've gotten their act together. I like it a lot. Now let's see if E-Arena can get their act together, because they're coming in the most late team once again to a circle like this. Therathon 5 does indeed run into JDG, but really not do too much with it. So JDG is probably just going to continue on their way, knowing they are not for full fighting man strong.
T5 falling down that leaderboard as well.
Yeah.
It's been interesting for me, especially this PGS. We have such a tight mid-pack with like 8-9 points separating. A good game is a major difference for some of these teams. And we spoke about prize pool, we spoke about the PGS points, but actually having that kudos going into the next series circuit, actually ending quite high on the grand finals is what's needed. Might give you the additional space, might give you the ability just to puff those feathers out when resetting. Team Vitality is one of these teams, for me, definitely has been on the climb. End of last year, obviously the guys playing on different banners, now playing under Team Vitality banner. The bees are back, and they are clawing their way out these lobbies, and they're coming this mid to mid-high pack team.
Yeah, the bees are back. I just wish we didn't have 2 teams in EMEA starting with V, because every time I'm casting Vitality, I keep wanting to say Virtus Pro. You've heard me in the cast as well. I'm like, no, Vitality. But yeah, I've got to get used to it, man. I'm going to keep tripping up forever otherwise.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere, I can tell you that. especially with this performance. Why not? And as you say, when we go to some of the other circuits that we've got throughout the year, will be a big push for them to achieve. 74 points is not to be shied away. 8th place for them. A good game, a wild card map, so to speak. Team Fatality will be looking to try and conquer as many points as they can, because a victory here and a handful of kills will send them right up to the top half of the table.
Yes, it will. Let's see how all of this is going to boil on down now, as teams are going to be moving through towards the center here. Petrichor Road is going for a bit of a send on through. Where are they going to end up? They're going right next to Team Twisted Mind. I don't, you know, I could make a big deal out of this, but I sort of don't understand the send through to here. You know, the Twisted Minds has had no gumption whatsoever to have moved on from here, and you know they're here. Like,
is it a mind game? I don't know. Is it? I don't care. I know you're here. I'm coming for you, type of thing. Then they will go out. Monodoct has the right peak. Example gets him down, so that's a quick kill confirm for him. They do find Batordins though on the exchange. The Blue Zone, they might have deterred the pathing. Petrichor Road down to a solo player.
26. See what he can do. Oh, Nade next to him. Run away. Head on up to the high ground here. At least they've been able to see some of this high ground. That's actually very, very important if you're going to make something like this work. But I-26 now on a 1v3 with Twisted Minds probably hoping to try and get a res going on. And it's a west shift here. They could have taken somewhere on the west. Like, yeah, you can't obviously predict the circle in these kinds of moments. I get it or whatever. They just wanted a central position to try and play from. But yeah, I don't know. This is it. This for me is a slip from Petrichor for sure.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense, right? But sometimes not everything makes sense in esports. It's a full sense. Yeah, that's a solo player. The zone has gone out towards that west. We do hold on to surprise, surprise, Test Track and Ninox Factory here. But for some of these teams that were playing on the west, kind of the Team Liquid, they'd be happy. They're going to recall back to some high ground here. VP coming on the south side. They're going to move into more of a southwest. The rest of these teams have good placement. It's some of these teams on the outside edge, like the DNS, the T5s, JDG. They're rotating their way around. Where do they want to position up here in the end?
Yep. Team Liquid, you can see them on that west side. Could have easily been a spot where Petrichor Road would have taken. They're still stuck in this fight at the moment. I mean, maybe it's a bit of fatigue. Maybe it's exhaustion, right? These players teams have been there for weeks and weeks and weeks. Right? You're getting to the very end. As Petrichor Road right now, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, look at what Virtus Pro has done. What can we truly do against that? We've already won one of the PGSs and did well in the second one as well. Even though this one means a whole lot more money and PGS points as well. Like 26 tries to go for the hold, and Nade goes through. He does actually connect with a lot of shots, and he's doing a pretty good job here, actually holding this off for the second. But look with the M249, finishes him off.
It is done. Batordins has been flush, but they have the recall station if they want to try and go there. Some more teams will try and work their way in towards Test Track anyway, so they might second guess it at the moment, but they have the time, they have the capabilities, as we are only phase number 2.
Bear in mind as well, of course, here, whilst the PGS 3 standings will have a factor on prize pool, PGS points, they'll also have a bearing on PGS 4 with the groups and how those all shape up. Of course, I mean, all the groups are, going to effectively be playing against each other, but if you end up in a lobby with a Falcons, for example, who has already been allotted into a Group B, I don't necessarily want to have to go up against Falcons all 6 games as opposed to 3 games. You know what I mean? Like small things here and there, but that will also have a bearing on what's going to happen in the future.
I think we're going to a lot more detail as we go for that final game, because teams might adjust, should we say, of where they end up, because they are thinking more along the global line. Actually, it's not just a one circuit and done. Actually, they do have 2 circuits that they've been invited to. They're going to want to get a good level of performance out to make sure they look for a secondary invite. But for now, for Hungry Man, find Vitality. Try and get that flush. Spaceman, he's keeping the overwatch.
Try to find something to shoot at. He's left JDG. He's not been there for a long time now. He was the MVP of PGS 1, but he's seeing his old team doing proud up towards the top despite 4 AM. Doing so much in the previous PGSs. We get the circle bear down. Surprise, surprise. Just west of Test Track. Nobody could have predicted it. Nobody. No one.
That's to be the west is a bit more dangerous. It's more the south that's more of the chaos, because it's so much more open terrain. You've got that one compound 4 AM marine, and then you've got all those sort of rice fields in and around it. So there's a lot of open terrain. This one arguably is maybe a better one. We've got some high ground, we've got some elevation, we've got some dips that teams can hide out in as well, especially if you have lost some bodies. We still got 15 teams up though, and there isn't enough space for 15 teams in this unless you want to commit to some hard cover, and that's likely that you're going to have to now start sharing it with someone else.
That is true. There's not many more spots really for these teams to take, so those teams crashing on the edge, they're going to have a bit of a job ahead of them. A job ahead of them, as JDG's the one coming in on that southeast side. We have Twisted Minds here, still sat around. May ran. We went for the res at May ran. Okay, I get it. Because you go for the one at Neos Test Factory, Neos Factory, as much as, yes, it's very close, yes, it's going to save you a bunch of time or whatever, you're still kind of beholden to the timer of the next res anyway, so why not make it safer compared to, you know, going up against this and trying to go for the one against Na'Vi. And this is a bit of a fight, a bit of a mix-up here between Vitality and JDG.
That is a great nade. He got caught, though, on the spray. Vitality, though, climbing the points. And now on 76, so we have to get the res back on. They have lost Jedrox as well. They have to work their way in. 4 AM looks to try and push. They're coming out of the compound, out of the safety, into the dark depths of the blue to take on Team Vitality.
It's a play. It's I think they're just like, you know what?
We need points.
Let's just try and shoot at everything and see what sticks. As over on that west side, there was Purdy moving on around for Team Liquid. They're trying to find a spot, but here's 4 AM. They are looking for Levante and looking for more kills, looking for more collateral against Vitality.
That was aggressive.
Will they find them?
That was aggressive. Arguably in the penultimate game, a little bit late for 4 AM. I would have expected to see that earlier on in the finals. But there was a clear call to go. Do you know what? They're just over the ridge. They're not too far away, and we pick up a point as a result.
Yeah, for 4 AM, it's definitely 11:59 PM, and you know what? You got to go to bed pretty soon here, guys. 16th place. Actually, even 17 points behind Twisted Minds in 15th.
Yeah.
What a disaster this one has been for 4 AM, but they looked good in the previous two, so I can't hold it against them too much.
And Team Vitality trying to keep bodies up. Like, they're on the cutting edge between them and Na'Vi, and with that quick kill confirmed, that will put them above Team Na'Vi, a well-established household name. So, interesting that obviously Na'Vi get one back. It's a bit tit for tat for these two teams. But for Team Vitality, the underdog, so to speak, taking on some of those bigger names.
Yeah, Batu back on up. It does feel a little bit weird this last game to start things off. Like a little bit like the lobby's gone a bit loopy because of the state of the board with Virtus Pro the way they are currently. Some interesting fights, some interesting rotations, even obviously in our previous game. And now for Team Liquid here, sat on this west side, still looking for a bit of an entry point. The problem is there's just almost no compounds in this middle center. There's just 2 compounds really that anyone's legend as well as Crazy Raccoon is kind of holding on to. It's going to be all about dips here and how you're going to play it out. I think some teams just want to go on the warpath. Just try and shoot at everything on edge and slowly work your way in.
Here's one of the teams. Onyx, though, from Crazy Raccoons, zeroing in for T1. 251. It's not bad. They're moving now, unfortunately for them. They get shifting away. And yeah, the car's now gone. I think that mortar was pretty much on point, but the teams will not remain in that location. On the other side of things, though, Twisted Minds getting the bodies back up. The Tooldings needs to get some gear, and how not just a punch out, though.
This is what I mean, man. Like, I mean, okay, yeah, he had nothing available to him because he just come back, but Luke 12 does finish off, as they say. JDG is down after what was a spectacular game for them just before. That now opens up an entry point here for some teams just below them into what could potentially be a podium, as they were a little bit of the barrier alongside 17 Gaming and T1.
It's going to come down to the last game. And the last game on Erangel, we know it's going to be chaos already. Lucrux watching the barrage of utility getting dumped on top of the arena's head. He does find one. Now he wants to get involved. He's looking for that flush. A well time for them. That's going to bounce nicely and pick up Norwich. Surely! Great nade that comes in from Lucrux.
He's the postman. He delivers. Another one coming forward. Oh, dear me. That bounce actually almost caught both of them. That's another very nice nade here to be able to continue this on. There is a BRDM in the distance here from Crazy Raccoon just driving all around. But Virtus Pro's crashing in. So is Team Liquid. Panzerfaust in hand for Opons. What's he going to be able to do? Hits for the double on Cowboy and Purdy Curdy. Those nades going to be dropped out of those cars though as they drive on by. But Virtus Pro should be backfilling this.
What a play. They hit the handbrake straight into a Panzer. In arena, full team. Team Liquid, full send BRDM battles come through as Theo get caught up in the tank trap. And it's a straight run through for PO. He finds Luke 12. It's another point on the board for the Raccoons.
Is this the tempo dip in the PEC Cup that you cast a few weeks ago? What is happening? This is ridiculous.
Here it comes. Here it comes. It is going to be carnage. Just commit the observers to this location. Ionix finds eventually that mortar fire. Heather not too far away. D and Snoopers will find their way in. VP in the wing store one time, but we have two BRDMs circling around like sharks ready to bite.
Ionix hit T1 as well with that with that mortar. So good stuff here by Crazy Raccoon, who's looking to make the jump up here. Whilst the rest of the lobby, as I said, has clearly gone loopy. And, you know, based on the fact that there's really not that many places to actually play here, there are still some of these teams very much so looking for the extreme points towards the top at the moment. More deployable cover, more mortars come down. Virtus Pro still playing this out here from the side. They are not content with the lead they currently have. They want to make sure they have crossed all their T's, dotted all their I's, and writing out that check.
If you're going to get a win, you want to make a statement, right? That's the key thing.
Yeah. And up in the north, as we check in with Twisted Minds as well, they're up against 17 at the moment here. Again, we can't really understand their comms, but we can check in and see the first person POV as they go up against one of their big rivals on Rondo.
Careful, read. To understand what's in front of them. Where the cars go. Okay. 17 gaming, they've gone towards the tank truck now in the middle. They want to contend here, so they look to find 1, 2, turn on 5, wall fall. D and Snoopers are down. 17 gaming got some bodies though in the fight. It becomes a bit more of a junkyard, but for 17 gaming, it's eliminated. They were trying to climb up, trying to catch up to E Arena, but it's just too short for them. What a centralized position, and who else? Whee! I'm sliding.
This is getting silly. This is getting bonkers, and it's funny because of all the carnage that has actually been going on. There's still 28 players alive. I thought maybe like looking at it, considering all the fights that have gone down, maybe there's going to be less, but no, there's still quite a bit more carnage yet to come. As Myth is now trying to move towards the position of Virtus Pro as well as Crazy Raccoon. Get them out of this warehouse somehow.
It's just some people are playing sensible. I need some points. We're mid-pack. We need to get some kills. We need to make sure we get some more money. And everyone else is like, no, we're sending it to the centre. Thanks to the zone. Thanks to Rondo. Everyone's out the condo. And they are fighting. VP have not been tempted. To push in. They are keeping that little death trap a little bit at arm's bay at the moment.
I think in circuit play, if Virtus Pro continues on the trajectory they do, this might be the biggest lead of all time in international PUBG Esports. I don't count PNC because, of course, it's an all-stars tournament with Vietnam's lead over China, of course. But Virtus Pro is on track to become the most insane lead in PUBG Esports history if they're able to survive and continue this into the next game.
Jacob closed the door and opened it and he was still there. I was like, I might as well shoot him. Glass will go down. That is the fight in the compound in that southwest. Him as, if anyone's legend, just outside of that tank trap location. Rex still surviving in the BRDM. There's a little bit of a calm before the storm. This fight has to come to a conclusion. The zone is about to pop. Those shots coming back through from Jacob. The zone leaves him, goes towards that north side. Now comes the charge. Flash comes through on the outside. Has to dance his way back in towards safety. And the spray from the M249 never runs out of ammo. And the raccoons bite once more.
Not bad. Scappy tried to do something about it. Sawn off shotgun in hand, and they are gone though. That's 8th place here for the. But Virtus Pro is saying, you know what? We've had our runs in with you before, Myth. Maybe we can clean you up and get some free kills from 3 points. Nades above, goes for the spray through. That's an amazing spray through that smoke. Oh my god, he's got a Panda as well.
Why not send it? They're gonna try and hold anyone to keep him at bay. They're on 6 kills already. Takes him up to the 7 now. 1, 3, 4. Scappy with his walls closing on in. 4 angry men like VP looking for some additional points, but you have to question with 4 AM, is it a little bit too late?
It's looking like it. Another nade forwards here. Beamy and Curex is still alive. 8 kills on the board yet again here for the boys. They are over a 10-point average, basically, from what we've seen. From the games that they've concluded so far. With a little bit more scraping forwards in this game, they will be at directly that 10-point average across an entire grand final with the very best in the world. As 4 AM taking the roof as well. Smart move, but not smart if Beam is here on the backside to be able to exploit it, and he doesn't finish it off.
No, the zone commits him out. Bloomy Not blooming this time. Grenade comes out from Corexy, charges wow. Here's the car, goes for the spray. Doesn't forget about the players that are on the left though. Shen will put him down. Quick kill confirmed from them as Beamy does charge his way and he sprays. His wings to the right, gets Spaceman down with the zone shifting. You have to question if they're going to go for it. Kiss will find Beamy though. That's an opportunity and VP will go down. Now the mid packs, maybe it will be a bit more of a calm before the final couple of zones.
About time they get shut down on this entry point here and just playing the edge. Playing it comfortably as well. 9 kills, 136 points at the moment. Ferris here trying to do a bit more damage towards 4am, who have actually survived all of the aggression that they had down towards the bottom, but will they survive the torrent of aggression coming from Hakatori and the boys?
Wait and see. It has been a huge day for the lads. For Na'Vi, for Twisted Minds. They want to control. Oh my days, Himas! Twisted Minds want to try and get some points, but they run into a one-man army. Himas, from anyone's legend, dispatches of Twisted Minds.
Boy, well, you know, it was always going to be difficult at that top spot, I guess, trying to move on forwards when you've only got that little bit of cover to be able to work with. And anyone's legend like Himas with the nade. And everything that was going forwards, easy pickings for them. Very nice. But Na'Vi on Rondo, once again, man, like we saw as they came back on PGS2, started basically on Rondo for the last 2 games. They're here, 4 alive. They've got a good spot. They've got a good spread. They could start jumping up high here.
Rex is still alive. Rex is just getting all of his kills by running people over. He's going to get a bit of momentum now. Shen needs to be a little bit worried as he has to try and move to a new location. He takes a huge amount of damage, and Ferris, though, will sweep him out, though. It's down to our top 4. Anyone's legend has the 4, so does Na'Vi. Rex feels like he's got 44, though, with that BRDM.
See if he can run over a few people. Use it quite like Tian Tian was able to do with 17 Gaming yesterday, because that was lovely. Was it Tian Tian?
Yeah.
Probably.
It was, yeah.
So,
with the BRDM. In Rondo as well, funny enough.
Yeah, true. Oh, well, it's gone. Never mind.
That's a straight clash, though, 4 versus 4 in the end. That'll be with a very different position when it comes down to the end zone. Anyone's legend make the move up towards the front line. 6 kills, but 6 kills all in the hands of one man, and that one man is godlike. He must go for those little jump scouts, trying to get any information he can to feed to the team.
6. It's even if someone else in this game, if Na'Vi wins this game, for example, I think Himas is probably still getting man of the match. She dispatching of Twisted Minds, arguably the greatest team of all time, even though they've got sub. Still very impressive stuff from good old Himas. As Na'Vi's just posturing right now.
I like how you said it like terms and conditions. Try to get out as quick as I can.
Like, you know, like an American pharmaceuticals commercial. You just got to get out as much information in there as fast as possible.
I love it. Just not to allude that it's Twisted Minds, right? That was it. That was all it was.
Okay.
Different approach, though, for Na'Vi. They're spreading the love, spreading the kills. Himas, though, with the rest of the Panda Bears on his shoulders. And he's not stopping there. He finds an opening for them. Ferrist is down. Himas about to get charging. He gets denied back. The grenade does some damage. Sparrow is obviously looking to try and fight things off as he is that spearhead attack camouflaged in for Na'Vis. They were trying to generate angles, but it goes against them.
Ah, yes, camouflaged in the least obvious ghillie of all time. At least we've got the Christmas tree ghillie now. At least we've got the pink ghillie with the lights on. That's a little less conspicuous, this one, compared to that. But it's not too far, I would say. As you take a look here. You know what? Screw it. Himas, get all of them. Do 10 kills. Drop a 10 bomb. I love it.
It's going to be 7 very, very shortly. Now he finds himself at the very front. There it is, 7.
Nice.
He literally has the team on his shoulders at the moment. Come on, lads. I got this one. Jump in my rucksack. We're playing. It's match 14.
At this point, we're down the rabbit hole. Come on. More Himas. Let's do it. Even though I do love Na'Vi. And they are actually contending for very important places. Very important PGS points. Very important money here. So they will be playing out to the bitter end. And you cannot count out Hakatori, Boosty, Conspiro on the other side. That's why anyone's legends playing this very cautiously. at the moment. I think both teams realize, okay, there's no other solos, there's no other kind of snakes in the grass elsewhere. This is just the lay of the land now. It's us versus them across this ridgeline.
You're right. I think one of the big topics at the end game here. Na'Vi is playing. They're up in 6 at the moment, so they're in that kind of $10,000 bracket, and 52 of those PGS points coming off the back of a win. That's huge. That's like going back-to-back wins for them. I know it's not first place. I know they don't get to lift the trophy at the end, but you're arguing that they're nearly at the same points. If they can find themselves one more spot, if they can get into 5th, not just do they get the extra 5,000, then they get into those realms of actually being identical when it comes down to PGS points.
Yep. Considering they got this 30 on board for their win prior. Lovely stuff. If they can do it. Still anyone's legend, though. Also, hoping for more. I mean, again, PGS2, there was moments where I was thinking to myself, are they going to win this all? And then Na'Vi did what Na'Vi did, of course. So for these two teams to be staring each other down just as similar way they were at the end of PGS2, quite apropos. Seeing, though, as anyone's legend is taking this very, very still indeed. They're going to have to reposition maybe a little bit, just drop down some more of that deployable cover. There is a lot of util on side here for anyone's legend to be able to absolutely bombard the position of Na'Vi. They're just waiting until this circle closes down even more, because then you can almost guarantee the damage.
Love that they're sending the cars forwards. They know they want to try and play into them. The Doritos have gone down as well. That's a huge nade. The bounce is good, and Himas finds another one. Kobe delivered to pinpoint accuracy.
Come on, give them all to Himas. We need a 10 bomb. We need a 10 bomb boost stick. Ooh, Hakatori hits Himas there for a moment, pushes up into the smoke as well. Can Himas get it all? He's already taken down one. He goes for another. That's a nice nade.
That's a nice nade. That's a Himas. That's another Himas grenade. Oh my god. It's a 1 versus Himas. 7 kills. Going to be working up towards 9. He has to charge his way forward. Hakatori, well, he gets one. Himas will go for the flash. Takes opportunity to make the breather. He sees it. It's a Himas victory. Oh my god. 10 kills from one man and a victory. A 20-point game. GG's. Is there anyone's legend? There is one here, Kalaris, and his name is Himas.
Oh, it's 2026 and there's only one Himas. I can't believe it. We wanted the 10 bomb. We got the 10 bomb. Matrim Poro joining us. Unbelievable scenes here, Matrim, from PGS3.
Boy, that isn't anyone's legend. That's Hamas's legend right there. This just went absolutely nuts. I love talking about, like, you know, whenever you have a star performer, it's really everybody working together. I don't know. This time around, it just really felt like I'm going to drag everybody else and we're going to get these points.
That's so good, Poro. What are you thinking, mate? That was fantastic.
Hey, you can tell that towards the end, they were kind of looking at him like Bam from the NBA when he got his 80-point game. They're like, you know what? We're not even going to shoot at anything. We're just going to let you do everything. We'll support you, buddy. Go ahead and get your 10-kill game.
Everything about it. Perfection coming in here from anyone's legend. You know, there are other members on this video as we take a look. However,
I need to see these damage charts.
There he is!
I need to see these damage charts so bad. The fact that 4 nades were thrown onto one player of Na'Vi all at the same time, and it was still Hamas that hit. Just, what else are you going to say, dude? Like, nah, dude had goals.
Oh, right, let's watch the highlights. Can we flick forwards to just Himas's kills?
No, we still have the whole
we gotta see we gotta see that
whatever
dip, man.
happened.
Yeah, true. That is true. That's very true. I forgot that had even happened after what we just watched. But yes, you are totally correct. Alongside the road, it was insanity here, Poro, as we just watched everybody trying to go for it.
Just silliness. Just absolute silliness, and of course, Virtus Pro is the one that benefits the most off of it. This is just classic Team Liquid luck, isn't it? Like, they push in right as another team has got a Panzerfaust out because there's a BRDM hovering around, and they just happen to be there at the worst possible time.
Let's not also ignore the most BRDM plays that are possibly happening in Rex, where he's just hunting down other solos using the BRDM to push him away from points so that way they'll die and he can get more placement points. Dude was just a menace the whole game.
Oh, here it is. The first nade.
How did he not get flushed by the following 3? I don't understand.
I don't know, the iframes, I guess, or maybe them even actually being on the other side of the rock as well as he's down, so it kind of lowers it. Yeah, I think, but they're pushing through the smoke, being able to get that out the end as well even when we've got all the way down to what might be a record-breaking victory for Virtus Pro, Poro, we still get magic somehow in a game that might feel a little inconsequential for that #1 spot, but man, what a game! What a game!
Yeah, I mean, we were looking around like while that game was going on to see like, okay, is how big of a lead have we seen before in the past? And I think the closest that we could come was when Twisted Minds won PGS 6 by what would I say it was, like 36-point diff. And look at this, Virtus Pro is even eclipsing that easily. Look at that.
And then some.
Geez, 7 more kills on top of that too. Goodness gracious. But yeah, absolutely insane performance from Virtus Pro. But you know what? That battle for second is still looking pretty spicy.
Yes, it is, because the arena's really let off the pedal here as we take a look at the numbers for this game, as anyone's legend up in the top left with the 10 kills, all by one name, alongside.
Show me the damage numbers. I want to see these damage numbers.
They're coming.
Bad.
They're coming.
Like, hey, everybody else think the man of the match is going to be? Just if you had a guess.
Oh, that's not even that high damage wise.
It's not.
Well, the funny thing is, when he had
destroys kills.
He had 6 kills with 610 damage at one point, and I was like, man, that's like the most efficient, ethical 6 kills I've ever seen in my life. And then he ends up getting 10 with just 150 more damage. So his teammates were definitely helping him out with that one.
All right, so as we take a look at these numbers,
somebody screenshot that.
Any speculations or guesses who might be the man of the match, Mark?
If it's not Amir, I would be shocked if it's not him. I just think we need to know how big is his rucksack, because everyone was packed in tight and he was rolling.
I tell you something, I'd be howling if Himas didn't pop up. That would be so funny if somebody else popped up just then. But no, look at that. That is a star, showing why he is a star here at PGS 3. It might not be the most consequential thing towards the very top, but still, anyone's legend, you better believe they are coming for a PGS here in 2026. What a treat, Matrim. This has been a good day so far.
Look, yeah, okay. We've got VP at the top, 43 points. You know, almost 50% above everybody else. 93 back behind that one. Massive lead on it, but we still got some fun that's going on in these games, and there's still a lot of variables to look at. Everybody that was just like, oh, VP won and balanced out. Look, you just missed the Himas show, and you're going to regret it. So make sure you stay tuned in, because we still got one more, and it is going to go full Game 6 scrim. I'm calling it now.
Oh, yeah, there's many things to be looking out for. Will Virtus Pro win this? Yeah, will the Virtus Pro win this by a record-breaking leadership in an international tournament? And who is going to be able to take those all-important podium places alongside them for the important prize pool as well as PGS points? We're going to a break. When we return, that game comes right after this.
We all chase that one more game. With Lenovo Legion, it's always within reach.
Hi guys, it's Bella, and I'm here with Tickleton as a surprise guest. Well, who do you think is going to win this, Tig?
I think that one's pretty obvious, to be honest. Maybe the team with the big lead. Yeah.
The team that shall not be named?
Yeah, Virtus Pro. Those guys suck, but I mean, you know, they get lucky sometimes.
I mean, now you are watching the grand finals go from the sidelines, right? How has that been like? What's your take on how the day is going then?
Honestly, it's been really annoying because, like, there's a lot of situations where I'm like, maybe I could have done better. But then I've been watching the POV streams and it's been really fun. A lot of Lucarox, I think he actually brings so much to the team. I've been really surprised by his like communication skills and how level-headed he is. So shout out Lucarox, playing really well, and I think they deserve it.
Thank you for joining me, Tig. And let's wave back to the boys.
Thanks for coming. Sorry we didn't qualify, but you know, cheers anyway.
Okay, which player is most satisfying to kill in game?
Yeah.
Hello, Inonix. Tell me, who's the goat of PUBG?
Loki.
Okay. Well, who's the most underrated player of PUBG?
Loki.
If you can team up with another team, which team would it be?
Hero.
Okay, which player is most satisfying to kill in game?
Yeah.
Well, what's your favorite Korean food?
김치찌개 좋아합니다.
Kimchi-jjigae, okay. And tell me, who's the funniest person on your team?
글라스.
Laz? Okay, thank you. 감사합니다. Hi guys, it's Bellas. I'm standing here with VP's Visa. Visa, I think you might need to scooch down a little bit. Can you join me a little bit? No? Too high up there? As you are...
I like it up here. Yeah.
As you are on the leaderboard as well. Well, how's the team feeling? What was the talk like? I mean, you guys are pretty much set, right?
I mean, it's kind of a weird feeling because, like you said, we're pretty much set. It was a rough kind of 2 weeks prior before this. We went through like a lot of team talks. Everyone could have done things better, including me. And yeah, it's a weird feeling right now to be here, and the boys are playing well, and we're 99% going to win this tournament. So yeah, happy.
And I had a fan here on site that wanted me to ask you this. How much milk did you drink as a child?
A lot. Full milk. We have really good milk in the Netherlands. So yeah.
Shout out to Netherlands and the boys. All right, thank you for joining me. And we'll see you guys on stage in a little bit.
Later, guys.
I am so glad we got the Ibby Bella interview. Yes! Because they are on course to win this tournament. And that height dynamic, brilliant stuff. The camera had to move to be able to get him in full frame. But what has to move as well, you may as well have to move the camera to get Virtus.pro's lead in full frame right now, because they are on pace to have a record-breaking victory on an international stage. As Horror said, Twisted Minds, I think, what do you say?
36?
PGS 6 or PGS 5?
PGS 6, yeah.
Since then, we have not seen this kind of level of insanity come down. And then we get to watch more insanity with a 10 bomb with Himas. And Mark, you just brought up the fact that where did Na'Vi start today and where are they now? What is going on?
10th to 4th now. It's going to be close. I actually think Na'Vi might even push to a second, so we might get an EMEA 1-2 here for PGS 3.
Well, Matrim, they had a decent, inverted commas, decent last 2 games at PGS 2, bumping them up into a very important location. And maybe Na'Vi can make it happen again, because they had a decent game just now until Himas showed up.
I mean, it was feeling a bit lost. Like, I don't know what had happened in their day 1, but then day 2, they started finding some more successes. Feels like they really have now starting to find more, I guess, comfort in the chaos of what's going to be going on, because that last game was hyper chaotic. So they managed to play around, referee a lot of what was happening on it. I mean, there's a world that it could happen, but there's going to be a lot of squads that have been watching their points slide today that are going to come out in a big way in this last one.
Yeah, a lot of PGS points on the line, a lot of prize pull on the line. Again, group seeding into PGS 4 as well, Poro. There's still a lot to play for, despite, I've described it like 5 times now, that last game feeling a bit loopy. Matrim's expecting a game 6, game 5. Not too much surprise there. Are you expecting something similar here from our last game?
I would think so. I mean, there's nothing to indicate that it wouldn't be that way, is there? Chaos is a ladder, and right now, Na'Vi using it to climb their way all the way up the leaderboard. 17 actually finding themselves in there. So Arena needs to be sweating a little bit. They've not had the best day here so far today. That is that hold on second by far from secure. But the only good news that they have is it seems like everybody else around them still keeps to ending up finding these crazy fights early game. But I think that's by design almost. I think these teams are realizing that if they are going to make a move, they've got to be aggressive.
I would totally agree. I think a second place for E-Arena after all of this is said and done would be a brilliant result for them, Mark.
Absolutely.
But it feels like there's been a divergence in their tactics a little bit, maybe a bit scared about trying to play their normal game, normal rotates in, and it's not been working out for them.
It's not in their wheelhouse to be that hyper-aggressive team. They like the compounds. They want to play from the compounds, and it hasn't been the case. A point here, 2 points there, a boat rotation, it's not enough.
Well, let's get to it then. The final game of PGS3, the final game of the circuit. Virtus Pro has it all but assured, but there are plenty more moves that have to happen here. Unless you run into Himas, you don't want to be doing that here in game 15. Matrim Poro, take it away.
Plane path starting over Kameshki and then ending over the channel in between Military Island and the main island. So we've been seeing some cool, crazy circles happen on Erangel Poro. We might be due for another one.
We might indeed, and if Himas's performance from Game 4 is any indication, the superstars are coming out to show out here with only one game remaining. Can they build off of the performance they've delivered so far? We've seen some guys, we've seen just some highlight reel plays up and down the lobby. Obviously, Virtus Pro just doing their victory lap. Give them all the flowers in the world. They have earned it, and we'll see how big of a lead they can end this thing on.
Here's my question, though. Tiantian was running the bracket right now for MVP. 17 has been kind of faltering today. I don't know if that's a shoot-in as it was feeling beforehand, because whenever we have, like, Himas popping off and getting 10 kills inside of a game by, like, not by himself, but all those 10 kills himself, and this has gotten a lot of what we thought was cemented in has gotten thrown on edge right now. I'm just going to be eyes on VP, still leaning into a pretty comfortable drop right along plane path. Should be able to get their loot situated, get some vehicles, as survival is the name of the game. But also, I wouldn't be surprised if VP just wants to run the table and see how high they can take this thing.
I'll tell you right now. Oh, okay. Why not? You wanted to have a crazy final game. That is one certain way to do it, by getting that military island circle. But we talk about Tiantian. The performance that he delivered in day one was absolutely huge. But I got to tell you, Matt, at this point, Nixie has tied him in terms of overall kills, and he's got about 1,000 more damage. So Tiantian, if he's wanting to make sure that he secures that MVP that he's held on to so tightly since day one, he's got to produce something here in the final game, because otherwise Nixie's going to come from behind and snatch it away.
Looking at this, E-Arena already on Military Base Island. Looks like they're going to shift over to the east. That's going to give them some decent looting. VP in control over that western bridge. Navi's going to be right next to them. 17 in Pachinki, where they always land. They're going to have an inside track position, but where are they going to go is the question.
And it's how long do you want to stay on the, and this is one of those circles it gives you the option to stay on the main island for a little bit longer and not fully commit to making that push across. But do you want to do that? That's a pretty high risk play, going for that cross. But if you get over to Military Island, if you get there early enough and take one of the, the whole island is in right now, right? It's really a question, do you shove your chips into, it's going to go more towards the west or it's going to go more towards the east? Because obviously there's different power points on the island depending on where that next circle goes.
It feels like playing for hillsides can be strong later stages, but squads don't like to do it early stage because you just end up everybody running up on you in vehicles. So vulnerabilities and the strong points at different timings are going to be so vital to play around, and with everybody wanting to get any points that they can get. Because, I mean, look, it's still E-Arena, 2 points ahead of 17. Then 3 points ahead of that's going to be Navi, tied into JDG and T1. Then just 3 points back behind that is going to be the follow-up into Petrichor Road. This is still ridiculously close. Note that you can go all the way down into 12th. 77 points is not that big of a jump whenever we look up into, 17th position in third place? 14 points. That is incredibly doable.
It's very close, and a lot of that, the result of Virtus Pro having the weekend that they're having. They've sponged up so many points that it's kind of made the rest of the leaderboard a little bit tighter. And speaking of Virtus Pro, they're camping the Western Bridge, because of course they are.
Let's do it.
Why not?
Do it. I mean, what happens? People crash them, and then they kill them. Oh, darn. They still have 43 points. And if they kill everybody that approaches, congratulations. Now they've got 50 points, maybe even 60 points of a win.
Oh my God, can you imagine? Like, it's already insane, the lead they have right now. I was saying the one other thing I'm kind of keeping a watch on, and I'm sorry about this 4 a.m. fans, but I wanted to see if VP can grow their lead over to second to greater than the amount of points that 4 a.m. has managed to get in this grand final. VP's got a 43-point lead. 4AM's got 48 points in the tournament.
Doesn't take much more. 4 Angry Men, where you at? Oh, yeah, Znaya, where everything's already getting gate kept out and blocked out. You're going to be coming into this one. It's going to be scary.
It is. Well, 3rd on 5, they decide they don't want to deal with the bridge at all. Instead, they'll do the old botation. Thanks for bringing that back, Mr. Mark Power. We haven't gotten to say that in a long time. It feels like boats just not getting the love that they used to get. Well, we saw an E pickup, and I'm trying to see who that was. They dropped, and whoever it was, they managed to land pretty safely, it seems. So Military Island's starting to get a little bit more populated now as... Oh, that Virtus Pro Bridge Camp 17 has started to make their way down. They're sniffing around. See if they actually got it. Looks like they might be going to Ferry Pier, actually.
I mean, that's the safer bet. At this stage, you have to assume you're looking at this circle, you're going, bro, both bridges are just going to be trashed to try to cross. Let's not deal with any of that. While this is going on with rotates, we also did have Twisted. They crossed. They've managed to make it over into Novo. Myth is just going to be external from where E-Arena is going to be playing. I believe that E-Arena is trying to hold down Crossroads with maybe some of Radio Tower. Navi, of course, managed to make their cross. They've got themselves comfort position that they're going to be playing from. 17. How much of this are you going to bite off? Is it's going to get spicy over around crates? What?
Yeah, I was looking over here. Supers was in a bit of a 2-2 split. The Rexon looks like... Who's that? Heaven could be coming back to provide support, but Guman going to find Hello My Bad to start things off, and that is not the way that Vitality wanted to start this fight.
The rest of Supers aren't even here, and all of Vitality isn't even here, so this is going to be a regroup on a military-based game for a crates firefight. This feels like this is messaging being sent by Supers, specifically just trying to talk about what it is that they're wanting to set for the future of these PGSs.
It could be. And then, you know, we've seen Team Liquid actually do stuff like this in the past where, you know, when the circle is so far away from them, they know the teams that loot around them and they know the typical paths that they might take to make that rotation. So instead of going down there early, instead they'll take a little bit longer and try to secure a few more points on their way as Hello My Bad does get flushed out. Rex is hunting with Panzerfaust in hand through the crates. He's going to spot one. He's going to get him. Gedrox is down.
Quizzy's getting hard pushed right now. To the north of it, it's going to be a Guman, and then to the south, it's going to be a Rex chasing after. Looking around, Levante isn't even in this cluster. He's actually across from all of this. He's closer to North George, where Team Liquid is going to be at.
Yeah, Levante might be getting the call to stick around on that northern side and maybe come over and retrieve some blue chips a little bit later as we see Navi actually finding Petrichor Road. So that's going on the hills on the northern side of Military Island. VP have left their bridge camp and now have found a home on the south side of that bridge, not going too far in. T1 now kind of backfilling where VP just was.
1 point to get distance away from JDG and T1. Navi hoping to see if they can maybe make it 2. They'll line up a pretty difficult shot there, but you gotta see what you can get out of it. No, Team Liquid is spotting this out. Are they going to try to get involved? Oh, tries to steal it. Respect. But that's going to be the tail end of that fight. Is Levante again nowhere near there? I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe Levante is hoping that Supers is just going to go on their merry way, and maybe Levante can come back and get the chips.
Yeah, I think that's the play for them. The only problem for them is that Team Liquid has kind of slowed down Supers on their rotation, but looks like they'll stop down, pick up everything, and go about on their merry way as the blue zone has arrived. Supers, they're taking their time with it, and why not?
3 points early for Supers is big because that gets them ahead of now anyone's legend, putting them into 8th place. Just a couple of points, and then they're caught up with Petrichor Road. 17 Gaming got themselves an airstrip that they're taking off with. That sometimes not always going to get rewarded on the leaderboards for style, but I give respect where it's due.
That's really nice. I like that. But they'd be happier if they had a boat, but they get there a little bit too late for that. And you can see that western side of the island, still a lot of places to play over there as Virtus Pro continues to just keep eyes on the western, the northern part of the western bridge. I probably see T1 moving around. Liquid also still showing a little bit of interest in Supers over here.
Angry Men making their wrap, already being gate kept on 1 point of it by E-Arena, and now they're going to kind of push their way over closer into Novo. Should find some safety for now because Twisted's playing the southern section of it. A couple of retaliation shots coming back from 4 Angry Men just to be like, we didn't like that, but see if they can get Shin across a bit easier, and that looks like that's going to be fine.
It looks like Arena has that 2-2 split. They've got 2 on the low side, 2 up in the radio tower. If 4M can get a read on that, they might cause problems. Here's now Wenbo as JDG right on his doorstep. The spray will get him low. Won't get him knocked, though. There you go. Nons will get taken down and flushed out, but Wenbo has been picked out.
Got to be careful now. Tries to get the stuns, realizing that he is very outnumbered over here. But if he can find points, anything that he can get, this is going to make a weakened 17 for the later stage of the game. He's entirely blind. Tries to go for a spin back around, but does go down. Suze going to be the guy to find it. And that's going to be JDG a little pissed off by that one. Until a couple more shots to finish it.
Definitely annoying. Definitely kind of frustrating for JDG that they lose that one. And I mean, 17 also. I mean, this has just been... it sucks. They get 2 guys over towards the island, but Lil Ghost has still been left behind. And you can see he's swimming now, and that might be his best option. The circle does go favor a little bit more towards the eastern side of Military Island. So the big news on that is that radio tower is still in play in the arena. They're going to send everybody up there.
Nobody playing the hills just quite yet. Instead, it's just military base proper. We got a lot of people playing around this at this point, and kind of intriguing. VP going for a wide split, getting more of the control over there. Twist is going to be wrapping in back behind this one, so let's get a listen in on how the plan's working for these guys.
It's Freya.
A lot of leaderboards.
I'll stay here with Luca.
This shit is not loaded.
Bunkers and blue is taken.
Okay. What about green? Like backside?
That is Freya. Inside this bunker, at least bunker.
We might need to play green waypoint.
Yeah.
This guy is shooting at my house, what? But they cannot know I'm here. I mean, they can.
Well, they're about to have T1 pull up behind him.
Res plane. JDG got res, that's good.
Tank is coming south to us on the main road, and cars as well. They're sending past on blue. That's the team.
I can come with Panzer.
No, that's 4 guys. No.
They'll come to you. They'll come to you with Panzer.
No, they're going past. They're going past.
Glider above us. Can you shoot him down?
That's Team Liquid's glider. Yep, they spot out Cowboy, shoot him away, and they also were able to scare away T1. So I got to hear exactly how those comms played out as Virtus Pro holding down that western side. Oh my goodness, Glaz. Goodbye, Nons.
Just what can you even do about that? He just appeared out of nowhere, Batman the fool, and then just runs off.
Remember, Nons got taken down by 17, so that was JDG getting the revive station. Nons dropping right there, and Glaz is, look, a piece of candy. Okay, another point picked up, so welcome back to the game for just a second there, Glaz. Or Nons.
Crazy Raccoon defending territory, man. My trash cans, you can't have them. This is all mine. I dare you to land any closer, as we are starting to get a spattering of hills players, as it is going to be 4 angry men, Petrichor Road over there, but my eyes do keep getting drawn back over to Radio Tower, like you were talking about, is the arena, high ground over Myth.
Let's also keep eyes off to the north. It looks like Supers finally did leave, and Levante is in a vehicle kind of making his way through ruins. There you go. That's what we like to see. Hit the backflip, buddy. You got this. I'm not sure if he was able to stop down and get the blue chips from his teammates. That's the only thing I'm unsure about.
It looks like he's headed to one. I respect Levante being a solo up on game 15 and doing backflips. Other people would be like, nah, I'm going to play this safe. Levante's like, psh, what else we got to do, bro?
Like, what are you doing? You've got our blue chips. We can get back in this game. Stop doing backflips. Well, actually, he's kind of going through Pachinki. It doesn't even look like he's stopping down at the res beacon, so I don't think he has him. He might just be going for meds and just playing the game out as a solo. As we see Team Liquid, they had the eye in the sky, kind of giving them direction about where to go, but they still end up running into Theraton 5 and losing Alo, and Nonix will steal that one away. Another point for Crazy Raccoon.
Gliders can't see in bunkers. It's not fair. Team Liquid now got to figure out what they're going to do. They're rounding the horses down to the south. They've got that area where you've got, what is it, the wall that's playing externally from this that they can kind of salvage from, but they're going to put pretty close to Twisted Minds, who is very hungry. Cowboy's going to do a great job on scouting out what's going on with Myth, as well as probably spotting out what's going on top of Radio Tower. Radio Tower getting left behind in the circle mostly. Yeah, it's still there, but nobody wants to come out of Radio Tower late. So a lot of squads now moving down into military base in the very open airport section of it.
Yeah, it looks like Lil Ghost is actually hitting the revive station as well. So 17 will get their man back, but
oh no, Levante.
They've got nowhere to play right here. As Levante's still trying to make his way in here. We'll hear Super's just off in the distance, so he will stop down. But 16 first aids, 33 bandages, and a med kit. He's feeling pretty good.
He is going to be doing full Beamy cosplay right now. This is no blue chips, just living in the blue. That's the best that he gets out of it. Worst trade deal in the history of deals there is. Looking out, Levante, what do you do? Getting gate kept on this bridge sucks at this point.
Oh no, Lil Ghost, after hitting that revive station, he runs in the Supers instead. Supers are just getting, they're getting fed off of playing from blue right now as they pick up another point.
Levante just watching. I'll take that one. Ha ha ha. Slow down, at least get something back. I mean, Super's been bullying people for a while. They got to get something back on it.
They're not even going to be able to stop down and shoot Levante. That would have been a great loot goblin to pick up. They would have had so many heals for the whole team.
If only they had 16 first aids, right?
I know. They feel a lot better. Well, they make their way across the bridge. JDG has finally arrived as well as they pull into that ferry position, but they have to make their way into this circle, and they have T1 in front of them, Team Liquid in front of them, and also Virtus Pro just wide split on this western side, taking up a lot of real estate inside that military base. They've got eyes on 17.
I mean, VP with this split is just confident, bro. Look at this. They're driving around in between each other, making sure to cover angles, getting prepped for the next circle whenever it does pop. 17 going to be the weakened squad that's closest to them, just hunkering down and hiding, as it does look like a Super is going to be coming into the hillsides to the north pretty late. But
hard
shift down to the southeast. Twisted's going to be loving it.
That's great for Twisted. And they're going to have the priority on that high ground. Liquid's going to try to make a run for it before Twisted can consolidate and get everybody over there. We'll see if it plays out for him as JDG making their way past T1. You see 17's Wenbo is arriving back off of that revive station. Virtus Pro's already gotten everybody together, and it looks like they're going to favor going down to the south as well.
I mean, there's bunkers, and that's about it. You've got a couple of hills that you can play, and the dips coming out of Radio Tower. Yeah, there's also the oil derricks that are still going to be in play, but that sucks. Nobody wants to play around a circular piece of cover. There is no way to kind of defend in. Instead, it's just firefight time. 4 angry men going to be landing right on top of Na'Vi. Good shots coming out from HS. Does manage to take down Boostic. E-Arena at range, spots out Petrichor Road. Big shots coming out from them. VP gets caught in dust up with T1, and it's going to be 17 games. Wimbo coming up on top of it. VP in some trouble. Down to just Correxy.
Yeah, T1 doing a good job. They got taken by surprise by the push from Virtus Pro, but they immediately turned around and put all attention and haven't even taken a knock so far. So they are climbing up the leaderboard as Corexy will continue to dance around and maybe go for this res onto Lucarux. Do you even have time for it at this point? No, it looks like he's just going to hop in the US and try to dip. No, he's not even going to get the chance.
Oh, he reads where Heather's coming from. Doesn't connect onto it. Does at least get the damage enough to get the car flipped. But Corexy's got a flipping vehicle of his own to deal with. Does at least do some damage before T1 finally takes him down.
Oh my gosh, Heather hopped out of the US when he saw the Panzerfaust coming, and unfortunately he cut the wheel hard enough to where it ran over his own teammate, but it looks like they should be able to get him back on his feet. But Virtus Pro, doesn't matter that they're out, job is done. No, never mind. I'm not even going to do the unless. It's just not going to happen. E-Arena,
you only need to kill 20-something people. You can do it.
Unless they can loot another 2 games off of a loot box somewhere, I don't think it's going to happen. But what a spray by Spiro, picking Shen out.
Do know that T1 finding more and more kills, presently in 3rd place right now, but they are weakened after that fight. Super on top of Na'Vi, right on the edge of the blue zone. This is going to be the only real movement that's going to be going on, trying to get in the circle, other than 17 and Levante trying to get in. Na'Vi doesn't want to stay here for too long, so they're going to start cutting their way down the hillside. That's going to put it really close to anyone's legend. Already in defense. Destroy should be able to spot this. Couple of shots. Takes down Spiro, and Hackatori jumps out. It's just him and Ferris. Couple of shots, and he's going to go down.
Wow, Na'Vi getting eliminated so fast. A combination there from Supers from behind as well as anyone's legend. But look at the fight for second, Matt. E-Arena, they've gotten 3 kills. They're holding on by just 3 points as T1 continues to get in fights with Twisted Minds now on the south side.
And they lose the BRDM. That's going to be a problem. Type goes down as well. T1 eyes on to second place, but E-Arena comfy cozy up into the northeast, nowhere around it. Twisted wants to find more off of it, not content down into 14th place. A big come-up capability is due for Twisted down here in the south, as they could just find all these spattering of weakened teams and go on the hunt.
Showing once again that Twisted Minds, it doesn't matter where they are on the leaderboard, they are a threat to be dealt with. And T1 is just going to have to tuck their tail in high and run away, try to survive a little bit longer. But where do you even go? They're pushing right into JDG. Cold 119 will take down Heather, and Raining, you got to feel, is not much longer for this world as the vehicle is about to explode. He at least gets to the fence, but no, he's going to get spotted out by Kiss, and that is going to do it for T1's run.
1 point above 17 Gaming, who only has one player alive, watching what's going on with the firefight with JDG. He watched them run right in front of him, but he has to survive. E-Arena, 97 points, feasting up there into the northeast, but new contenders are going to be anyone's legend, and Petrichor Road spattering alongside the solos hiding out everywhere.
Look at that leaderboard. E-Arena with 4 alive, and then everybody that's chasing them is down to just one player and are getting eliminated one after the other. Super is going to be the next one on the list, as Levante somehow, someway, still alive. No, I spoke too soon, and Onyx will spot him out, and he goes down.
Twisted makes landfall right in front of Xiao Wu, the last one up for 17 Gaming. He does not like that. He's got eyes in front of him and realize this just got way dicier. He still has to get into the circle. He just needs a point to stay ahead of T1 and secure third place at least. But JDG on a rampage of their own. Even 1 point's not going to feel comfortable with just the solo that they've got still hiding out.
A lot of more shifts up and down this leaderboard possible. Anyone's legend really could make a huge jump here if they find some success. They've got to clean out E-Arena on that northern side before they get anything else done here. Xiaowu going to be the last one alive. He's got to duck down, though. I don't even think that was Twisted that was taking shots at him. That might have been somebody else. So I don't know if Twisted knows he's here. Lou, he's not even looking.
I mean, Twisted right now is caught up taking shots at Suze. They've spotted him, and that's allowing Xiao Wu to creep in here. 2 solos, 2 points between them. Twisted Minds also directly in between them, and just trying to play it as sneaky as possible. Who is the better rat could decide so much placement.
Oh, there you go. Him ass. He's still feeling it from last game. This time he's got a bolty in hand. He's going to find Nurens, and that's going to be a knock onto E-Arena. They're down to just 3 players, and they're going to have to go for that res immediately. But AL is crashing immediately. Mask with the follow-up grenade. Not going to find it. Opan's going to find Sololzi, though. So E-Arena holding strong.
Solo's got to put in work right now. Still 11 teams alive with 29 up. It's just salvage games everywhere, and anyone's legend on a run. They want to find more kills. They want control over everything going into the northeast. E-Arena got to stay alive. Anonix gets a drop onto Sololzi to flush it out.
Let's throw in the additional factor of mortars coming in from space. Molodoct actually getting shots on this from the clear opposite side of the circle. Destroy gonna go down to an Onyx mortar as anyone's legend are falling apart here because of Crazy Raccoon.
But this is keeping E-Arena alive. Anyone's legend wanted to take them out. 98 points gives them a better chance of securing position. Twisted Minds comes in full rampage mode, just jumps on top of Suze, eliminates him. Big cost, though, as they've taken a couple of casualties.
And anyone's legend down to just one player, but that one player is Hemass, and he is wrapping around on the low side of the hillside. Doesn't matter, Opans will take him down, and E-Arena will collect another point. They break 100, and now the next closest is Petrichor Road, but they're down to just one player in 04NB.
We've got a pretty locked-in leaderboard at the top right now. VP, of course, at the top of it. E-Arena surviving everybody else in the dust and all of this has just gotten so crazy. T1 93, 17 92, Navi 90, tied in with JDG. Just a little bit more survivability. The difference between the two. Petrichor Road and your solo. How much longer can you live? Because there are placement points still on the table.
Well, Crazy Raccoon, they're down in 10th, but look how much they could jump if they continue this battle that they're having. Is 3rd on 5 will dispatch with Twisted Minds on top. Winda is going to be still involved in this as well. He gets 2 off of them. Fluky and Rossita Jr. now the last 2 up for 3rd on 5.
Bottom of the leaderboard climbing hard right now. Petrichor Road up to 87. And behind this, of course, it is going to be the Raccoons at 86. They still have so many people alive. They even get the crates. They've got control of the north. And T5, remembering, they have the spattering of problems below them. They've got Myth that's going to be next to them. Team Liquid, they're going to have some problems. T5 has the more desperate approach into this where Crazy Raccoon can defend it.
Myth can do something here, but they got to start getting active. They got to start getting some of these points. As Window will finish, we'll find Rossiter Jr. He's still staying alive here for 4 Angry Men. As you see Fluky off in the distance, gonna try to get over here for you. Oh, Window would love to secure these 2 points. Really trying to take the shots on the Fluky. The seed swap comes through, the spray comes through. Fluky will win it as Window barely goes down, loses that 1v1.
Cowboy got some ideas right now. Team Liquid's got control over a very defendable position of the circle. All the fighting is happening over into the west and the north. Means they can't find kills, but they can definitely find their way into some strong points to play from. Crazy Raccoon makes the cross, getting right on top of T5, and Crazy Raccoon continues the run up, but keep an eye out on Petrichor Roads. Solo still alive, 0-4 hiding out right at the crux of that fence.
Just look at this massive aggression for Crazy Raccoon. You talked about we were coming into insanity in this final game. Well, insanity plays right into their hands. That's where they feel comfortable, as Third on 5 has still got a knocked player. They haven't been able to stick the res. Right now it's just throwing hopeful probing grenades up to the top, but not finding any joy off of that, as Crazy Raccoon still have PO and Onyx. That's not a duo you want bearing down on you.
T5 is getting this reset, though. It's taking time, and it's slow, and it's methodical, but PO things could be what decides placement points for Crazy Raccoon. A little bit of a dip to hide in right here. His eyes up from PO. He can't find the angle that he wants onto it. It's just too much of an over peak. Human way back behind all of this, just trying to make sure that nobody collapses in back behind as Cowboy. Rest of the crew from Team Liquid, eyes up, don't have vision on this area.
Nothing yet, and the smoke's going to slow things down temporarily. The blue zone will be arriving shortly, though, and that's going to force their hand. Good veteran play there by PO, making sure that those sight lines are caught out. As he finds the opening knock on a Ranger X, he did have shots sent to him from Fluky as Third on 5. All they're trying to get everybody back together. And no, Pio's going to find another one. And it's down to just one. Can Crazy Raccoon do the impossible? They started this game in 11th place, and they are now in 8th. Can they hop even higher?
There is so much opportunity. As compacted as this leaderboard is, jumps down, PO wants it, and PO gets it.
Batman falling from the skies. Crazy Raccoon now takes 7th place, and look at the tie. They can hop all the way from 11th to 5th, maybe even higher, if they can collect a few more kills off of this. Crazy Raccoon putting in insane work in the final match.
Myth has to deal with Team Liquid on top of him. Crazy Raccoon has to get in the circle. Petrichor Road Solo still up, but the shots coming out from Team Liquid on top of Myth. This is a fortress that Crazy Raccoon has to assault. Team Liquid on a climb of their own. Just a couple of points will allow them to catch up to T5, while Myth is in the thick of what's going on with Supers as well as Anyone's Legend, who are all already out.
That P90 is so terrifying to push into, though they've got to be careful about how they approach this. 04MB, he is still just trying to play it sneaky, trying to play it cool, keep alive a little bit longer for Petrichor Road, and he'll do that for now. Yeah, I think that's that wall. Yeah, that's just outside his zone, but if he can get to the side, he can find a little bit of place to hide, but he gets spotted by Cowboy. Good eyes, and he goes down.
More placement points for Crazy Raccoon, though, jumped up into 5th place. The climb continues. Myth now tied up with Super, just 1 point back behind Anyone's Legend, and they've got Team Liquid defending them on one side of it, and on the other side, they've got Crazy Raccoon kind of defending them. Myth just in the middle of this, so little information, just listening for footsteps and firefighting. That's all they got.
Jumping from 11th to 3rd in one game would be an absolutely insane turnaround for Crazy Raccoon, but they've still got, as you said, a lot of work left to do, and Team Liquid has great position here. With Cowboy and Luke 12, they've got the P90, they've got the level 3 gear, they've got vision over just about everything, and they know that their backs are cleared as well, so they can put all their focus towards what's in front of them right now.
Myth just having to play this so quiet, very uncharacteristic for how that squad wants to play, but they're just kind of stuck on point. Crazy Raccoon, this is where they thrive. You were talking about the crazier it gets, the happier they are. Team Liquid, the methodical style, is it going to pay off in the end? Crazy Raccoon's been in a lot of firefights. Nade's going to be landing next to him. They managed to weather the drops at the start. Can they get close enough, and can they get a retaliation throw? Doesn't get the damage, but at least makes Team Liquid a bit scared to peek again.
Push them back a little bit overcooked. They're on the grenade. PO able to heal back up, still full strength, and the fact that they were even able to get to where they are now while Liquid was watching is a testament to their fortitude here. Is Crazy Raccoon. Yeah, I mean, Myth, they're not going to do anything. They're just going to stay in here as long as they possibly can. And you got to wonder how much offensive utility Crazy Raccoon still has left. And you saw a couple of grenades in there. They're waiting for these peaks to come through as Luke 12 is looking down. He's not seeing anything just yet.
This is going to be all coming down to how Myth has to deal with this circle, right? If they come out and they go to their right, that means that they're going to run into Crazy Raccoon. If they go to their left, they're going to run into Team Liquid. Purdy Curdy is playing advanced position, very far out, next to the blue zone, trying to make sure that he keeps a control angle onto anybody from Myth that's running out, trying to funnel them into Crazy Raccoon. But Crazy Raccoon just needs a couple of points. A couple of kills could be enough, but they have to survive. Crazy Raccoons all stacked up next to each other. Team Liquid's got control of so many different angles, and Myth has control over nothing except for the territory that they're hiding in.
It's just a question of if Myth gets it in their head that they want to leave, they might just be waiting to see if any knocks come through, and that might be the indicator time to go. Crazy Raccoon's just going to hold on to this ridge line as long as they can, because they are kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place here. They can't go low or else they have to risk the 4-man of Myth, and they can't go high because they've got just Team Liquid with the most geared out they could possibly be looking down at them.
So the blue zone is going to continue to collapse in. Right now we're at phase number 9. Everybody's going to be funneled into the exact same angle, and that's where the bunker opens up. So all 3 of these squads are going to converge at roughly the same time and all stacked on top of each other. It's just going to be a firefight. Can you navigate the craziness? And remember, Myth has been down here for a while. They probably have the best set in armor as well as tools. They still also have 4 players up where Team Liquid has 3, but Team Liquid has that separated position. PO goes down. Cowboy spots him.
Oh, that grenade almost took down Luke. He had about 1 HP left, and Cowboy just barely wins that 1v1 versus PO. Will secure the kill as well. Nice shots, though. Will take him, force him to pull back down. Myth is just watching all of this laughing as they get to still stay down in their hidey hole position. The Cowboy doing his best. He has shown out for Team Liquid here so far this tournament, but he's got to stop and reload. Luke 12 will spot an Onyx with the backup, and he gets another one. Luke 12 coming in huge with the P90.
Crazy Raccoon's climb was massive, but this is why Kurt was waiting. Team Liquid on the outside of this. Gonna go down. It's gonna be a nade coming up from Jacob. Myth has some movement options down below it all. Luke on top gets a beautiful spray, finding a counter on this one. Myth locked into position down below. Cowboy and Luke 12. It's a high ground, low ground fight to finish it.
That late game P90 might just be too much to deal with in the end, and Luke 12 finds another one. Baron will go down and kiss the last one alive. He's been spotted through the smokes. Luke 12 spraying through the edges, and he will find it. Liquid will get the win here in the final game of day 3 of the PGS 3 finals. And what a performance for them. 9 kills, but at the end of the day, it is all Virtus Pro.
Here is your PGS 3 champion in Virtus Pro. Phenomenal play coming out of these guys. Massive lead, a historic performance as we're going to tag back in Mark Power and Galaris.
That's right, wall-to-wall greatness here from them. They played the long game. They did not show up in PGS 1. They did not show up in PGS 2. But when it mattered most, the big one here, Mark, it is Virtus Pro. The Bears able to make the charge at the very end.
Yep, and it's Namiya 2 out of 3, so we'll take it. So well played from them. They closed it out nice and early, and they left nothing to question on that final day, but it was a last attempt for them. But it makes worth their while.
And now they head over to the trophy here to be able to raise it once again. The circuit champions here in orange. They've won a PGS before. Here in 2026, they win the biggest tournament of the year so far. It's Virtus Pro with the victory. Amazing stuff, Burrow. What we saw from them across the battlegrounds here, across these 3 days of gameplay, and we listened in as well. They just looked so confident about their play.
Leaving absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind who came in here to play. I mean, just from the word go. You know, we talked about it at the top of the show. When you're in that lead position, there's only a couple of things that can happen. When you get in that first couple of games, you kind of know how the day is going to go. And VP came in here mentally prepared. They were ready to go, and they set the tone for the rest of the day. And boy, they just almost just flame horizon the rest of the lobby. It's insane what they were able to do.
It'll be interesting to hear their thought process throughout these PGSs, right, Matrim? Because, of course, it must have been a roller coaster of emotions and a roller coaster of thoughts amongst them. We bombed out in the first two. What can we do in the third?
But anyway, our PGS 3 champions. Hello, Luca. Hello. Well, congratulations to you. A lot of smiles from the 4 players on stage. Let's talk about what it feels like to have another one in the bag. Starting off with you, Luca.
I mean, it's kind of the same feeling because we won it before like last game, so all the emotions are over already.
Yeah, but you know, the past 2 weeks, it seems like you guys worked really hard. You guys talked a lot, spent a lot of time together, and you showed up on the last 3 days when it mattered the most. Now that it's all over and now that you have the trophy, can you tell us a little bit on what the talk was about?
I mean, when we didn't make 2 finals in a row, we had a really good team talks. And I guess we figured out what was the problem, and we just need to keep going and keep improving.
Keep going, keep doing what you do. All right, well, thank you, Luca, for that. And Nixie, I hear that your IGN is VP TPP King, Nixie.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Of course
well,
it is.
You proved it today. Well, I mean, it seems like to win something, win the trophy, you gotta have the calls, the circle, and the aims, the confidence in your team. You have to have that. Now that you are standing in front of this and you won this, can you tell us what your team did more, better, harder than the rest of the lobby? I feel like you would give something for us.
I mean, definitely we got more zone than anyone else, but of course we also play good. Like everyone stepped up. Luca made some insane calls. Beamy, Corexi, I cannot like put them down because they also did insane. Like the calls were insane. So I'm just thankful to be around these guys, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like all of you played your parts equally every time. I don't think any of you did not show up for each match. You guys got the chance and took it, did not waste a single match.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to shout out the coaching staff and the manager because of them we were able to do our job perfectly. And yeah, I just shout out to the coach and the manager, of course.
Yeah, would love that. And it seems like you guys had really good energy and synergy. I mean, Beamy, I feel like I talked to you so much over the past 3 days, and yet here we meet again on stage, this time in front of the trophy. Well, did you know that you guys actually came in top 4 for 7 matches in a row? I don't think that's ever happened. We have to talk about the consistency. Is it just the trust in each other, or do you have like a working winning formula that's going on?
I mean, we kind of just kept working with what we had going on from last year, and we made like a bit of adaptation with the TVP and with the rough start. But I would say like us, so all like this finals, we were very gifted compared to some of the other teams, so that also made it a bit easier to get the top 4s. But all like everybody just did their job, and everybody pre-planned. We talked in the game, everything got talked out, so there was just a lot of structure.
A lot of structure, a lot of teamwork, communication, that everything clicked in place for you guys to seize when you had the chance. And Corexi, yes, you are up next for this interview. I love how we make eye contact on stage and you look away desperately, knowing that it's you next. Well, now that it's over, you have the trophy, another one in the bag. Tell me, what was your most memorable part? I would love a personal take on this.
I'm happy that it's over now. That's all.
It was a long 3-week journey, right?
Yeah.
Well, the circuit system, and we had I feel like your PGS 1 and 2 and 3 were very vastly different experiences, right?
Yeah.
How did you spend the last 3 weeks? Looking back, do you have anything that stands out to you, like a resilience marker or?
No.
Well, if anything, would you like to give a shout out to anyone that you're thinking of right now?
Shout out to everyone supporting us and big shout out to Virtus Pro as well.
Yay, Grexy, thank you. We love that. All right, PGS 3 champions, Virtus Pro. Before we wrap up the champions interview, any of you, would you like to say anything before we toss it over? Yeah.
Also, shout out to everyone here who made this possible. Thank you, Virtus Pro, also as Grexy said, Bimi said, and Grexy. And also shout out to tournament organizer. Everyone made this possible, so thank you guys. Shout out to the fans.
Yes, of course. Don't forget the fans. All right, well, give it up for PGS 3 champions, Virtus Pro. Congratulations to you guys again. Lots of smiles. And that is all for our champions interview. Wave with me.
Forced to wave by Empress Bella in the Bella Dome here for PGS3. And of course, the most Finnish answer of all time from Kirexi. I'm just happy it's over. We have had a phenomenal circuit finals here with Virtus Pro, leaving no doubt in anybody's mind, Matrim, that they are the champions, the #1 for the circuit.
Dude, this has just been a dominant performance in a way that I don't think have seen in a long time. I mean, you can make comments about how Twisted is played, the consistency inside of it, but this is a statement coming out from VP, dude. This is just... It felt a little bit mixed at the start, but then once the consistency kicked in, these guys were just reading circles and reading teams over and over and over.
Yeah, there was obviously a lot of bluster about China and South Korea at the beginning. PGS1 looked that way, Mark. But now here with PGS2 and PGS3 in the books, and if Twisted Minds down the line gets their full roster on board as well, I have to say it, I think EMEA specifically has the big three. Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, Twisted Minds maybe down the line as well here. That is putting the rest of this world on notice here at the moment for 2026.
Yeah, you've got to keep an eye out for Twisted Minds. Don't write them off just yet. And even Vittorians at the end of last year said it's going to take them about half of a year to figure out exactly how they want to play. The sub, not going to help. And as we've already mentioned, Vittorians will be holding them to account. So interested to see how this evolves. Na'Vi, a last attempt to try and climb that leaderboard, and they climbed it really, really high in the end, but it wasn't going to be close enough.
No, definitely not. And Team Liquid towards the end here, Matrim, get themselves the win. Good to see.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly where they're going to end up off of that, but Crazy Raccoon had a massive climb. Overall, let's take a quick look at it, and it's going to be Crazy Raccoon jumping up into 5th place. Where does Team Liquid end up? 12th.
Okay, and for the most part here, Poro, whilst we take a look across all of this as well, E-Arena still holds on to that 2nd place, a huge landmark position for them, despite a bit of a fall-off towards the end of the day, but the mid-pack was so close, so down to the wire all tournament long.
Just back and forth and back and forth. It was actually crazy to try to keep track of the whole time. I mean, and all of that, again, is because of Virtus Pro just being that point sponge and kind of keeping everything that much tighter together as you went down the leaderboard. But there you go, the man of the match leaderboard. Hackatori got 6 man of the matches.
Double.
6. Double. The next one in Shen. I mean, what a performance from him.
Holy moly. Well, yeah, Hackatori doing Hackatori things. Surprise, surprise. Here, even in PGS3. Of course, they won PGS2. And as much as they didn't quite get the dash towards the very end of the podium that they wanted, 6 out of all of these. That is spectacular stuff. It's surprising that Shen actually got 3, considering what of a disaster of a final they had, to be honest, Poro.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely very rough for 4 AM, and I'm really interested to see. Oh, there we go, the MVP. That's what I was worried about. Did Nixie come from behind on the final day? We were looking at it, looking at the stats. So he tied him in kills and beat him in damage by about 1,000. It's got to be Nixie, doesn't it?
Yes.
There's no way that one knockout's going to be able to tip it over for Tian Tian, surely. I can't believe Nixie might actually take this away, Mark. That's crazy.
Lads, let's go. Hopefully he's come back. VP, let's go. Nixie, I think quite surely he's going to take it at the very, very end there. But they're going to make us hold. They're going to make us wait. But coming in today, I had my eyes on Beamy. I thought Beamy might be able to try and close the gap. The fact that Nixie can complete left wing slide in and take it from both of them would be huge.
Yeah, how many kills did he have today? Jesus, if this is the case. But of course, it has been wall-to-wall greatness, arguably from Tian as well. Let's be real. He has been absolutely stellar for 17. It's a shame they didn't quite be able to push up towards where they needed to be. As we take a look across all of these highlights, who is the MVP gonna be, Matrim? Ooh.
Oh man, I mean Tian, he was in charge of it for so long, but 17 just let off the gas here at the end. The performances we keep seeing time and time again, going back to these angles. Where we're going?
Last, yeah.
Wow.
Congratulations to Nixie, the MVP for PGS3. Up until the very last game, it looked like it was going to be Tian, but Nixie will be able to take that alongside the victory here for Virtus Pro. What a moment for them, Poro, because I think, again, when I was saying that the emotions were probably riding high from tournament to tournament, to be able to come in. Oh, well, we'll hear from Bella.
Because I'm standing right next to our PGS3 MVP, and it's none other than Nixie. Yay!
Yay!
Good to see you again. Well, first PGS MVP title for you. It must mean a lot, right? Last one, Corexi got it. This time, you got it. What's going through your mind?
I mean, I'm just very happy how we bounced back, first of all, after first two circuits. So I'm just happy that like we managed to be here, managed to win it all, and just MVP is, I don't know, like it doesn't really feel like editing because I just want a team to do good. So yeah.
All right. Well, we love how you keep mentioning your teammates and like you're sharing, you're giving all the credit where it's all due. But I know you as a player, you put in all the work, you grind so hard behind the scene. I feel like this is the moment where you can actually give yourself a pat on the back. How proud of you are you of yourself?
I mean, it's definitely been like a long transition between TPP and FPP. So, I mean, of course, I put in a lot of hours because I really wanted to be the best, of course, as a player, as a best teammate, as the best team. So, yeah, of course, I'm proud of myself and my team.
And your team. Anything that you would like to say to the team other than good job, guys?
Good job, guys.
Love
Let's
that.
win next one.
Well, eyes on the prize already. We love that. Okay, well, that was our MVP interview on the stage with Virtus Pro's Nixie. Thanks for joining me. And
thank you.
Oh, all right. Well, that is all from us on the stage.
The light shines bright on the all of Virtus Pro, but it shines brightest on Nixie as he takes the MVP. The chosen warrior for Bella in the Bella Dome. She looks like she's getting ready to do something else. What's happening, Poro?
I don't know. It could be anything. It's Bella's Dome.
Yes,
I
true.
know, she's in charge.
Yeah, Empress Bella.
Empress
she
Bella.
Contemplates
Look at her
next
disappointment that somebody isn't there whenever they're supposed to be.
I know. The prize pool, though, overall $100,000 plus $2,000 for Virtus Pro with the victories coming in here from the final. E-Arena leapfrogs Petrichor Road into second place for the overall total match rim after getting second place here in the circuit final.
I want to jump in real quick, sorry, Matt, but look at the fact that Virtus Pro and E-Arena at the top there, despite $0 in PGS1 and PGS2. That just goes to show you how difficult it is to make it to the grand finals each time this tournament. Petrichor Road and Navi, got to give them props where it's due because they were able to make it every time.
Matt?
I mean, there's just a big come up that happens inside of whenever we move to the third round of what's going on inside of these PGSs, right? Huge climb up for everybody as far as their execution goes. And if anybody that didn't manage to make it into this grand final, now you know there is an opportunity. VP faltered at the start of these PGSs, but then claimed it at the end. You still have a path to get here too.
Yeah, it's a marathon here for a circuit, that's for sure. And then being able to peak at exactly the right time here for Virtus Pro has paid off. As we take a look through the lower ranks here for all of these teams, some teams walked away with zilch, and that is brutal, especially for a team like Gen G, who we thought was going to be brilliant. But it will be the PGS points as we take a look at those now. Virtus Pro bags themselves 60 off the back of this, but look who's leading at number 1, Mark.
Yeah, GG's Na'Vi. It just feels like the last day, the last few games, Na'Vi tried to rise. Hopefully we can see them be a bit more consistent earlier on in the finals, but at the top of the leaderboard, they are going to be taking those PGC points. So the PGS points for PGC. So I'm interested to see what they do throughout the rest of the year. Obviously more circuits to come. They are a global partner team as well. So again, you can't drop the ball on Na'Vi.
No, definitely not. And there's only just a few teams that have lost out on 0 points from these PGS points across the three circuits, three tournaments in the circuit, I should say. It's Bella again in the Belladome.
Finally come to its final conclusion. Through every fierce battle, we laughed and we had some upsetting moments over the last 3 weeks. But shout out to all the PUBG fans and everyone who made the show possible. We couldn't have done it without you. Thank you to all the fans for making sure that we were having a good time and sending your love our way. And now it is time for our final farewell of PGS 3. We leave you. I'm going to leave the stage to our brightest stars of this very event. Please welcome your PGS 3 champions, Virtus Pro. Congratulations, guys.
The third time the signatures get laid down, that pen's not working. As Lucarux will try and struggle on with it, but he's made it work in the end here. A great victory for them, a very well-deserved victory, as the signatures will be placed on. Our MVP and Nixie will finish theirs off, and they'll be able to take to the podium once again. And this matchroom felt like an eventuality, an eventual conclusion to what we thought would always occur for this roster. They are guaranteed more gold in the future, no doubt.
This is just a historic roster when we look about it from coaching staff all the way down. You always felt compelled to want to root for these guys. They were always kind of a perpetual underdog or underbearer, whatever you want to say, underneath of what was going on with Twisted, but starting to find their own successes and rising above it, using the opportunities that have been provided for them. The sky's the limit now, and I can't wait to see what Virtus Pro can do.
Another raise of the trophy, PGS 3 champions here as they claim the #1 spot. Who will stop them in the future tournaments is the big question here. Poro, this has been a very fun, a very exciting tournament. A lot of ups and downs, but it was all up for Virtus Pro.
And you gotta give credit to Virtus Pro, the players, the staff, everybody there, to have the start that they did after their performance at PGC. They could have easily just gone and been tilted the rest of the time, but they were able to find a way to turn things around and come in and produce what is the most insane performance that we've seen in a grand finals in forever.
Well, let's wrap it up then here for PGS 3. I'm going to get your final thoughts, boys, and we move on. Of course, we've got to talk about PUBG Nations Cup as well as Xenopoint that is going to be happening as well. So make sure to be tuning in, of course, to PUBG Nations Cup, which will be happening on June the 23rd to the 28th, as we will have 24 national teams participating. It's an all-star event, which is always a lot of fun to watch. Maybe we'll get to see Himas drop a 10-bomb once again, just like we did here as he plays out things for Vietnam. Xenopoint as well is also something that you guys want to be checking out on. We got that out from April the 8th onwards, and you guys can also sign up for the streamer challenge. Those registrations are now open. That will be happening as well, which will be a good old time. All right, we have our final thoughts. I'm going to come to you, Mark, to round things out for BGS 3. Let's go.
What ending? Absolutely love it. First and foremost, first time here, so thank you very much, guys, for putting up with me and actually for me taking the win.
It was tough.
Jeez, and it was tough for you guys. For me, though, it does show world class when we have VP not having the best first and second PGS, be able to be critical, actually crown themselves the series champions. So big GGs, and I've absolutely loved every second.
Mr. Matrim.
Just gotta say, this isn't the end. This is the start of the year. Everything's just gonna continue to grow off of what we're seeing right now. Trends can change, everything can buck, everybody's gonna start learning more. This is gonna be an absolute crazy year, and I cannot wait. Thank you everybody so much for tuning in, especially you Americans that are also gonna be up at like 3 or 4 o'clock. I saw a couple of you guys inside of chat tuning in with us. I'm here with you, man. It's hard. Thanks so much.
And of course, Poro wearing Virtus Pro colors. I left you to last for that reason. What are you thinking?
I appreciate it. Well, no, Virtus Pro definitely earning everything, all the laurels that they're getting for this one, but you can't rest on those laurels. We saw the same with Petrichor Road, Navi, Virtus Pro. Now you've had that, you've hit the high, right? You've hit the peak, but now you've got to reset and get ready for the next run because it's a long year. We still got 9 more of these things to go, and Esports World Cup and PNC. So, you know, get ready to reset and get back into it.
Yeah, there's a lot more on the horizon. And of course, actually, I have a small announcement. I actually lost a bet during all of this to Mark Power. He bet me basically that if I lose it, I would have to dye my beard and hair the color of the winning team. So I've gone and done that between games, as you can see. And I apologize. It's tough times for Colaris here.
Bad joke.
No, you don't like that?
Like he's gonna make you wear a turtleneck or something. I don't know.
I know, brutal stuff. All right, gentlemen, it has been a ton of fun to be doing this with you, and thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world for an exciting circuit and a conclusion where Virtus Pro is able to reign supreme. That does it for us here for PGS for literally a few weeks. We'll have some regionals, we're going to have PNC, and then PGS 4 is just around the corner. We'll see you then for more PUBG action.
They wanna see me in a shiny flash. Who got this little pretty face? Got us something dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. I'm down to raise a bargain. I beg your pardon, caution. I make 'em nauseous. I'm all in this room, my home ain't for auction. I'm breaking next week, I'm just a double take. When I get things straight, no debate, the pressure elevate. Ain't got no time to negotiate, never chase, I set the pace. I'm a 5-star take from the quick to the great. You wanna see me in the cutting flash? You got this all a pretty face. Got us on dope, heard you mad. I don't really wanna understand. Got a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with a face. I don't like that, you heard me say. Repeat again. 나는 놈이 꾸며봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해다 쓰러져 다음에는 원인 I'm fair yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 with the tea 탐이 파는 so bored 내가 할 말은 peace out Locked and loaded like my gun you toted Take me to the battle not team you know it Skies pitch black till we pull up and glow it I'm all day with it no I never get off it Everywhere I go is drama all the boys I get the trauma Diamonds spoons are up to pot pretty face don't let it fool ya They say I paid making me really wanna Now gotta pave the way they'll never walk Got a missile aim got a pretty face I don't partake with them fakes I don't like that you heard me say Repeat again So tired of hates and comments Why you got no sense that's common Talk the beef get cooked like ramen I just make dollar and I dress up diamonds I don't wanna know I don't bargain You can price me look at all my garments 나는 놈 위에 있는 놈이 난데 채널 고정해 5번으로 내 양이 남네 난 got a missile aim got a pretty face I don't partake with them fakes I don't like that you heard me say Repeat again, I don't partake Got a missile aim, got a pretty face I don't partake with them fakes I don't like that, you heard me say Repeat again, I don't partake
You heard what I said
They wanna see me in a shiny flash Who got this hella pretty face Got us something dope, heard you mad I don't really wanna understand Got a missile aim, got a pretty face I don't partake with them fakes I don't like that, you heard me say Repeat again I don't partake I don't bargain, sat him down and raise a bargain I beg your pardon, caution New fleet, I make 'em nauseous I'm all in this room, my home ain't for auction One of 'em breaking next week, I'm just a double take When I dictate, so straight, no debate The pressure elevate, ain't got no time to negotiate Never chase, I set the pace I'm a 5-star click, from the quick to the great You wanna see me in the shining flash You got this all a pretty face Got us on dope, heard you mad I don't really wanna understand Got a missile aim, got a pretty face I don't partake with a face I don't like that, you heard me say Repeat again 열심히 뛰어봐 나는 놈이 꾸며봤지 앞에서 해줄게 인사 반응도 못해다 쓰러져 다음에는 원인 I'm fair game yes I'm a 신사 기상 pack it up 팀사 긴장 shoot it up 비상 산책하듯이 누드 티 탐이 파는 so bored 내가 할 말은 peace out Locked and loaded like my gun you toted Take me to the battle my team you know it Skies pitch black till we pull up and glow it I'm all day with it no I never
never get off it. Everywhere I go is drama, all the boys I give the trauma. Diamond spoon stir up the pot, pretty face don't let it fool ya. They say I paid making me really wanna. Now gotta pave the way they'll never walk
Got
on.
a missile aim, got a pretty face. I don't partake with them fakes.